EEA, a huge thank you to our members, our new members who have joined this year, and then also those who have helped lead our working groups. So we have Ouija here from the cross-chain working group and Dima as well from our DeFi risk assessment management and accounting group. So thank you to the EEA and then many more.
Yeah, and I also want to take a moment to thank the sponsors for this event. So we have some incredible sponsors, the Ethereum Foundation, first and foremost, Circle, Matter Labs, EY, that's my employer, Sky, Reserve, How to DAO, who's also done an excellent job of helping us with some of the preparation, Franklin, the payroll company, and Karpatki. So we have an outstanding set of sponsors for our event today. Now, I've got a really short presentation, and then I'm going to hit the highlights of our agenda today. I wanted to, we won. Okay, Ethereum won, and when I was preparing this presentation initially, like 2 or 3 weeks ago, my whole shtick was like, what's with all the complaining, right? And if you follow Twitter, if you follow crypto Twitter, there has been a lot of complaining. People are like, oh, the price isn't high enough. We need a wartime CEO. I wish Vitalik would start using steroids and working out, right? Right? There's been a lot of that like moaning and groaning going on. But the truth is, Ethereum won, right? Ethereum is the dominant ecosystem, and a lot of stuff in the world of crypto has changed in like the last 10 days, right? Radical acceleration. I told all of my team, basically from my point of view, every single private blockchain just died. They died on the 5th of November, right? Because the whole reason that was keeping that entire industry propped up was, and I quote, it's what the regulators will allow. Well, the regulators are all gone now. Well, they're not really gone, but they are about to be completely changed, right? And so the private blockchain business basically went out of business last week, and Ethereum was the very, very big winner. Just to give you a little bit of sense, right? And one of the things that makes me a little crazy is when you see these charts and they're like, oh, look, Solana's bigger than Ethereum. Yes, if you kind of squint and you carefully select your metrics, you can make it look like almost any blockchain is bigger than the Ethereum mainnet. But actually, when you add the Ethereum ecosystem, layer 1, layer 2 together, then what you end up with is by far the largest ecosystem in so many different ways. And I just picked up two, like sort of total market cap and then also protocols on smart blockchains, right? Now, obviously Bitcoin has a slightly larger market cap. It is not a smart contract blockchain, which means that it is not going to be a platform on which people do large scale development. I think we'll see some effort in that space, but for the most part, I think Ethereum is the big winner. I hesitate. Maybe I made a mistake in putting the number of L2s. It sort of changes on a daily basis, but we have a lot of L2s, right? Ethereum is scaling, right? If we can all remember when people were complaining about, oh my gosh, Ethereum can't scale. It's scaling. It's scaling massively. The fact is that at this point, we have much more capacity in the network than we actually have demand for that capacity. Now, like all of these things, right, I believe that demand will eventually catch up with capacity. But this era of complaining about sort of scaling is over. I know that people are unhappy about the price, but the price of Ethereum is to some degree, it's linked to the yield, and the yield is linked to the price of transactions. And the very low transaction prices are the thing that are going to lure more and more participants on the network. So I see low transaction prices as a huge sign of success in the Ethereum ecosystem. Ethereum dominance is rising. This is like another like phony narrative about how like Ethereum is losing or other people are, getting more share. The reality is that when you include the whole Ethereum ecosystem, not just a bunch of careful cherry picking, what you end up with is that Ethereum's share of the kind of DeFi ecosystem is actually inching up just a little bit, and it's certainly not going down in any significant way, right? So I think it's by itself, it's like 40%, it's 17% by itself, it's over 40% when you add in the L2s, and it's over 50% when you talk about the EVM ecosystem, right? It is the dominant kind of infrastructure platform. Now, the next thing that's going to happen, and we're going to talk about this today because this is something I think that's going to be important, we have an awful lot of L2s. And right now, an awful lot of them say that they are universal L2s, right? I think that's going to be challenging to have 40 or 50, undifferentiated universal L2s. But I do think, right, if you kind of look at the things that people say they're going to do, AMM, social, IoT, lending, bug bounty oracles, we're starting to see the beginnings of L2 diversification in their business models, in their approaches, in their value propositions. Right now, it might be more marketing than substance. It doesn't mean it's going to be that way forever. So I'm very excited about what the future holds in terms of L2 business models maturing very substantially. So what are we here to talk about today, right? To steal somebody else's phrase, the business of Ethereum is business, right? And we are here really to talk about, how do you build a great business on Ethereum, identify the great use cases, how do you architect a business on Ethereum for sustainability, how do you build an organization and a culture and survive a Web3 ecosystem in an era, and how do you manage risk and growth in a regulated world? And even though the regulatory environment has changed very substantially in an incredibly favorable way in the last week, we are not in an era of no regulation. And by the way, take too much risk, handle it badly, you can still blow yourself up. It is absolutely doable, I promise you. And so, one of the things that we have some people here from the DeFi risk group, it is risk management is going to be a critical success factor, because not doing anything is a guaranteed way to lose, but blowing yourself up by being too risky is also a guaranteed way to kind of lose your way in the future. So I'm very excited. I would like to say a brief thank you to the people who put in a ridiculous amount of time to make this work. Megan Nab, she is the CEO of Franklin. She is also an amazing volunteer. I honestly do not know how she does things, and I'm not sure if she sleeps, but she does a lot of stuff. Karen, also another person who doesn't have any evident sign of sleeping. She also did the New York City Marathon 10 days ago because she is mental. And Eli Wolfson, who has done, if you have not received at least 7 emails from Eli Wolfson, you are not a speaker at this event. All right, I'm going to go through the agenda just briefly because it is a pretty incredible agenda. It is insane. The density of brain power in this agenda is ridiculous. We're starting off with Kevin Owocki. He's going to have a brilliant presentation on the Oregon Trail. We have Christoph from L2. He is going to talk about governance and the L2 ecosystem, right? And L2 Beat, for those of you who don't know it, are kind of amazing because they don't just sort of talk about L2s. They track like detailed metrics based on technology. By the way, I think everybody knows Kevin Owocki. He's a pretty amazing guy too. I'm very pleased to say that the book I wrote, all the royalties went to Gitcoin, and I actually sent them my first royalty check last month. And yes, it was a check. I got a lot of grief on chain for that, but there's limits to what can be done. And then we're going to have a talk from a Fireside chat on Sky's journey, maker to Sky to maker to whatever it is we are at the moment. Then I am so thrilled we have Patricio, who you should all recognize. And for those of you who are here, you're going to get a special Poap. Like if you leave, you miss it. It literally will only be available to people who are in the room when the slide is on the wall. We're going to have and then we're going to have a main stage panel, enterprise and industrial use cases for the L2s. Like what is it that people are doing on L2s? I will be in that as well, and I will be the moderator of that panel. We got some pretty amazing people on that panel as well. We're going to have a break, and then we're going to have afternoon breakouts. We're going to have 3 sets of breakouts in the afternoon. First, we're going to have lunch on the 2nd and 3rd floor. The hotel staff will show us down. Lunch is part of your very substantial admission fee, and it's going to be excellent. And then in the afternoon, we're going to have 4 breakout sessions times 3. Right, that is the level of density of like brain power that we have here. Track 1 will be on this side of the room. There'll be soundproof dividers. Track 1 here, track 2 here, track 3 there. And we will probably repeat this 50 times so that nobody gets lost. And track 4 will be in the breakout room across the hall. First one, Karen's going to talk about how Microsoft is using it. DAOs, the future of corporate organization. I'm actually really excited about this one. And then track 3 in the first round is going to be business identity, and track 4 are the DeFi risk guidelines. That's going to be 45 minutes. We'll have a break. Second round of tracks in the afternoon. Track 1, industry use cases from payroll to construction to DAOs, business models beyond points, right? We all know about points, right? They're like frequent flyer points in that you cannot redeem them for anything, but somehow you're getting points. I don't know what points are for, but apparently that's an important part of the L2 business model. Payments, money, it's very good. I'm sorry, there's a little sort of focus issue there. And frameworks for compliant tokenization. And then round 3 is going to be at 3 o'clock, track 1, interoperability and cross-chain integration. Track 2, investing in private enterprise use cases, right? So privacy, right? Hugely important to me, and I think basically to every enterprise user. And we've got like Zach Williamson and Anthony Zolchak and Alex Fowler, so we have some serious ZK brainpower there. Track 3, decentralized compute and artificial intelligence. I am very, very excited about this one. This is another brilliant one led by Michael Casey, who was previously the executive editor of CoinDesk, kind of famous author, and he's got like a small lineup of brilliant people, including Bucks, Marta Belcher, and Jeremy Heisen, so kind of brilliant people are coming. Track 4, staking, and then we'll have a break, and then we have a couple of closing items in the plenary. Some guy named Michael Casey again, and then some guy named Vitalik. He's going to come, and we're going to do a fireside chat. I'm going to grill him about the things that people are asking for, his workout routine, skincare routine, that kind of thing. I polled the internet yesterday, and I got a lot of very sort of thoughtful and intelligent suggestions. And then we're going to close out with a panel from the regulators. We have Ushida-san from the Financial Services Authority in Japan. So, you know, it's a pretty relaxing, low-key day, not too much content. You know, I think you'll find it very easy to consume. And look at that, it is 10:14. Karen, what have I missed?
Absolutely nothing.
Absolutely nothing. Okay. Logistics, I'm just going to repeat this. Track 1 by the elevators, track 2 in the center, track 3 over there, and then track 4 across the hall. Lunch, second and third floor. They will kind of have express elevators to take you down and bring you back up. Coffee and refreshments are basically going to be continuously available all day. And the Wi-Fi is the Sofitel network, and the username and password are ballroom. All right. And I think it is time for our first opening keynote. Mr. Owaki, come and join us. Do we have your keynote presentation, or?
Yeah, it should be in your inbox.
In my inbox. Okay, I shall key that up for you if you want to.
Okay. Alrighty. Hey everyone, my name is Kevin Owaki. I'm one of the co-founders of Gitcoin. Has anyone used Gitcoin in the audience? All right. Just checking your pulse first thing in the morning. I want to start by thanking the organizers of the EEA and my co-author on the How the DAO book, for putting me on the stage and for organizing all of you. I think that it's really hard to organize a conference, and especially doing it in another country, it can be a challenge. And especially, I just want to thank Paul for donating the profit. done 200 podcast episodes, and have chapters in 12 cities across the world that are actually practicing regenerative crypto. Also a user of Hypercert, CNS, Uniswap, Rocket Pool. I think that in order to really understand this frontier, you have to actually engage with the technology and you have to play with it. You can't just understand it intellectually. So it's been important for me to be a user of this network as in a way, a part of the network, a prosumer of the network in that way. Punkar and I also just wrote a book about how to DAO, which we're publishing with Penguin Random House in January of 2025. The goal is to take everyday people and help them master the future of internet coordination, DAO networks, and really excited to be working with Penguin Random House in order to evangelize DAOs and what can be done in this space to the next generation of DAO frontier people. So if you go to howtodao.xyz, you can pre-order the book, and we hope to be illuminating this frontier to people in the next couple months as the book comes out. Okay, so this is my talk. It is We Are Going West. This is the Oregon Trail. This is the frontier. It's not for everyone, but we're going bankless. And I think that this is inspired by this sort of philosophy that we're going west, not geographically, but mimetically. In the past, enterprising people fled west seeking fortune and freedom. Now people flee online looking for the same things. The frontier is no longer geographic, but digital. So I think that it's sort of funny to give a talk about this, which has a very America-themed history in it in Bangkok. But for me, the metaphor really resonates a lot, and I think that the idea of going into the digital frontier is one that's been really illuminating for me to understand that in the frontier there aren't as many institutions and things that you can rely on, and you have to sort of rely on yourself in the frontier. And I found that to be a useful metaphor for what we're doing in the crypto space. So just a little bit of history of the American westward journey is that in 1804, Lewis and Clark found a path west. They were sent by American President Thomas Jefferson, but it was impassable by wagon. And then 30 years later, there was a westward expansion in which farmers, missionaries, explorers, and businessmen went west to find opportunity. And then in 1869, there was a transcontinental railroad built, and people could go west in droves without much planning. So if it weren't for the Oregon Trail, we wouldn't have California, Oregon, and Nevada in the Americas. And I also think that one of the other sort of like interesting things here is the sort of stages of going west, from the people who are pioneers in the frontier to the people who could just take a train and go west without taking much of a risk. And I think that there's sort of an allegory here to the early adopters in crypto that have gone west before us in order to lay foundations, things like Uniswap, things like ENS, things like Gitcoin, that make it easier to have infrastructure in the frontier. And I think that that's sort of a useful allegory for me. I think that when I asked if anyone had played the Oregon Trail game earlier, about half of you raised your hand. I haven't played it personally in like 20 years. So just to revisit some of the game mechanics of the Oregon Trail itself. So the game simulates a journey of going west, designated or designed by a teacher to teach kids history of American westward expansion. I think sort of interesting there that people had to experience going west even virtually, as opposed to just learning about it, and that made it a much better learning journey. So you win if you get to Oregon in the game. You start as one of three jobs: banker, farmer, and the more money and stuff you have, it affects your odds. So you can supply up on supply food, oxen along the way. Your strategy is to don't tire out your oxen, don't run out of food, and don't die. And along the way, members of your party can get sick or injured or die along the journey. So I played this game a lot as a kid, and I think some of you in the audience have as well. And I think that a fun way to start off my talk might be to take a mimetic journey west through the Web3 trail. And if you're like me, this will bring up memories of what it was like to play Oregon Trail. as a kid. Okay, so we're now loading the protocol research. We're about to launch and go onto mainnet. Here we go. Oh no, shit. We thought we could just run down on vibes. I died of that. Had to restart, game over. Ran out of money, having no business model. These are all things that Web3 projects can die of these days. Well, there's a lot of things you can die of in the frontier. Shit. All right, the rest of the talk will just be this slide and going through all the things that you could die of. But, congratulations, you've made it to product market fit. You are now in Revenue Valley. Revenue Valley. Press any key to shoot. Does anyone remember hunting buffalo in the Oregon Trail? I do. I've caught a lot of squirrels in Web3, trying to get some bigger meat. First airdrop pass, we made it. We're rich now. 2021. Oh shit, the UST collapse, river crossing. I was there when UST collapsed. I didn't think it was a big deal, but I was wrong. And we survived, we moved on until SBF came during the night and sold 18 of my Bitcoin in 2022. Visiting Washington, D.C., May 2023. I actually did this. I went out to DC with Stand with Crypto, and I met with a lot of regulators, and boy, that was scary because they were fancy and powerful. But I would have found is that there's a really generational divide, and that the regulators and the congressmen who were more millennial and Gen X understood it way more than the baby boom generation. So the visit to Washington, D.C. was fruitful. You find an abandoned Discord server, but it is empty. Just the formatting had worked out here, but it's fun. I wish 8-bit art. I hope that someone brings back pixel art in Web3. All right, congratulations, you have made it to sustainability. This is the promised land of your Web3 journey. Okay, so just a little fun, mimetic journey through the frontier in order to sort of celebrate the metaphor of going west and also hopefully relive our childhood. My degree of knowledge in the field. Knowledge in this field, things can do a lot. World and volatile ecosystem. You know, Paul talked in his opening talk a little bit about how much things have changed even over the last 10 days. And so I never get above medium confidence in anything, but I like to cast lots of bets and try to prove things out. So as you're going west, Dunning-Kruger effect, please be aware of it. Please be aware of it in yourselves and others. When I was writing this talk, I sent out a tweet and asked people if they could go back in time to when they first and tell themselves a few words of what they said. And I got a couple of great responses back that I thought was really great advice for going west. Real work. This time is never different. Just try to remember that whenever there's a bull market. By the way, happy all-time high, everyone. Yeah, thanks. This time is not different. There will be a
engage with the community. You'll learn a lot more than you'll learn on your own. One of the things I really love about crypto is the fact that it's a multiplayer journey. We're all discovering this frontier together, and you can learn from the people around you. And that's kind of one of the reasons why Punkar and I wrote the How to DAO book, is to share what we've learned and hopefully create a community as a service for people who are entering the space. And I think it'd be really cool if every How to DAO cohort that goes down into the Web3 community together actually is a DAO in itself. And so we've been sort of exploring with how systematically we could onboard people into the Westward frontier through the How to DAO project. Okay, I think that DAOs are exciting to me because they leverage the properties of a blockchain. So one of my favorite ways of reasoning about this stuff is a priori, which just means deduced from theory or from first principles. And I think you can deduce a priori what the westward expansion will look like as a multiplayer journey by looking at the properties of a blockchain and how it differs from the existing financial system. So it's global, it's not this patchwork of banks, and we built in Bretton Woods era. It's permissionless. So not just permission, it's uncorruptible at the low levels. So basically, what I see on Etherscan is the same thing that you see on Etherscan. There can be like collusion and corruption higher up in the stack, but lower in the stack is uncorruptible. It's transparent, which means that I have the exact same access to the data structures that Jerome Powell has, or Larry Fink has, which I think is really cool. Programmable, I think this one is the most profound of all 35 of these. Now, the programmer values money. What do you value if you create an economy? What would you create? For me, this is Gitcoin, funding what matters, helping other people fund what matters to them. And so I think that you can reason a priori about what our carriages, our DAOs going west are going to look like by looking at the properties of the blockchain and then sort of applying them to, well,
Phases of westward expansion. This to me is really, really cool. If you remember from the beginning of my talk, we talked a little bit about the different phases of westward expansion where
you couldn't even take at first a carriage across the westward Americas, and then they basically found not paved roads, but the equivalent of a path west that could have homesteaders and people on carriages. And then they built a railroad where more and more people could go west. And so if you think about the phases of westward expansion and the gradient of how much infrastructure is going to be available to you, well, I think that Satoshi Nakamoto wrote the Bitcoin white paper about a decade ago, and I think that Satoshi was kind of like the ultimate scout, the ultimate person that went west into this permissionless frontier. And then there was a generation and a cycle or two of people that followed them west and found riches beyond what they could have ever imagined. And then we started to see a little bit of a maturation where it became a little bit more mainstream to go west, with homesteaders going and in some cases bringing their friends along with them in a wagon. And I think that we're, if I had to guess, I think this is all like a vibes-based analysis, so don't read too much into it, but also, it is useful to reason in this way. I think that we're right at the point where the Western Railroad is starting to be built, and then people can en masse be onboarded onto these systems. So I think that we're somewhere between the homestead and the metropolis phase of westward expansion. All right, let's keep going. Another analogy that I find really useful as a working model for going west in this DAO and Web3 ecosystem is the concept of a live player, which is a person or well-coordinated group of people that is able to do things that they have not been able to do before. And this is in contrast to a dead player, a person or group of people that is working off of a script and capable of doing new things. Okay? So this is something that Vitalik tweeted about, and it's kind of it's been living rent-free in my brain since he tweeted it. I really like this idea that we're in this frontier of innovation, this digital frontier, there's like a digital gold rush, and that the people that are going to win are the ones that are inventing new mechanisms, or inventing new marketing techniques, or inventing new ways of coordinating people. And one of my sort of karmic rules for myself is to always be trying to learn new things and try to learn things that I've never done before. So in some ways, giving a talk about a video game meme to a group of people in Enterprise is an example of that for me. But my challenge for you would be, what are the new skills that you need to survive and thrive in this frontier? And if you're going to make a multi-year, multi-decade, multi-cycle play, what are the investments that you can make in yourself in order to build new skills to get outside of your comfort zone and to become a live player? Because I think fortune favors the bold. It favors people who are providing value. And the way that you do that is that you can't be working off of a script. You got to get out of your safety zone and become a live player. All right, that's one. That's a mental model that I use. Let's maybe do a couple of mental models around multiplayer mode DAOs, and then I think I'll break from there. But in 2021, okay, so I guess I'm known as the founder of Gitcoin. I founded Gitcoin in 2017 as a company. That's all I knew at the time. And then we grew it to be delivering tens of billions of dollars per year in economic value to the Web3 space. Was lucky enough that Vitalik called it a significant pillar of the Ethereum ecosystem. And I was just like really proud of that my hero saw that we had done at Gitcoin and thought it was important to the world. But there was a contradiction in that for me, in that the Gitcoin, the company, was really centralized and I was the CEO of it. And there was a couple cases in which, as a law-abiding citizen, I had to do things like take grants off the platform that we thought might not comply with certain rules in the United States where I'm based. And I think that one value that we've discovered in blockchains is the value of permissionless and the value of credible neutrality, and DAOs as an organizational evolution of the corporation and the corporate form. And so in 2021, we decided to take Gitcoin, the company, Gitcoin Grants, and make it into a DAO. So turning a company into a DAO is kind of like turning an apple into an orange. It's they're both fruit, but they're very different types of fruit. And one of the things that we had to do was we had to build decentralization and credible neutrality across all of the different layers of Gitcoin. And so this is the decentralization layer cake, which was presented to me by some really smart people that I've been involved in in this journey of turning a company into a DAO. And so the base layer is the legal layer of your DAO. So your carriage for going west. How does a nation state know what they're dealing with when you have a DAO, which is in some ways more of a network than it is a corporation? So where do you incorporate your DAO is an open question. How do you govern the DAO? Corporations have a form that's been evolved since the Dutch East India Corporation built the first corporation about 300 years ago, and now we have the LLC. We have a well-known form of a CEO and a board of directors that is governing a corporation. How do you govern a DAO? It's really an open design space right now. How do you do software development? I don't know if you ever tried to do software development as a DAO, but it's really hard. Even doing software development as a corporation is a hard thing. And so how do you do software development? And then where do you host your product, and where does the execution of the code actually live? This being decentralized on top of Ethereum and on top of various services like IPFS in the Web3 space is something that when you're building a DAO and you're building a product that you have to consider. And I think that if you really believe in decentralization and credible neutrality, you have to hit all four of these different layers of decentralization. And I'm a true believer. I mean, I don't think we would have taken Gitcoin and turned it from a company into a DAO if we didn't truly believe that decentralization and credible neutrality had a lot to offer to the world. And now I'm happy to say that we've got decentralized foundations of Gitcoin that are starting to mature across all of these different layers. And hopefully that provides more credible neutrality to the public goods funding and the pillar of the Ethereum ecosystem that we've built. All right, so that's the decentralization layer cake. So we can do one or two more of these, and then I think I'll break. Okay, so one of the other sort of like journeys that I've had as we've gone west is that again we founded Gitcoin in 2017, And we kind of spent a couple years figuring out how to deliver as much value to our mission as possible. And the goal was to be significant in the market, to have a market success. And when Vitalik sent that blog post and said that Gitcoin had become a pillar of the Ethereum ecosystem, and I realized that, you can't have a centralized pillar of a decentralized ecosystem, and we decided to decentralize. We took this hard right turn from aiming to be as successful in the market as possible to trying to be decentralized as possible. And it's really, really hard to decentralize and to continue to grow in market unless you're really architected your network in a really, really intelligent way. And we spent a lot of time sort of wandering in the dark as true believers in decentralization. And I think that the time between 2021, in which we launched Gitcoin as a DAO, and probably about 2023, when we really figured out how to get the protocol launched and humming, was a real wander in the dark for us. And so one of the things that I think is really hard, and I'll be curious to talk to you all today as I'm mingling out in the hallway track, is how do you have two North Stars for your project? How do you build something that's successful in market and decentralize it at the same time? It's really hard to choose two North Stars as you're going west, and I think that it's only taken us several years of rebuilding Gitcoin from scratch in order to figure out how do we be successful in market because of our decentralization, instead of having that be a countervailing force that isn't really working for us. So that's been some of my journey west, and I think that, let's see. I think that one of the things that Boomcar and I have tried to do in the book How to DAO is make it easier for other people to go west to master the future of internet coordination. And it's been a fun journey over the last couple of years. I hope that this talk has been fun for you as well, and I hope that if you are going west, if you're going to continue to invest in the upcoming cycles, that you'll check out our book, How to DAO, which you can get at howtodao.xyz. And I would just like to end by thanking Paul, thanking Karen, and thanking Boomcar, thanking Eli for putting me on the stage today. And can't wait to talk to you, all of y'all, about your journey west in the hallway track there. Thanks so much.
We've got 2 minutes, and so if there's one or two questions, I think, would you take one or two?
Sure.
Are there any questions for Kevin? You said.
Right in front of you.
Have you ever considered adopting the cooperative model that has been established for several hundred years of putting individuals and individual corporations together in a basically decentralized governance structure?
Yeah, so the cooperative model, I think, is the model where the consumers or the workers in an organization are actually owners of the organization. Is that more or less like the high-level idea?
There is a legal structure.
Oh, you mean from a legal perspective? Yeah.
There's a legal structure, but they are working together to produce goods and services for all the other members.
Yeah.
Right? Like wineries in Germany have a cooperative model where you have individuals they own that, but they group together to purchase things and produce things for the collective.
Yeah, I think it's a really elegant model, and in some ways, when you're trying to explain DAOs to leftists, you just call it a corporation or a co-op. I have a ponytail. I like progressive ideas, but the most successful co-op legal incorporation DAO that I know of is Spork DAO, which is the DAO that runs ETH Denver out of Colorado. It's actually incorporated as a co-op. I think it's a really great model to answer your question. Wish I had thought of it when Gitcoin was becoming a DAO.
But by the way, if you're interested, Google crypto or blockchain DAOs, and Orrick, Harrington, and Sutcliffe is a law firm. They did some research and they found that actually DAOs and co-op, like a co-op is a great mechanism for a DAO, and it turns out that co-ops can even own for-profit entities. They can be for-profit. Yeah. In the US, I don't think they can be for-profit entities, but they can own for-profit entities. Okay.
Credit unions are cooperatives. Mutual organizations are cooperatives, and they're for-profit. They're limited by law about the how much profit they can make, right? So understanding the legal constraint, you can still be a for-profit organization. Mutual of Omaha well-known one, for example.
Yeah, it could be a lot of pressure to make some profit though. On that.
Any other questions for Kevin?
Any more questions?
Going once, go ahead. Here we go.
Well, this Oregon Trail is a great theme here, and with election just passed several days. What do you see? The Wild West, or it's going to be a West Californialized, or something like that? But what's your vision of that?
Yeah, it's an unsatisfying answer, but it's the true answer. I don't really know. I couldn't have predicted really any of the things that happened in Trump's first term, and so I don't know that I'll be able to predict the second. But my rule of thumb is to just try to provide as much value as I can with the work that I'm doing, and I think that whether the regulatory environment is hostile or good, then that's a good rule of thumb. It's just a question of how much I spend on lawyers in the meantime. Yeah. All right, that's how the DAO. Thanks so much, Paul.
Thank you. All right. By the way, if you love the game Oregon Trail, I played it when I was a kid, like on a full desktop computer. It turns out you can buy a handheld version on Amazon or online, and I bought one and I left it around the house, and I came home from a business trip to discover that both of my kids are absolutely addicted to Oregon Trail, right? So my teenage kids, if you show them a T-shirt that says, actually one of them has a T-shirt that says you have died of dysentery. So, Oregon Trail is not dead; it lives on. So thank you, Kevin. So we're going to shift from kind of organization models and business models to a little bit of a conversation about the health of the L2 ecosystem, right? Ethereum ecosystem today is really being driven by L2s, and I would argue, in fact, that kind of almost all the competition that used to really substantively exist between L1s is now actually inside the L2 ecosystem, right? The whole world of blockchain moves inside of L2, and I don't think there is an organization that covers in more depth, detail, or with greater insight that whole ecosystem that L2 beat. And so we have as our second keynote speaker, Krzysztof Urbanski from L2B, who's here to talk about that ecosystem and kind of how it is maturing and developing. So Krzysztof, welcome, and I'm going to cue up your presentation for you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hello everyone, my name is Chris. I'm the and hopefully you will be able to see my slides shortly.
Oh, it's a PDF, sorry.
So, before the slides show up, so my name is Chris. I'm working in the IT industry for around 20 years. And throughout the time, oh yeah, so this is what I will be talking about. Let's see if it works. Yeah, so this is me. I've been working in the IT industry for around 20 years, and throughout this time, I've been wearing many hats. I've been an UX consultant and designer, working with startups, NGOs, corporations. Also at the time, I was a product owner, working with software house, and serving as a product owner and product owner proxy, also for corporates and startups. And I was also working for the last 8 years. I've been working with the Polish government, Polish regulatory authorities, and financial industry to figure out how can we adapt crypto to be useful in traditional ways. And I spent a lot of time discussing with legal people from the banks and insurance companies and with Polish regulatory authority. Interesting fact about Poland, there is a non-public joint stock company and a special kind, like so-called simplified joint stock company. This is the super complicated structure. It was like a kind of a hybrid to adapt for startups, and both of those companies can have fully tokenized shares on blockchain. In the bill itself, like I'm working on the bill with the government, In the bill itself, it says that shareholder registry has to be digital and that it can be stored on a decentralized distributed database. And if anybody has any doubts, in the commentary to this bill, it is said, yes, we mean blockchain. Of course, as things go, there is some silver lining, so this didn't catch up yet, but I think that it will soon, or at least at some point. And if you want to build a fully tokenized company, Polish legislation is already ready. And I'm working at L2Bit, and for those of you who don't know, L2Bit is a public goods company that brings transparency to the on-chain ecosystem. And we are assessing all the L2s on, our main thing, our secret sauce is assessing L2s on the risks that they have, what risks are you taking when using those L2s. And this is something that I want to talk about today, because today I would like to talk about what happens in the doomsday. What happens if everything collapses and there is some kind of a black swan event that makes all the systems somehow stop working. And one thing that I am quite certain that no matter what, Ethereum will survive. The reason why Ethereum will survive is that it is decentralized enough, it is permissionless enough, so that if the internet itself survives, I'm pretty certain that Ethereum will survive as well, especially if we bring down staking requirements to run ETH as announced recently. So Ethereum will survive, but as Paul mentioned previously, Ethereum is not just Ethereum. Ethereum is L2s built on Ethereum. The whole idea behind the rollup-centric Ethereum roadmap was that the mainnet is not supposed to be driving most usage, and the mainnet should not be the place where everything is happening. Everything should be happening on the rollups, on the L2s that scale the Ethereum. So in this situation when something happens and things stop work, what happens to the L2s? And L2s, as you can see right now, they have very high adoption in terms of usage. You can see the scaling factor on our website, which says how many times is L2 scaling the Ethereum ecosystem. And right now on L2Bit, we have around 120 L2s listed at the main page. And probably, usually there is another 100 in the upcoming section that we will list as soon as they hit any main deployment. And one universal rule of startups says that over the long run, 90% of the startups will fail. And the universal rule also says that you don't know which 90% it is. It doesn't say that it's the lowest 90%. It's just some 90%. And crypto startups are no different. And all those rollups are just startups, if you look into what they really are. So, in the long run, 90%, I assume that 90% of the rollups, L2s that you list on L2B will cease to exist at some point in time. I will give an example at the end that actually proves this. So, you can think about what a rollup is. What do you do when you are using a rollup? You can think about it like some kind of casino, where you bring your money to the casino, you bridge it through this funny desk, and they give you some tokens, some chips, and you go play with it on blackjack or poker or something like that. You make more or less, and then you return it. But what if you're short on time, so you don't have time to actually return those chips and take your money back, and you have to go on a trip around the world. You have to do something, and you're out for a year. You come back to this casino a year later, and you see that it's gone. That the building is already not there, and what then? And in terms of casino, probably you've got some shiny plastic coins that you can play with your kids. But in terms of traditional financial, usually the government is handling that. The government is making sure that customers' money are safe, that fails. If the bank managers do stupid stuff, then customers will be okay. In crypto, we are building permissionless systems. We are building trustless systems. So we need to find other ways to make sure, and we can actually have better ways to ensure that you are safe. And from your perspective, if you were to assess whether the chain that you are using is safe on term or not, you go to L2Bit and you see if your chain looks more like that or more like that. And I would say that if your chain on L2Bit looks more like that, it's more greenish, then you are probably fine. That even if the company behind this chain no longer exists, tries to censor you, turn off their servers, you're probably fine and you can take away your funds back to the mainnet. That's what secured by Ethereum means. That through Ethereum, you can still retrieve your funds. But if your chains look like this, you probably have the thing that you have is just like shiny plastic tokens. You probably can't retrieve it anymore. And there were cases already that proved that. So what does it mean? And if you would like to understand what those, those colorful pizza slices mean, you go to our risk analysis, and it's actually pretty straightforward, although not everybody understands it. So there are five different, different aspects that we assess rollups. First one is proposal failure, because if the chain that you've been using stops working or tries to censor you, the first thing you need to be able to do is propose a new state. You need to propose the state which says, hey, I'm getting out. I want to take my money back. And the question is, can you do it? If the company that was running or is running the chain is not cooperating with you, tries to censor you or simply doesn't exist anymore, can you propose a new state? And by the way, this screenshot is is no longer up to date. Poap mainnet base are a bit better in this assessment today. You can check at L2Bit.com. But if the assessment is cannot withdraw, then you have a problem. Then if something happens to the original operator of the chain, you won't be able to do anything. But there are other options. One solution that you can self-propose, that you can yourself create a new state and propose it to the sequencer, which we'll handle in a minute. There are other mechanisms. There could be an escape hatch. There could be a forced transaction that you can submit to L1 that will be passed to sequencer to include in the new state. I mentioned sequencer. So first thing, you have to be able to build new state of the L2, to build new version of this L2. But then you need to somehow be able to tell mainnet about this new state, because one thing is creating this new state, and the other is telling mainnet this is the new state that I want to for you to recognize. And this is about the second column, sequencer failure. If the sequencer that the original chain operator was operating is no longer existing or tries to censor you, what can you do? And in this case, if there is no mechanism, then you cannot do nothing. You are stuck. But in order for the rollup to be really a good rollup, you should be able to either self-sequence or use some other mechanism to be able to tell mainnet that there is a new state that mainnet should recognize. However, in order to be able to propose new state, to build this new state, you need to know the data. You need to know what the previous state was and how was it calculated, so that you can calculate the next state in which you take back your money yourself. And the data availability column tells you whether you are able to do it without anything else than GPU. So if, again, this is already a bit improved, I will show it later, but if the data availability assessment is on-chain, it means that you need nothing else than the Ethereum itself to create this new state. But if the data availability mechanism is like external or DEC or something like that, it means that the data from which the state is being calculated is somewhere else, is in some other system, maybe some other DA layer, and that means that you need to, you need to pay attention not only to Ethereum, but also to this other system. Because without this other system, you will not be able to recreate the state, therefore you will not be able to create a new state and propose it and sequence it. The fourth column is state validation. And this column tells you whether somebody can steal your funds. Because if I can propose a new state that says, I want to take my money back, can somebody else propose a new state that says that he wants to take my money back? And this, if he does it, something has to validate whether this new state that he proposed is valid or not. And basically, this is the biggest distinction between mainnet knows that yes, all the changes in the new state were calculated accordingly to the rules and are valid. In optimistic rollup, the new state is being published and you have some time to challenge this new state. You have usually 7 days, but it differs and it's kind of a complex issue. You have 7 days to challenge the new state and say, no, this state is not correct. In this state, somebody else is trying to get my funds. But if you will not challenge this in these 7 days, this state will be approved and will be taken as a valid state. But state validation column tells you whether somebody is going to be able to steal your funds, propose a state in which you don't have your funds anymore or not. And again, if there are ZK proofs, then you are probably fine. If there are fraud proofs, you could be fine, but you have to pay attention, and in case somebody proposes wrong state, you need to challenge it proactively. If it's in development, you should watch over it and be careful. And actually, does it work? We checked it. So there is a rollup fuel version 1 that wasn't. It is an optimistic rollup, and it wasn't used for some time. It was very stage 2 rollup on our assessment, not gradable, and it wasn't used for some time. So we thought, okay, probably as it is not being used, probably nobody is checking the state. Nobody will challenge us if we try to propose a new state. So we tried to steal the funds. We did calculate a new state. We proposed a state in which we take someone else's money, and actually, even though nobody uses it, we've been challenged. We lost, Chris Catcher, one of the co-founders of Poap, he lost half of it just to prove that fuel is indeed working properly. So you cannot steal funds, even though almost nobody is using it. And the last column, exit window, this tells you, this also tells you if somebody can steal your funds, because this column tells you if somebody wants to implement changes to the chain, upgrade the contracts, how much time do you have before those changes are implemented to take your funds back? For example, if there is a you can imagine a change being proposed that censors some users or limits how you can access your funds. If you pay attention, if you see that this change is coming, in case of Arbitrum 1, it's actually not 2 days, but already 7 days that, that you have to take back your funds. In case that there is an instant upgradability, that somebody can instantly upgrade the contract, we assume that there is no exit window because you will learn about the upgrade only after it happens. Yeah, and those 5 aspects are how we assess rollups and how we tell you whether it is safe for you to use the rollup or not. And on top of that, we have another assessment that says, we try to simplify it based on the proposal made by Vitalik 2 years ago. We created the stages framework. Stages framework is the simplification of how mature is the system, how many of those security guarantees the system implemented, how many training wheels does the system still have. And these are the requirements. Basically, right now, none of the major chains are stage 2. Stage 2 is really a hard requirement that says that the chain should be either non-upgradable at all, and there should be no security council, and any intervention that is artificial has to be only in case if there is some provable error in the rollup mechanism. For example, if we have 2 different fraud-proof systems and they disagree, then probably there is a provable error in this system, and therefore somebody can intervene. But stage 2 is a very high requirement. And I told you that I will mention one example when those things matter. And we actually had, a week ago or 2 weeks ago, a situation in which rollup actually went down, like it turned off. It's DYDX, the Ethereum version, DYDX v3, the Ethereum version of DYDX. Because DYDX decided some time ago that they are migrating from Ethereum to Cosmos. Therefore, they wanted to shut down the Ethereum version of their L2. And they did it 2 weeks ago, I believe. They turned off their servers. However, as DYDX was stage 1 rollup, actually, right now, it is almost stage 2 rollup. The reason why it is not stage 2 is that there is still upgradability through governance, and it is the exit window is less than 30 days. This is the probably only thing that stops us from upgrading this to stage 2. But because DYDX was stage 1 rollup, even though at the moment when they turned off their servers, there was still $70 million locked in the bridge of DYDX, all those funds can be still withdrawn from DYDX using escape hatch on mainnet. So if you still have funds locked in DYDX and you learn right now from this date that DYDX on Ethereum is no longer operating, don't worry, there is an escape hatch through which you can still withdraw your funds. That's the whole point of being a rollup, that even if you no longer exist, DYDX doesn't have to care about those funds in this bridge, because they created the system in a way that even though they shut down their servers, the users are safe, the user can still withdraw the money through the mainnet. And we are doing this, we are creating this assessment not to point fingers and not to say that these chains are bad and are not providing you enough security guarantees. We are doing this in order to push those systems and push those organizations to actually deliver on those security guarantees. And we have successes there. So you can see here Arbitrum actually announcing that finally with the new bold fraud-proof system, they will be able to improve on our security assessment. A month or 2 months ago, we were able to push Arbitrum into extending the exit window from 2 days that you've seen on my slides to 7 days. So right now, if Arbitrum proposes any change that you don't like, any upgrade that might cause you harm, you have 7 days to withdraw your funds. So you don't have to check every day. If you check once a week, if the system is still operating, that's fine. And Arbitrum pushes for higher assessment, and obviously optimism follows. So there is this race to stage 2 for those chains, and it's good. Our goal is for all the chains to be actually green, for all the chains to be stage 2 at our assessment. That's the whole point of the thing that the work that we are doing. So that's more. There's more. Because risk assessment is one thing, but in order to really understand the risks that you are taking when using some chain, you probably need to know some more details, some more nuance. So we are providing an information of how much value is locked within some ecosystem, and not just one number that says that so many billions are locked in the system, but also we are dividing it between canonically bridged. So the canonically bridged value is the value that is bridged to this chain using those canonical mechanisms, and this canonical mechanism allows you to withdraw the money if something happens. The externally bridged value is the value that is bridged using external bridges. So this value is probably not secured by internal rollup mechanisms. And then we have native value. So this is the value that is generated on this chain and not bridged. Therefore, you technically still should be able to withdraw it, but probably some additional steps will be required, because the token that is natively minted on rollup could not be represented on the mainnet. Therefore, it might be challenging to withdraw if something happens. And as you can see, this natively minted assets on L2 could be substantial. So in order to understand really what is the value secured by a given chain, you have to understand this division. Also, if you want to dig deeper, we are providing the TVL breakdown, because our TVL differs, for example, from the TVL at Defiant. It simply differs because we have a different definition of TVL. So in order for you to be able to really dig into what is exactly we mean when we mean that some chain has this many billions of TVL, you can go into the breakdown and see exactly which contracts are we looking at when calculating this TVL. We have activity, and actually this is an outdated screenshot, because we are counting the activity on the chain, but recently we started unpacking transactions that are on chain to see actual user actions. Because with smart contract wallets, with account extraction, with multi-call transactions, you can have many different user operations bundled within one transaction on the chain. And right now, if you look into L2bit.com, you will see that we are unpacking those transactions, and we are trying to count them properly. It is a huge challenge. I can tell you that properly assessing how much traffic exactly is in any given chain is not an easy task to do. Also, I already mentioned that we have the data availability column in the risk assessment. We have another dashboard that tells you more about what exactly is the data availability in a given chain, especially if it's external, it is important. On top of that, last week we released another dashboard that we call DA Beat, and this gives you even more detailed view into the DA layer risks. And in risk assessment for L2s, we have this L2bit pizza. For DAs, we have L2bit receiving, which also you want it to be green. If it's fully red, then you should be careful about using this DA layer. We have liveness. We are measuring whether the chain that you are using is actually live and proposing blocks, and you can see on the anomalies column whether there were some hiccups, there were some issues. We have finality. How much time does it take for the chain to finalize the state on L1? And especially, you probably heard about the recent usage spike in Starknet due to flippy flop game. And Starknet was handling 130, almost 130 transactions per second for more than 24 hours, which was great, but it also meant that Starknet experienced delay in finalizing those transactions on L1. It took almost a full day to finalize the state of Starknet on L1. And this is also something that you have to be mindful about, especially if you are building on top of those chains. There is cost. We are tracking how much does it cost for the chain to operate on L1, which can be also interpreted how much does any given chain contribute to Ethereum to handle for Ethereum for securing the L2. And why are we doing this? Like, why are we doing all this work? And it's like a lot of work. We are a 20-person company, and we actually, we have backup for another year at least. Why are we doing this? Because we truly believe that this is the way to regulate crypto. Crypto is programmatically verified. So you don't have to rely on humans actually checking if everything is running correctly. You don't have to rely on institutions trying to chase crypto projects because they don't understand really how it all works. And I'm saying this based on my discussions with regulatory authorities, politicians. It's not that, at least those that I spoke with, it's not that they have bad intentions. At least in Poland, it's not that they are hunting crypto. They truly don't understand how it works and why is it different. So we can't rely on them, at least for now, to really keep our space secure. We need to do it ourselves. That's why we are doing this. And the way we do it is we want to make sure that we don't trust on the project's claims. We don't trust project telling us what they're doing. We actually do look into the code and verify whether their trust guarantees that the security guarantees that they are claiming to have, whether they are correct. And whenever we are telling you that there is some risk involved, we always do our best to provide you with the link to the source code where you can verify yourself, and I encourage you to do so, to verify yourself that indeed those risks are there and those systems are not necessarily implemented. Because what we found out, sometimes even the projects themselves, between the development team through marketing to the executives of the team operating the chain, there is a failure in communication, and sometimes those people really believe that they have implemented something that they didn't. There was a case where, I will not name names, but the project leaders were really certain that they did implement security guarantees that they were claiming, and we showed them the code that yes, the framework was there, but the main part, the challenge, was TBD.
So, two minutes.
Yeah, I'm wrapping up. So yeah, trust the code, note claims. That's our motto, and that's something we encourage you to do as well. One more thing that one more avenue that we are using to push our narratives is governance. This is actually my job, my role. I'm governance lead. We are, as L2B, we are major delegates in most L2 DAOs. And when you see L2B being delegate, for example, Newsroom, Optimism, ZKsync, Scroll, all the others, it's usually me behind the scenes. And the reason why we are doing it is, we are self-proclaimed Ethereum ecosystem stewards in those ecosystems. And we are active in this governance to push them to, to remember to deliver on those security guarantees. Because in this race, in those L2 wars, they are tempted to focus on other stuff. But the reason why we are involved in governance is to make sure that their priorities are correct and that they are actually focusing on delivering on all the claims that they wanted to deliver. And yeah, and hopefully if we push them strong enough, in a few years from now, when you look into L2Bit, you will see all the green pizzas from top to bottom, and all those rollups will be providing you the security guarantees. So even if 90% of them will fail, you will be safe because you will be still able to withdraw your money through Ethereum. And yeah, like how could you support us? First of all, you can donate to us, but also something that is very important for us, spread the word. Like make people aware that those L2s are not built the same. That if you are making a decision on whether to build something on that L2 or this L2, take into consideration if the L2 that you are building at is safe and provides security guarantees to your users. If, whenever there are people who are willing to listen to why this is important, I am happy to come and explain it to them and tell them. So whenever you see the possibility of us preaching this, why this is important, don't hesitate to contact me. I will be more than happy to preach. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I will be like, I don't think that we have time for questions right now, but I will be still there at least for the half of the day, so don't hesitate to reach out to me. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. So we're just going to put up some chairs for our next talk. I got to say, I think, I don't think there is any ecosystem that comes remotely close to Ethereum in terms of like the infrastructure that we have of people who are self-proclaimed providers of public goods, of governance. I think it is really exceptional. So our next discussion is our first main stage panel, and I am super excited about this because we have three really amazing people to talk about the journey of Maker and into Sky and how they are evolving. There are two things that I think are really worth paying attention to. First of all, I don't think right now in the world of Ethereum there is a more important business than stablecoins and payments, right? I think that as a business, if we're going to look forward, 1, 2, 3, 5 years, the stablecoin side of this business is going to grow explosively. It's hugely important in terms of like payments. EY, my firm, we just started taking programmatic, systematic payments on-chain, facilitated to SAP. Business-to-business payments are coming, and it is going to be a very, very big business. What I think is exciting and interesting about Maker and their journey is that they are by far the biggest stablecoin entity that is a true DAO and has kind of built themselves up in a really native on-chain way and has gone through very, very significant transformations in a genuinely decentralized manner. So please join me in welcoming Rune, Sam, and Elias to talk about the Maker journey in a fireside chat. Please come on. Is it just the two of you? Just the two of us. I'm going to get you one more microphone then. One.
Thanks. Can you grab that extra? Thank you. Honorific chair for Sam. Cool. Good to see you all.
Thank you everyone for being here. It's a pleasure. So I'm Elias Ahonen. I'm here with Rune Christensen of Maker Sky. I've been in the industry for a little over 10 years now in different perspectives. Originally, I've written 2 books about the history of the blockchain movement. I currently write for Cointelegraph, and I'm doing a PhD in crypto law at the University of Turku in Finland. So I wanted to give you a quick opportunity to also just talk about who you are, why you're here.
Yeah, I'm Rune. I'm a very long time crypto participant. So originally I bought my first Bitcoin in 2011, and I kind of fell deep into like the Bitcoin maxi, kind of the early ideology, the early kind of excitement around the technology. And I was really lucky, like I got in, I bought a lot of Bitcoin very early on, so I saw like a rapid price increase in my Bitcoin holdings, then followed by the inevitable crash. And that experience then actually led me to realize that this technology, it has so much, like at the time, you couldn't really think of what is like a practical use case for this necessarily, but you could just feel there was this massive potential. But also it was clear to me that was never going to materialize if all you had was something that was just super volatile. So that got me into stablecoins. And then basically I was like looking at various very early stablecoins, and eventually led me to, together with some co-founders, to found Maker way back in 2015 basically. And since then we've just been building in the ecosystem, trying to figure out how do you basically take the massive potential of technology and really like uncompromise sort of the full scope of what's possible, right? So that's why Maker historically and now with Sky is basically pushing for like the full range of what's possible to do, like full decentralization, full access to all the huge opportunities that exist with Ethereum and with crypto and DeFi, but then deliver them to end users in a way that is just totally straightforward and simple, right? Which is basically the most simple use case as a stablecoin.
So you got into Bitcoin, I guess, quite early. Was it 2014 or?
2011 actually.
Wow, you've been around for, 14 years now?
Yeah.
So it took a few years for us to get Ethereum. What did it feel like seeing Ethereum come up? You remember Ethereum's launch, I take it?
Yeah, what's funny is that I was like a hardcore Bitcoin maxi at the time. So I remember just being really angry that someone would launch something else and be like, why are you doing this on a new blockchain? You have to do it on like the one and only true Bitcoin. So I think that's really funny, and I think that type of like kind of ideological fervor still exists to some degree today in crypto, but it's like nowadays it exists with stuff like meme coins, for instance. But it's definitely like a part of the culture, and it's like a very unique thing to crypto, and it's related to both the kind of underground hacker feeling combined with the financial upside, and then the fact that it's all internet and people anonymous. You get this like really extreme culture and these really extreme perspectives, and with Maker early on, we started out kind of like basing the ecosystem in something like that, because that was all there was. Like that was what held people together in the early days of crypto, because it wasn't really a real use case at that point. So you had to kind of really believe strongly that there was some kind of future. Then as it suddenly got big and lots of money got involved, I mean, I think it's really obvious that kind of the craziness of crypto is going to turn off 99% of people. So, and that's actually also like, I mean, that is kind of a big part of like the DNA of Maker always was taking the most cutting edge capabilities of the technology and make it really accessible. Like make it something that's going to have an impact in the real world and not just be sort of calling off for like a very OG, super techy people. So that's why, like recently we did the whole rebrand to Sky, the new stablecoin USDS to complement our existing very widely adopted stablecoin DAI. So it's basically the same decentralized kind of cutting edge DeFi system going for like the full capabilities of what you can do with Ethereum, with the decentralized finance, and with decentralized stablecoins, but basically branded in a way that's supposed to be even less threatening and even less kind of unfamiliar to people that are just getting, I mean, I just want to figure out what can they use this stuff for. What's the, like, why should I use blockchain? And why should I use like stablecoin? I think a lot of people come around to the benefits of stablecoins, right? But then what you can go one step further with is DeFi stablecoins, right? So stablecoins that aren't just held by like a bank or some kind of custodial entity, but actually that are fully built on the blockchain, which funny enough is actually the first type of stablecoin. So kind of Tether and centralized stablecoins, they actually only came around like a couple of years after the very first DeFi stablecoins popped up.
I think it's interesting for everyone here to know and really realize what it was like back in the beginning where Ethereum started. I remember when the Bitcoiners, when Ethereum came about, they were calling Ethereum users netheads, NETH, because they were thinking, oh, they're addicts, you know, using this kind of scam coin that's not Bitcoin. And it really, the Oregon Trail discussion that was earlier, it really highlighted this idea that it was truly Wild West. It was a jungle, and no one really knew what would come out of that, or maybe some did, some visionaries. Maybe you had some ideas back in those early days, 2015, 2016. Where would this ecosystem lead us? What would be the opportunities that they're opening up? Of course, you mentioned stable coins, but did you really think that we would get even this far in 10 years?
Yeah, I remember it was probably late 2015, I started to realize the potential of what we call DeFi composability. So there's like inherent characteristic of decentralized finance and Ethereum smart contracts that you can very easily connect them together. And then at the time when we started to discuss that in like kind of the early people involved in blockchain and Ethereum, it just seemed like really crazy that you could, you know, would you one day see like 5, 6, 7 smart contracts from completely different groups, all just being like combined together in really interesting ways. And it seemed, I mean, that really did seem like science fiction. Like it was hard to sort of at the time imagine it would actually happen. And I think if you sort of went back in time and explained the kind of things that are now just like, you know, a regular Tuesday in DeFi basically, if you explained that to people around the time when they were just getting started, they were actually like, it would be mind blowing. Like, so in that sense, it's very impressive what has been achieved of just how once I guess the market forces is maybe the way to think of it, once they start really getting hold of like the opportunities that exist, how you can combine this stuff, how you can kind of, you know, with the right perspective, you can add just a little bit to what's already there, and then you get the network effect of the whole thing, the whole stack that's already there. That is just incredibly, like, it's incredibly powerful. There's so much opportunity for creating value, and basically that value is now all getting exploited in real time now. Like you're really seeing like very rapid, just building things on top of things, on top of things, on top of things. And yeah, like I mean, again, I think that is kind of what's also driving the opportunity for like the next step is this ability to tap into the incredible value generation capabilities of such interconnected systems where there's so many different participants that can basically interact with each other and generate value. That, I mean, I think it's such a superior way for basically humans and economic entities to work together, that this is how the whole economic system should be organized and will be in the long run. Like it's just naturally in some kind of like an unstoppable sort of market-driven event. Basically, it's like slowly integrating everything, right? So everything is getting on-chain, all interaction, all sort of, I mean, the majority of economic interactions are getting codified, and then they're getting automated, and then you're getting sort of, I mean, every tiny little value opportunity is getting arbitraged, basically. And interestingly, I think basically the thing that unlocked this and that sits at the bottom of all of it is basically stablecoins, right? So that really is the this core idea all the way back in like basically when I lost a lot of money in Bitcoin and other people kind of have similar experiences early on. This core idea that if you want something useful out of the technology, you need to deal with the volatility. You need to provide something stable, so all the other benefits can materialize. That did sort of prove true, and that's what's being just built on top of and built on top of, built on top of nowadays.
So I think what's really interesting here, what you described, this movement from the early days to today, where stablecoins and DeFi are becoming a big part of the ecosystem financially, even outside the crypto space, or other companies are entering the crypto space. And I think the significance shouldn't be lost on us. I mean, you can say these things on stage here at a major hotel, at an Ethereum Enterprise Alliance event. And 10 years ago, 5, 6 years ago even, some of these ideas were so outlandish that they wouldn't have been taken seriously by, I don't want to say average business people. I think everyone here is on the cutting edge to be here, but I think we're doing something very right. I think there's a very clear direction, and just to think or imagine that in the next 5, 10 years, even more companies and organizations are going to operate on this wavelength, so to say, whether we call it the blockchain metaverse, whether we call it the Ethereum ecosystem. That's very exciting. And you mentioned the significance of stablecoins. A personal story. I'm a shareholder director of a major exchange in Nigeria. And in Nigeria, there's huge currency instability. And even 50% inflation. Everyone wants to hold USD or gold or something that's not the local currency. And currently, we're building a way for them to basically, Europeans, Africans who are working in Europe, to send money back to Nigeria. And when they do that in a normal way, they're spending maybe 10% on exchange fees, other fees, waiting even a week for the money to come through. Whereas with stable coins, they can press a button, convert the euros into stable coins. They get sent to Africa in an hour or minutes or seconds really, and then converted to the local currency. This solves the problem of remittances that take away maybe 10% of the earnings of some of the poorer countries in the world.
Yeah, I think it's really mind-blowing actually how widely adopted stablecoins, and I guess in particular Tether, has become in basically these like inflation-hit economies, where the kind of the stories you hear is that Tether basically, I mean, it's like people don't even really know what crypto is. They just know like Tether, and it's like it's like the hardest currency you can possibly imagine, like harder than like US dollar bills or anything, because it's like it's become so widely adopted that it's like it's worth $1, and you can transfer it so easily. It's so convenient, and what's amazing about that is that like this is already like for. Like, I mean, we're talking about millions of people that are basically having their life changed by the technology today, right? Like in the real world, and yet it's also just like totally scratching the surface of what the technology can actually do, right? So it's a little bit potentially, I think, of like what's called like a leapfrogging moment in a sense, right? Where just kind of like how you had the classic story of like skipping the landlines and having developing countries go straight to mobile phones. It's kind of interesting how you have the same thing where like you have a lot of people just going straight to stablecoins. And what that means is, that means you're already set up to like basically tap into all the value creation possibilities that exist with like the full range of what something like Ethereum can do, what decentralized finance and Ethereum and the broader ecosystem can do. I definitely hope that it's going to be possible. We were just discussing this before the panel, right? But it's going to be possible to communicate to people that hold something like Tether today that, yeah, Tether's great, it's worth $1, but what you can do with real programmable money, like real decentralized finance stablecoins is you can get things like a savings rate, right? So you actually get access to the underlying return on the collateral, and even more advanced features beyond that, right? You can use it in all sorts of places. But yeah, like it very quickly gets so complex, right? And that's a big challenge with any new technology. But I guess especially something that's related to money, and it's about abstracting that away and just making it like, here's the totally basic benefit, right, you can get. Which with Sky, that is basically the USDS stablecoin, right? And then the ability to get the Sky savings rate on your USDS stablecoin. And that's just like the really basic thing that I think is gonna see this type of growth. And I mean, it's kind of getting adopted broadly at this point.
You mentioned USDS and Sky. Without getting too technical, could you give an explanation of what these new innovations are, what role they play, or what role you imagine they will play in the DeFi ecosystem?
Yeah, so maybe like a very brief kind of history of the products and features of the system, right? So of course Maker started out, like I said, in 2015. It launched the DAI stablecoin in 2017, and that became sort of the premier like DeFi OG Ethereum insider stablecoin, basically. So DAI is this very, very broadly, kind of very diversified adoption of the stablecoin. It's basically embedded in all sorts of places. On Ethereum mainnet specifically, so it's kind of it was ultimately like a very organic form of adoption that happened on Ethereum mainnet at a time before there was any other blockchain. And then then there was the big crypto bubble of 2020, basically, which is when the adoption of the DAI stablecoin just like really surged, and that's when this like deep entrenchment of the product occurred. And then from there, it kind of froze in a sense. Or the same type of integration is still happening, right? So DAI is still growing to this day, and it's getting so organically adopted and integrated all over the place, and that just continues to happen. And it's happening for the same kind of network effects reasons for why people like to have Tether in Nigeria, for instance. It's just because it's already there, it's so deeply adopted. The same thing basically happened with DAI in a very kind of deep DeFi segment of the Ethereum ecosystem. But ultimately, what I think is like much more exciting than that is if you can, you can build on top of that. So take all of those advantages, right, of like the stuff that's possible when you truly like push the limit of what you can do with technology, but then try to make it really, really accessible to regular people. And regular people, regular businesses. Because actually, there's no reason why anyone shouldn't have full access to everything that you can do with DeFi, right? That's the big difference between decentralized finance and with blockchain and open systems compared to kind of like the old school paradigm of traditional finance is that there just is no need for these like artificial barriers to exist. You have to have barriers, you have to have middlemen, you have to have all this stuff in kind of when you have a bunch of kind of individual systems in traditional finance, right, that all interconnect. With the blockchain, it's kind of like, it's a shared layer, right, where everyone has equal access. So there's no reason why everyone shouldn't have the full access to the full benefit. And I guess the reason why it happened, or it happens sort of now, is basically because it's just harder to explain basically like what is it even that's going on, right? Those are like things like DeFi composability that I mentioned earlier, right? It's a concept that can be really hard to kind of grasp for people that aren't like blockchain experts, right? That you can have systems, billions of systems, and all this kind of stuff, right? So the goal with USDS was to basically build on top of momentum and build on top of the power of the DAI stablecoin, but then package it in a way that was created to be much more appealing and familiar to more regular people and businesses, with a kind of the fundamental way you experience the upside of the access to the full benefit of DeFi being the savings rate, right? So that's the core feature of USDS, is that USDS has the Sky savings rate. Right now it's paying like 6.5% return, right? Which is a very high return. And it's possible to get such a high return, not because of some kind of unsustainable financial engineering, but rather because with a decentralized ecosystem like Sky, and with all the experience and all the integrations that exist from the last 10 years, basically, growing Maker, Sky just has the ability to tap into all of the best opportunities that exist in the broader decentralized finance space, while keeping it risk adjusted, so that it's not like, it doesn't push the risk, it simply just like taps into, essentially what is, in some sense could be described as arbitrage opportunities, right? So like, where is the good opportunities, and how do you kind of get a very diversified portfolio that takes exposure to all of this, and then deliver it back to the end user in USDS as the USDS savings rate.
So I have to say that as a somewhat outsider, if I was coming into blockchain, I would feel a lot better holding USDS, which sounds like USD rather than DAI, because that is much harder to relate to. And talking about branding, whether DAI and USDS, maybe you want to tell us about the branding of Maker to Sky, and how far along that is, and what the vision for that is.
Yeah, so what's funny about the branding of Maker is that it was like very organic, it was something that just like sort of randomly came together in the very early days of Ethereum, right? And as I said, originally the ecosystem and the community was very rooted in this like hardcore early days crypto ideology, basically. So there was this very much idea of like sort of like pulling out the rock on the financial system and sort of forcing everyone to kind of convert and become true believers in crypto in the kind of very extremist sense that early crypto people were, right? And that's why you had a brand like DAI basically kind of deliberately saying this is totally different from the dollar, it's totally different from fiat. It's like its own, it's sort of a rebellious thing in a sense. And that does actually really appeal to, again, like certain types of really like OG, deep crypto insiders, which is why it's so popular and continues to be. But yeah, like the whole point is with USDS in particular, it's like you have some, like the reach of something like that is just completely different compared to something that is branded more like as a rebellion against the existing system. Right? USDS is designed to work with the existing system. Sky is basically an ecosystem that aims to reform traditional finance, right, and help institutions tap into the benefits of DeFi, right? And Maker was already a front runner on this for years, and Sky sort of just continues to build on that. And I guess basically just like wrap it, like it's basically the same thing, but it needs to be wrapped in like a different vibe that doesn't feel like you're an outsider if you're not a total crypto OG and true believer, right? It should be done, it should be like, here's all this benefit, here's all these incredible things that have been developed over the last 10 years. And everyone should get to access them. There should be no like restrictions, there should be no barriers, and there shouldn't be this like, this vibe that means you have to think a certain way, or you have to kind of truly buy into and stuff, right? Blockchain and decentralized finance nowadays should simply be about what are the benefits it can bring to real people, because that's what really matters.
So in other words, we've grown up, we're no longer rebels because we're part of the system. And just final question, 2 minutes. How can the enterprise world benefit from the Ethereum ecosystem?
I think the really obvious answer is to basically, of course, adopt stablecoins for payments, which is what you see this all over the place, is what's happening everywhere. But then I think, and because this is our entire pitch, right? I think that being the first mover to go in like a little bit deeper into what's possible in decentralized finance, because it's kind of like there's this barrier where once you are in real DeFi, it's quite easy to basically get like the full value proposition, like to sort of access the full value of potential of what's available, right? So if you use like a centralized stablecoin, then very often you'll just get absolutely no savings rate at all. Like the issuer will basically just take the entire return on the underlying assets for themselves. Then if you just go one step further and you hold USDS instead of, for instance, USDC or USDT, then now you'll be getting 6.5% savings rate. And that pretty much represents, like, that's the limit of what's possible to get in crypto right now without taking on like actual risk, right? That you have to get a lot deeper into and really understand. But I mean, and of course, there's multiple systems offering these kind of advantages today, where basically you have this track record and I mean, like institutions in a sense, like the equivalent of institutions in blockchain and decentralized finance that manage the risk and ensure that it actually is safe. But I think USDS is of course the most compelling. I mean, that's the one that really pushes as far as you can get while it still remains a safe stablecoin.
All right, thank you, Rune. It was a pleasure to have you.
Thanks so much, everyone.
So I feel like there's sort of two really important takeaways from that talk. The first is that no matter how far down the Bitcoin maxi path you are, there is hope. And then secondly, I thought that when I was writing my book, which is called Ethereum for Business, I did a whole chapter on DAOs, and I have to say probably one of the most dynamic, highly engaged and I think well-run DAOs was the Maker DAO. Like really the volume of participation in the forums really set a benchmark in terms of participation and activity. Our next speaker is somebody I am super excited about. I'm going to tee up his presentation in 1 second. He's the founder of what I think of as a really genuine Web3 success story, a true native blockchain company that's not about finance, that's not about kind of tokenization, that is really about engagement and community. And so I'm actually really delighted to have him here to talk about the journey that he has created and the really unique business that he has built. Patricia, thank you for coming. I consider myself exceptionally lucky to count him, and not just as a speaker, but as a friend. Thank you.
Thank you for hosting. Let's get the slides. I rarely do a slide. This time I put to a couple in that liking a lot.
You're seeing here the limits of lean operation and staffing.
I think I got it. My talk is preserving the culture using digital contributors on the Ethereum blockchain. Poap has been live for 5 years, and nailing what we do has been one of our greatest challenges. I came up with a pretty formal goal for the talk, with the experience of being a native consumer product powered by Ethereum, but given the enterprise audience, I think I'm gonna focus more on how we found a pretty, a little but pretty fruitful wedge on the enterprise market for such a highly sophisticated and novel product. So the goal mostly is showing that all these extremely hardcore, deep technology we've been working on has an angle that makes sense for creating value without requiring consumers to really understand what's going on. There's this thing that this technology should be under the hood, and I am from Buenos Aires in Argentina, and supposedly blockchains will power all our finance one day because our institutions are broken and such. And the truth is that it rarely happens. When products abstract blockchains too much, what ends up happening is that the value proposition of them is diluted and they typically don't stick. So the goal, I was saying, I have plenty of nice both success and fail stories of plugging Poap into the enterprise, and we are going to review some of them. For context, because context, like my personal story, makes way easier to understand everything Poap, specifically how Poap made the many trade-offs we've done for getting to where we got. But before I explain all those things, a little presentation. I am 37. I've been in the blockchain industry for 9 years full time. Because of my personality, these 9 years, the only thing I've done was learning blockchain stuff, and that's a very wide spectrum of what that means. But you can imagine pretty much the only thing I've done when I was away was blockchain related. So it's been quite a ride. In 2015, I managed to finally jump ship from my prior career to the blockchain. It was a life-changing decision that I'm very glad that I took. And in 2018, after a couple of things happened to catalyze starting Poap. I was feeling that I found quite a ceiling on how deep I could go in learning the tech. Like after 3 years learning how blockchains work, consensus. I'm not a computer scientist. I'm actually a high school dropout. For me, I kind of had a pretty strong headwind for learning such a weird and complex coordination engine that Ethereum is. But 3 years in, I felt, yeah, this is like, I am getting on diminishing returns territories by going to more conferences and going deeper and deeper. And my combination of talents has to find something better. So in 2018, not only we couldn't say Ethereum has won, as the opening keynote here, but we were more, the chances of Ethereum winning never been lower. 2018 was a pretty depressive year because at the very beginning of it, the ICO bubble burst. For those that weren't around at that time, that was nearly 10 years ago now, 2017 was a year of extreme obscenity. Many of us got extremely excited about what at the time we call tokenized equity. So there were thousands of startups, supposedly, tokenizing their equity and doing these fields called ICOs. And that has created such a wave of degeneracy that really strayed us away from things that make sense. In 2017, we had no DAOs. The only things we had were tokens, wallets, and Ethereum products were extremely primitive. MakerDAO was around, but it was extremely experimental. It wasn't anything near than what it is today. And in 2017, it hasn't even launched. I don't think DAI was around. Maybe it launched like in very late 2017. So in 2018, when Ethereum really gets this rude awakening of what it was useful for, the community sentiment was extremely negative. The Bitcoin media conglomerate run mostly by the Bitcoin maxis. The Bitcoin maxis were funding most of the blockchain publications. Was pretty much pronouncing Ethereum dead. Like the most charitable comment you could get from the media was, yeah, it was a neat experiment, programmable blockchains could be fun, but it's really not gonna work, and it's all about Bitcoin. And they weren't totally wrong about things going really bad. Similarly, prices were hitting really multi-year lows. The Ethereum leadership, the Ethereum Foundation, and some adjacent organizations were also showing cracks on their strategies. We were pretty much hitting the bed, sorry for the language. So I get with a couple of friends that were similarly looking to reshape their career because we were all extremely excited, as we always were by the concept because we were tech people. And we asked ourselves, what can we build that shows that this technology not only makes sense, but it can solve problems that no other technology can solve that are going to be disruptive at global scale. So as we start thinking what can we build, we set up a couple of constraints, and we really made it hard for us. The main constraint was it has to be an application or some sort of utility that can only be achieved with blockchains. If something else is a viable solution for this problem, it probably be better without using blockchains. So that constraint already narrowed down a lot the kind of things we could build. The second one was it has to be fully legally compliant. It cannot be regulatory arbitrage. It can't be on a gray line or in an unknown and uncharted territory. And that pretty much eliminated everything financial. And the third one, ideally, it is non-financial. So we start thinking what we can do, and again in 2018, we didn't have the pretty healthy context we have about what blockchains are useful for. So we start from first principles, like what do we know blockchains do well? And well, blockchains do immutability pretty well. Like when something is on a blockchain, you can be very sure that it's going to be there for a long time. What else you can do well? Well, you can do tokenization of things pretty well. Shares, transfer, issuance, tracking, derivative things. What else can you do? Permissionless innovation was a concept that was at the time, composability. So we start thinking about all those things, and as we go on the idea maze, and we go back and forth a lot, and we gone west, and we were far and came back, and it wasn't an easy journey, but we land on the topic that A19 was already very well known by most crypto people and pretty much every digital native person, which is deplatforming. Deplatforming in Web2 is a very well understood issue. You will own nothing and you will be happy. These days, you use your iCloud or your Google services, whatever, and the terms of service say that you are really more of a victim than a user, and they will do whatever they want with their data, and whenever it's no longer a viable business for them to serve you, you will stop being a customer whether you like that or not. And that happens a lot, and there are plenty of horror stories of how people have lost their media online or were hacked, and there are some more recent. They weren't as horrific as the ones we hear today, like if you send a picture of your children to your doctor and some AI system detects genitalia or something that they flag as not accepted, your whole online existence can disappear overnight and there's nothing anyone can do about it. They weren't as far as that, but you could see a glimpse of that future. And one of the products that had been an exponent in deplatforming was Foursquare. Foursquare was a Web2 application that you use for going to bars or different social settings. You checked in and you got a little collectible, like a digital collectible of sorts, a pretty lame digital collectible, but still. And it was a very popular application. And when Foursquare couldn't come up with a business model that returned BC scale, greedy and extremely ambitious BC scale returns, they switched to data tracking and some more traditional Silicon Valley-based company business model. And the whole business of keeping your memories and your track of events you've been was somewhat spun off and then abandoned, and I don't even know whether it exists today. So we come up with this friends and we propose, why don't we do a system on which you go to an event, you check in, and you create a little token. NFTs weren't a thing as they are today. I think they existed, the standard existed the year 2021 for a year, but they were super early. We started coding that, we launched Poap. Poap is the system. Well, I fast forward this. Oh, I had a housekeeping item that I forgot. There is a Poap for attendees of this keynote. It's a Poap that we have worked very hard for making it neat. Those of you that are calling, not this one, so no worries. But if you don't have the Poap app, you may want to have the Poap app. It's not mandatory, but it is a nicer experience. It's available on the App Store and the Play Store. So well, that's housekeeping item. And also, that's okay, 15 minutes is plenty of time. And also, I would love to have one good question asked, but no pressure. So we launched this system for tokenizing your memories. We started early on Ethereum. We were like 100 people. It goes pretty well. It was a hobby of mine, a hobby of my friends, and some the usual suspect Ethereum enthusiasts. So I said I started in 2018 with the idea. We launched in 2019. 2019 was mostly going to some Ethereum conferences. 2020, when we are a year old, we go back to December where we launched, and we discovered that we are able to grow because we have captured the whole ecosystem, and we had like 4,000 users, and there were more people that could learn what was good about tokenizing your digital collectibles, having immutable records of the places you've been, and the composability benefits, because really blockchains are pretty obscure, and the learning curve for appreciating that is somewhat strong. The pandemic kicks in. That was somewhat unexpected, but it is amazing how well it has fit in our story. And when the pandemic hits in, NFTs become all the rage, either for good or bad reasons, lots of very bad reasons, and we see a highly speculative hype cycle. But having people look at home, gambling with these altcoins with pictures and doing all that degeneracy that we know is been done, has gotten us a huge deal of attention from the enterprise. And the way that has worked, it was pretty new to me, and it was really hard to manage it. But once I understood a little more about enterprise procurement and enterprise incentives, when I say enterprise, I speak mostly about the kind of business, like public companies or very large businesses with plenty of check and balances and bureaucracy and process. I had no idea of that. As a high school dropout and kind of an outlaw, I was somewhat antagonistic to that kind of business. Shame on me, but it is how I was. So it was really hard to handle. Once we start getting inbound from all these type of companies, and this is a small selection. We put some logos, and these are the ones that we work frequently or we done very nice things. But you can imagine from the top 500, we may have worked with 50% of them. Why would they come to us? We have many coming for the right reasons, meaning they understood that we have found a way of using blockchains that define opportunities that they couldn't access and make them for their business. And then we had many coming for the wrong reasons, meaning someone has told them, you have to check this out, there's plenty of money for this to be made, and even for personal gain. We have employees of, and I think this is somewhat even of questionable ethics, but it happens a lot, and I'm not afraid of calling out enterprise practices. We have plenty of middle-ranking enterprise decision makings coming to us wanting to do NFTs so they could insider trade them. So this is what I call the wrong reasons for them to want to do collectibles. Now the fun thing, let's see if I made this slide or not. Yeah, so the fun thing, sorry. After passing that period of discovering who's the right enterprise partner to work with us, who's here for the right reasons, we started weeding out the kind of partnerships, and some of them have weed out themselves, and we got just a handful, and these days we have like 10 or 20 companies that we work in most of them. And then have a couple of patterns that we have very interesting to discover. Our most recurrent type of customer is financial institutions. And this was absolutely weird for us. If on the early days of Poap, you would ask me, who's going to be your main vertical, your main niche? I would say like entertainment, sports, media, whatever that do marketing, engagement, of sorts. You know what, we have nearly no clients in those verticals. Our clients these days are companies like Bayer, the Pharma Lab, Swift, the Interbanking Consortium, Goldman Sachs, and others that you saw the link. And when I tell you why, it's kind of a no-brainer, but discovering this wasn't so easy. All these enterprises, many of them supported by consultancy companies, have been wanting to do things with blockchain for 10 years. They have blockchain labs, they have done all sorts of experiments, and ultimately they have concluded that there's nothing we can use blockchains for in practice. So when they found an application that was built on the principles of building something useful, that makes sense using, that really solves a problem, that's fully compliant, that's not illegal, that it's not financial, they were like, yeah, we need to use it. So many of our enterprise clients, unfortunately, demand NDAs, but there are some that don't, and those, I want to make a little description of what we do and the challenges we are finding for why we don't do more of that. For example, the greatest one we've done this year was with Swift. Swift runs this Celo conference, which is kind of a staple on the banking industry. And they supposedly no, they have a strong innovation focus. And of course, they share this concept of, or this same situation that, yeah, we know blockchains are something we have to pay lots of attention to, but we don't really know what to do with them. So they've done a full-fledged, this is like the third year we've done it, for all attendees of Cybos, that are yearly conferences, to do all kinds of new different engaging experiences. Like they go and if they attend certain talk, they get a Poap, and if they attend 10 other talks, they get another Poap. And something we're very proud of is the quality of engagement we get is as high, if not higher, than Web3 conferences. So people do get the appeal of a blockchain app, not really being an expert in what blockchain apps are for. So that makes us very optimistic for the future. Now, why don't we do much more of this? And it's pretty much these three issues. Understanding true ownership of digital collectibles seems to be extremely hard. I don't think it should be because deplatforming is really obvious, but the more people continue to get deplatforming or rug pulled by enterprises, the more obvious it's going to be that you got a Poap and it's yours forever. So that's maybe the greatest issue. Then taking maturity is something that pains me a lot, which is most of the wallets are really clunky and the user experience leaves a lot to be desired. And then, well, this is like soul. The regulatory landscape is expected to change a lot, and hopefully it's going to be less hostile, and that should ease some of the concerns that our enterprise clients have. Before the questions, this is instructions for getting the Poap. There are two ways. If you have the Poap app, you can just do mint on the lower right corner and enter the enterprise secret word. Or if you don't, you can just scan the QR code, which is what I will do. And hopefully this is going to work. It seems like it is. There's already like 16. And this presentation is being recorded. And this Poap is only for people that are here right now. But for people that are watching the recording, we have this one. This is almost the same Poap, but it is sold for like 0.001 Ether, which is like $3. And all the proceeds from the sale go to its staker, which is a non-profit that promotes solar staking and maximizes the decentralization of the Ethereum network. So this one you don't need to scan it if you're watching the recording. And now if we have time for any question and someone has, oh, I have more housekeeping. During the whole week of DevCon, we are running a fun marketing campaign. There's a new way of minting Poap, and this is a Poap that you can mint. Many of you have it because you got it. But someone picked randomly with a proliferation system will win one Ether because they have that Poap. So you can check this out. I think this is pretty much it. Do we have any questions?
Any questions? I'll bring the microphone to you. Yes, sir.
Awesome work, awesome stuff. I actually minted my Poap for DEF CON, and then I went to MetaMask and was like, well, obviously it must show up. No, it doesn't. Why? Because it's minted on Cardano. I went like, WTF, right? So there are huge challenges in adoption of, especially when you think of, you do the typical grandma test. Right? It's just like, if it's more than 3 clicks, you lost everybody, right? So I've been in crypto for over 10 years, and I went WTF, right? If I go WTF, then, I would say most people in this room will go WTF. So I'm just picking on you because you're there, and not because,
I know it, this is excellent feedback. What's the question?
So the question is, what do you, where do you think the ecosystem actually can work together to make the user experience across chains especially seamless? Because if I need to figure out where my shit is.
Yeah, no worries. This is one of the things that I spend the most time in Poap. So I'm not only very uncomfortable, I said I wanted one question. I didn't expect one as good as this one. So we are good. This is the item that I identify as taking maturity. Poap submitted on a sidechain, which is called Gnosis chain. It was the only sidechain that was available in 2020 when we decided to go different chains. It's funny, the fragmentation problem that the whole industry is having now, where there's 1,000 layer 2s and you have your assets spread in different places, we were having for 4 years. So this is something that I'm intimately familiar. Our assumption is that eventually the industry will get its shit together, and wallets are going to have better asset discovery, and it's going to be easier to have one single front end that aggregates the places and you have many collectibles. Now, just to set a data point of how fast this is going to happen, not only it's not going to be fast, it can take way longer than what all of us expect. Because taking maturity is something that humanity seems to have a really hard time dealing with, and even tech that has matured enough in the past 20 years is still not adopted. And I bring one single example that really explains it all. If I pull up my Argentinian credit card in an ATM in Bangkok, it just doesn't work because the inter-ATM network that Bangkok uses is not fully compatible with my main Argentinian bank, and I'm pretty much fucked. Similarly, when you use MetaMask, which is a wallet that's not known for being the most innovative or in the leading edge of anything, you don't have all the integrations that you would want to have. Eventually, as the market grows, it's going to be a viable business to solve this problem, and hopefully we will start using wallets that really integrate your experience in a way that not only you don't need to be an expert, you can do whatever you want to do in less than 5 clicks, let's say. 3, I think it's over-ambitious. And I imagine we must be out of time, or do we want to try to put another question?
If somebody has one more question for Patricio?
And if not, I am around, and I'm always happy to talk about Poap and the problems and challenges the industry has.
Fantastic. Patricio, thank you. I'm actually really, I minted my first Poap in 2021, and it was for the EY Global Blockchain Summit, and I currently have 80 Poaps, which is not maybe that many, but it's pretty decent. We're getting there. Thank you, Patricio. Poaps are everywhere, so you'll see them all over the place. Our next panel is going to be about L2 business use cases. So L2s are everywhere. There are a huge number of them. I talked about this before, right? The ecosystem is massively, massively important. The next thing that we need to do is to make the L2 ecosystem, a friendly place for many, many different business use cases. So we're going to get going in 30 seconds. We're going to set up the stage. We have 4 speakers. I'm going to be the moderator. Eli, do you want to help set up the stage? And I'm going to put up the slide and call our speakers to the front. Thank you, sir. This is all part of our lean operations model. So we have 4 excellent speakers that I'd like to call up. First of all, Igor from Gateway.fm. Igor, are you around? Woohoo! Thank you. We've got Marco Cora from the ZKsync Foundation. We have Rene Reinsberg from Celo, and we have Mark Warren from Polygon. And I'm going to bring up the microphones. And my iPad, where I've got lots of questions. I'm going to get myself a chair in a second. I'm going to get another couple microphones, and why don't we start by just going from right to left and introducing yourselves while I grab one more chair and kind of join you. Over there is perfect, thank you. Sir. Okay, Mike, sir. On the bottom.
Hi, my name is Igor, and I'm a co-founder and the CTO of Gateway.fm. I myself was in the blockchain industry since 2017. Was working, before founding Gateway, was working at the Ethereum Foundation, working on the Aragon nodes, one of the founding engineers of Aragon, and was working on some of the protocol research in Ethereum as well. And since 2021, we're building Gateway, which is started at just the RPC provider, and now we're doing way more than that. And we're doing the platform as a service for L2s. We're collaborating very closely with some enterprises and with Polygon, for instance, and with other L2 stack providers. Yeah, that's a little bit about us. Thanks.
Hello everyone. My name is Marco. I'm the executive director of the ZKsync Foundation. I've been in crypto full-time for the past 4 years, always in the ZKsync ecosystem with various roles. But I've been in crypto personally from very, very long, since Bitcoin time. For those who don't know, ZKsync is a layer 2 scaling solution that is now also building an infrastructure to allow ZK chains to interoperate with each other.
I'm Rene Reinsberg, one of the co-founders of Celo. I started my career in big companies, in Morgan Stanley, and then some tech companies, did some startups as well, but fell down the crypto rabbit hole in 2017, 2018, I started Celo. Celo has been a layer 1 blockchain, but is now in the process of becoming a layer 2. So exciting time for us. And along the way, it's been a lot of work with big enterprises, all the way on the infrastructure side with folks like Deutsche Telekom, Google, to actual applications like Opera. I'm sure we'll talk about that. It's exciting to see a room full of people here in Bangkok interested in the topic.
Hi everyone, I'm Mark Warren. I'm the CEO of Polygon Labs. For those of you who don't know Polygon, we work on scaling Web3, the goal of bringing all of Web3 together because it's way too fragmented right now. Before being CEO, I was the Chief Legal Officer at Polygon Labs. Before that, I was the Chief Legal Officer at DYDX, and before that, starting in 2017, was representing a bunch of crypto companies as a lawyer.
So this is going to be an amazing panel. I could ask you all a million questions, but I want to start with Rene and talk about Celo for a second. Celo has become really well known for their sort of more public service areas. You've made a lot of progress with, I think, Opera and MiniPay in the emerging market. Talk to us a little bit about how Celo thinks about pitching it as a layer 2 solution that's specific to a particular market or appropriate for a set of business use cases.
No, that's great. By the way, I love the shirt. Thank you. Yeah, so one of our big premises, goes back to when we started Celo, when Ethereum was still proof of work and slow and expensive and all these drawbacks, but one could already sort of peek and sort of imagine what the future could look like. We went down sort of a path of forking Ethereum and actually implementing all the features we thought would be really useful for the use cases we were most passionate about. And those were primarily around the ability to make payments, microtransactions, power use cases like on the credit side, microcredit, UBI, cash transfers, right? And a lot of these are use cases that are run by big traditional organizations in many cases, and those are running into a lot of sort of tactical issues in markets where the financial infrastructure is not well built out, and even in very developed markets. It wasn't that we went out and said, okay, we want to build something that we can then partner with big enterprises on, but a lot of the early kind of interest was inbound, often from innovation teams, people saying, oh, we read this thing, you're doing this interesting pilot in this market, we would love to learn more. And we've always been pretty open to even bring people along on research trips. This goes back, I remember this was early COVID. Ramin Foundation in the Philippines, partnered with us to do some cash transfers where people could, from their phone, basically order some food or medicine, have it delivered to their house, and then all that just happening using stablecoins and non-custodial wallets. But it's interesting because even though that was an interesting pilot from that perspective, it was almost more interesting from sort of the inside the company perspective. Oh, we need a custodian. Like, how do we get the crypto? How do we move the crypto? How do we actually get it to the wallets, right? And so I think that kind of gave us an appreciation early on that there's a lot of infrastructure that often we don't talk about that's needed to actually have big enterprises use this stuff, not just in a pilot setting, but for their own, from their own sort of treasury or in their own business. And I think with Opera, this has been the case where they, as an organization, have really embraced crypto and Web3 to the point where their finance team, is very comfortable using, custody tools and stable coins, and it's actually bringing a lot of utility for them beyond the product that they've launched, which is called MiniPay, and has been on a pretty meteoric rise across Africa, but also sort of internally using stablecoins for facilitating cross-border payments and stuff that's, I think, less talked about, from their side externally when they talk about Web3.
So you guys are really, you sort of carved out a specialty at this intersection of public sector or emerging markets. Mark, talk to me a little bit, talk to all of us a little bit about sort of where Polygon is going, how you think about specific market opportunities. I know Polygon had like a media group and other things. So tell us a little bit about how Polygon thinks about these market segments and use cases.
Yeah, that's a good question. So if you go back to 2022 through 2023, what you would see is basically Polygon's name next to every major enterprise that was launching something in Web3. And so, that was across like all types of verticals, right? Whether that was Starbucks in like one area, or Lufthansa in that airline area, or more recently you'll see Fox News launching its own L2 actually specifically, but across the board Nike with its own NFTs. There was like a common theme at that time, which is the only thing we really want to do is touch like NFTs and really do nothing beyond that. And really that kind of came from like a fear of like using a permissionless system that they didn't really have control over, and that was something they were not like fully comfortable with, but they knew that there was something to kind of like Web3. And this is across like every use case. As things have kind of like evolved, what we've basically seen is that there's certain use cases that are kind of developing faster in reliance on like L2 specifically, given that it gives the ability to have a permissionless system, but control over that permissionless system with a centralized sequencer. And so, things of that example I touched on, for example, like Fox, right? Fox launched on Polygon CDK, and effectively what it's doing is using its blockchain to build kind of verifiability into media. right? The idea being that you want to be able to authenticate what is real because most stuff is no longer real. And so being able to know what is real is probably good. And if you can get, all of kind of media agreeing to use a standard of some sort to do that, then that's going to be kind of beneficial. And basically what we see then is like beyond that, like I think RWAs is probably an area like where financial institutions are. I'd say there's probably like more activity there and more interest in L2s generally, given the control they can have. Like an example of this would be like Libre, also using Polygon CDK, launched by kind of a spin-off of Brevin Howard, and they're basically like, hey, we can tokenize funds in a more controlled manner than we've been able to in the past. And so basically what I'd say is like, the movement that we've seen is like away from just very simple like NFTs that are generally non-transferable and hey, we'll explore whether we want to transfer them down the road to every kind of area with I think like RWA is really like leading the way, saying hey, we can actually like control these chains and therefore we can venture into this in a way that we haven't in the past, and that's mostly what we're seeing now.
Fantastic. I want to continue with you, Marco. Talk to all of us a little bit about where you see growth coming from. What are the business use cases that you would expect to see 6, 12, 18 months down the road? What do you think is going to drive like volume and value for to help support the L2 business model?
So I think many of the things that Mark mentioned, it's super interesting. We are doing similar things with similar people. I think one more maybe to add that you guys are also very, very active on is identity. Personally, I think identity is a very interesting use case. So an example here, we've been partnering up with this entity in Latin America and Argentina that is the company behind Pork ID. Pork ID is the government of Buenos Aires identity project. So the city of Buenos Aires has decided that a sovereign digital identity is now legal, and we have been working with them to build this. They will then migrate into their own chain at some point, and they're expanding across Latin America, but also discussing partnership in other parts of the world like Korea, Singapore, where digital identity is also a topic. Other interesting things, verifiability, click.app, the PIN, nodal, there's a lot of things that I think are going to drive a lot of activity. We are seeing this application being then activated now, so they were an idea, they were kind of a toy, they were a fun thing that people were using, but now you start to see newspaper, the Wall Street Journal starting to using them. There's a bunch of different newspapers in the world that are testing the application, and this is going to be very, very interesting. Financial institution, as Mark mentioned, I think it's going to be huge for in general the industry. On ZKsync, there's a lot of projects. Most of them are under NDA, but one that has been announced recently now that is being discussed now in Singapore is the project from Deutsche Bank and a company called Moment, which is a local Singapore company, under the Project Guardian to facilitate identification, KYC, facilitate suitability of fund investment, fund management itself, and potentially down the line, other things. So these are all things that I think are very, very interesting, and they will drive a lot of activity. Another big class that we are seeing developing on ZKsync is that around, let's call it consumer, entertainment, social, and gaming. So there's a big cluster of applications that are working very well with each other. Some things that I like to highlight is Lens, for example, that is deploying a fully on-chain social network on their own chain on ZKsync. There's a bunch of gaming companies that are, some of them with their own layer 2 some of them with their own layer 1 migrating to layer 2, some of them without, that are creating their own layer 2, some of them launching directly on Era, and so gaming is going to be a very big one. And then consumer, I think consumer will be a huge driver of both adoption and activity, and we are seeing a lot of chains with very teams. In our case, I would say people like the Pagi team, which I think in the world of phygital, NFT, and really the ability to take something that was purely digital and purely crypto and migrating it into Web2 has been one of the teams that has done the best job. They're launching Abstract, which is a chain based on ZKsync, and it's connected in the Elastic chain. There's Softnode, there's many others that are doing also a great job in this regard.
Okay, so we're hearing about some of the different use cases. I want to throw this now over to Igor. Igor, my question for you is this. Is every company going to have their own layer 2? Because you can like point and click and switch on an L2 with a gateway. You are the drug dealer, you're the arms dealer in this industry here, and I would like to know about chain proliferation.
I wanted to first add a little bit more use cases because we see some other spectrum of this. So I can continue with the gaming because again, big AAA gaming companies are basically enterprises, and projects like Composable, for instance, are doing a lot for that. Then another thing is payment providers. It's again, we talked about banks and real world assets, which is basically investments and stuff like this, but also payments like again, Gnosis Pay was launched recently. There is a Virus Pay that's coming. That's also like on Gateway and Polygon CDK. Yeah, so there's like a lot of use cases. Then of course there is a supply chain management that you don't see that often. Like people don't like launch with like at this event. Oh, we're handling new like supply chain management system internally and ERP integrations and things like that. So these internals are surprisingly a lot of them are using blockchain already, but a lot of them are considering moving to L2 for basically better scalability and better flexibility, security, and for some other purposes as well. So in terms of that, will everybody have an L2? It's like, it reminds me a little bit like, will everybody have a website, right, at some point in time? Because like before that, people were very limited, like when the blockchain came, there were basically, again, I think EEA also had this, you either could make your own like the network, which wasn't easy, like maybe with Hyperledger or some other projects, or you use like something like Ethereum, for instance, which was like slow and super expensive. So you cannot really use all the nice things about the blockchain without really sacrificing like performance and just scale. We see that somebody tries to launch on a public chain and then they just couldn't. And now again, with the new technologies as it evolves, like both L2 stacks are evolving that they can support like huge scale at decent cost, so you don't need to break the bank. And also like we are working on both this and also on the just the ability to launch it easier, because again, just the expertise you need to have to provision a blockchain, and especially an L2 solution, you need to have quite a lot of experience. And one of the things that we are doing is we are simplifying it massively. So that means if it's easy and economically viable to make like a chain, then like why wouldn't you have like one more idea that you have all bought the ticket to this event, and this is one of more like really good use case for a blockchain solution, because just transferring and getting some NFT tickets, but they didn't do it before, just mostly because of the scale and the price. So yeah, we're trying to solve that.
Just adding one thing to that, I often say that like in 10 years from now, people are going to be like, maybe back up, I don't think people realize how many massive businesses there are out there, and how many mid-sized businesses there are that do massive number of transactions. And like my view is that we're going to fast forward 10 years from now, and people are going to start businesses, and the first thing they're going to ask themselves is like, hey, is this going to be like a internet-based business or a Web3-based business? And that there's going to be like a fork in the road on that decision, mostly because there's going to be like such obvious value add on the Web3 side. And you're going to get like a meaningful number of businesses that'll continue because like there's no reason for them to use Web3, and that's fine. And then you'll get a bunch that are just going to be spinning up Web2, L2s all the time, and they'll seamlessly interoperate with one another. And it'll be super cheap and easy to do. And I think like you already see like cost coming down. Like Gateway obviously knows it better than anyone. Like cost coming down, ease kind of increases, and so at that point, like you don't even need to think about it anymore. You're just like, hey, I want to spin up this L2.
So, I'm going to take off my moderator hat and I'm going to put on my Ernst & Young hat, my EY hat, and just talk a little bit about the fact that some of the solutions that we are building and what we're hearing from clients in this space. So we got into the L2 discussions actually initially with Polygon, for example, and now we're working with multiple L2s because we needed to substantially drive down the cost of transactions, right? So we've got clients that want to do, we have one client, for example, they want to do in order to do supply chain traceability, they want to do up to 2 million transactions per product line per day. Gas fees on the mainnet make that impossible, right? And even on an L2, you need extremely low gas fees. One of the things that got me thinking a lot about this topic is I don't see big differentiation between the L2s. And I sort of have this idea in the future that there will be different kinds of L2s. So there might be, for example, if you were doing inventory management, right, you were tracking your widgets through the supply chain, I would be interested in an extremely high volume, extremely low cost L2. And I mean like at least another order of magnitude lower than the current cost today. However, I'm not so concerned about security. It doesn't mean I want no security, but if you steal my inventory traceability tokens, you have not stolen my inventory. You've corrupted my data, but you have not actually stolen money from me. And so I could tolerate a lower level of security for a dramatically lower price. On the other hand, when I do payments or when I do like securities, I want a very high level of security and I'm willing to pay potentially a higher transaction fee. And so I would love that for the panel to dive into this question of like, when are we going to get to some genuine differentiation between the L2s in terms of their business model or their value proposition? I feel like right now it's, there's chocolate and vanilla, there's optimistic or there's ZK, but at the end of the day, we just have ice cream. We don't even have ice cream and gelato and frozen yogurt. We just have ice cream, and we have, actually what we really have is we have vanilla and fior di latte, right? There's like, you can barely tell the difference between the two, and I don't know that that is a sustainable kind of model for customers or the businesses. So I see Igor wants to answer that question right away.
I wanted to just, because we have like a gateway, a very specific view of that, because I totally agree with you, but there's a little bit of underlying technology. It again reminds me, okay, do we use MS SQL versus PostgreSQL versus like, I don't know, MongoDB versus whatever. But the real thing is comes from, for me at least, with like network effects, like body of knowledge and just something that builds on top of that. So for me, like, I totally see how they might differentiate for different use cases, but maybe not only for the reasons of that this technology exactly fits, but it's more about whose, I would call it like framework, but whose solution will be there available to make, let's say, like with Gateway, for instance, stepping back aside a little bit, we are thinking about this like templates or blueprints. So if you want payments, you have like almost done not only L2 but all the extra components to integrate with Visa or MasterCard or make your like Apple Pay payments and stuff like this. And or for like, I don't know, some supply chain management and stuff like this. So it comes as easy as not only to deploy a chain, but to deploy not only a chain, but a chain specific for that. And I think that's very important to people will not use Enterprise as the solution from zero. We don't see that, but they'll think, okay, I'll take this, fork it, or like deploy it, and then we'll use it. So it's much more than just about L2. At least that's from my side.
So actually, like, I mean, when we talk about L2s, I think implicitly we're also talking about L3s, right? So not every like thing has to be an L2. It can be an L3 on top of an L2 as well, right? So I think there's some additional design space here that we're sort of maybe abstracting a little bit. But ultimately, I think maybe your question was geared towards, okay, what's going to be the differentiation, right? And when I think about this through sort of the Celo lens, right, as an example, right, if you're building something where having an off-ramp for USDT for your user in Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, some of the markets where we're most active, right, then that's likely your best bet, right, and that can be an L3 on the future Celo L2, right, or building on Celo mainnet and taking advantage of that. But if you're looking to do something in Argentina where you want sort of some robust ID infrastructure, right, maybe then you're here with ZKsync. So I think there's ultimately a lot of this will get abstracted away, and users will, depending on the use case, depending on the application, right, through intent, through cross-chain infrastructure, will be able to take sort of the best of all worlds. Now, I think what that suggests, though, is that if you're just doing a copycat infrastructure, right, you're likely going to be left behind, right, because there's not going to be that much utility, and the additional block space you bring to the table, which maybe in 2020, 2021 were topics that were top of mind for all of us, right, are, that's not going to be sort of the bottleneck, but rather, like, I think for everyone building, right, even for the enterprises, what is sort of the piece of the puzzle that they're bringing to the table.
And maybe I think, to add that today, many of the layer 2 are, especially from the user perspective, I think perceived as more or less exactly the same thing. I think there's been a little proliferation of layer 2, even if it's hundreds, it's probably a small number. We probably will have thousands or tens of thousands very quickly. And for now, they're all kind of similar. Often they're not really layer 2s, and there are other things. I think there's a combination of factors that will allow us to get a little bit more of this differentiation. One, and I see them in the audience, it's people like L2Beat that do a great job at the taxonomy of the layer 2 and what could be the important feature that people should be taking care of and caring for. The other is, I think, will be very interesting, especially through enterprises, to start to see the customization of layer 2. I would say a very good reason to launch a layer 2 is because you need either a high degree of sovereignty for the security, or you need a high degree of customizability. You need to change it in significant components. And there is a lot of features that you can change. There's data availability, there's permissions, degree of permissionlessness, there's whether you want to share sequencer or prover or both. And so there's a lot of stuff that will depend on the type of applications. And at the moment, we didn't have a lot of application yet. I think that's the key thing. We had a lot of infrastructure, and infrastructure tends to be general purpose, and so they tend to be similar to each other. But I think once people start to take the code that we have developed and fork it and deploy it, we'll start to see much more differentiation, which will be very cool.
Yeah, this is one that I'm very passionate about because what you applied in your question is what I very strongly agree with. But I think I've kind of thought about the source of this, right? And I think part of it is just where we're at technically, right? So for now, one day everyone will use execution proofs. Everybody knows that everything will be ZK rollups. But right now we have optimistic rollups, and so there's some differentiation there, and people think, oh, that's enough of differentiation. Well, not really, right? From an interoperability perspective, we're starting to see more differentiation there, but things will eventually converge, and you won't really. So people are trying to sell those differences that exist there. You see people saying, hey, let's do L3s. I'm more opposed to L3s than anyone else on this planet, because I think that they're basically just making up for technical deficiencies in optimistic rollups that you don't need to worry about. But what I think is at the core of this issue is a go-to-market strategy that is completely missing, which is who cares about all technical differentiation, try to differentiate it. What you're missing is the fact that launch a general purpose chain today, and you've got way too much block space, therefore it's completely commoditized, and therefore it has no value. And so you need to be launching a chain that has a specific purpose built for that purpose. Now it could be technical changes to the chain. It could be mechanism design things for DeFi purposes. There's a lot of different ways that you can think about it, but to me, launching a general purpose chain today is absurd. It's anyone's going to be able to deploy whatever they want. Hopefully it's permissionless, right? In many cases, but if ultimately you get to a point where you're building something specific and other people build on it, that's okay. But build something that is specific to the use case that you have. Otherwise, you're just commoditizing the block space that you're launching.
Fantastic. Those are all great answers, and I think this issue of use cases and business models are deeply intertwined, right? I think right now a lot of L2s, Christoph from L2B said it very nicely, very bluntly, 90% of them are going to go away. Hopefully, none of the ones present here today. But I think that it's an intensely competitive market. I want to kind of come back to the business cases. Every single one of you are talking to enterprise clients, and certainly you're talking to big firms like EY. Complete the following sentence for me. We, a large company here, would love to set up or use your L2 or create an L2 if only you could do blank for us. What does that sound like?
Reduce cost, increase revenue. Either or both, ideally.
But a bit more specific, capability-wise.
Well, in general, I think we have been, very focused on crypto growth, thanks to an organic nature. The removal of intermediaries between individuals, but there's a huge amount of intermediaries between companies. And in general, I think the ability to remove some of these intermediaries from large companies is probably one of the large source of this is probably on the saving side. The other is in gaming, for example, there is a very big hook. You offer an extra ability for to your user, to your gamers. They can do more things if the game has on-chain capabilities than otherwise. For example, you can make your character permanent across multiple games, and of course you can monetize your activity on game, which is in itself very cool. But I think the biggest factor will really be the first is, and I can make one example to maybe make it more pragmatic. Like in the asset management industry today, you have 7 to 11 intermediaries between the two economically relevant units. You have the investors, people with money and no time, and people with time and no money, the portfolio managers. Everyone in between is a service provider that is there to provide a service that today is extremely necessary, but from the point of view of these two entities is a cost. And so there is a huge opportunity for asset manager to start to potentially implement things on chain, move some business logic on chain, and remove intermediaries, which in turn reduce costs, both direct and indirect, which in turn either makes it cheaper or increase the profit for. And we have seen this like very, very practically, right? So BlackRock, Templeton, there's so many asset managers that are starting to shift things on chain. I think this will be the key reason for people to come. Because of the proliferation of layer 2 and layer 1 and token launches and incentive, you also have a lot of bad reason to come on chain, which is just pure incentive, and then people come, why not? And they take a free option and they see whether it works. But I think there is a lot of use cases that instead are really fundamental, where the entity has a huge opportunity to gain a competitive advantage against their competitor.
And what we see, for instance, it's also like what customers want, especially enterprise, they want some kind of privacy because they don't want to share their internal ledgers or the internal processes with the whole of the world, right? So some kind of privacy. They want, of course, some granular access control to this chain. Again, we're talking about gas fees, but gas fees are usually applied to more like public chain, more like crypto world, because a lot of these blockchain use cases, like in supply chain management and the others, the chains are basically gasless, so you don't charge users to register a new supply of, I don't know, microschemes somewhere. So because of that, basically they need to protect this chain from bad actors, because since there is no economic punishment for you not to deploy something there, they need some kind of access control. Okay, who can transact, how can transact, who can deploy things there, who, like different kind of access controls. Another thing is about ownership of the data and kind of data sovereignty, is that if you are a big enterprise, maybe like, again, Virus is a good example, we want L2 to run purely on our premises. Like, we don't want to share it with Gateway, we don't want to share it with Polygon, we don't want to share it with anything. It should, like, the data should belong to us, for instance. And I think prices, of course, like, again, since a lot of these enterprise chains, they maybe don't have, like, kind of inherent crypto economical value inside. There is no crypto economy to cover for costs. So the costs are, yeah, of course, a big question. So if somebody has to run and pay, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of dollars per month to run this chain, it becomes like impossible and onboarding the customer. And one more thing that's kind of tangentially related is tech support. Basically, again, if you're an enterprise and you have like a vendor who provides you software, you can expect them to give you a good tech support on the side, because and not just because, again, a lot of in the crypto world, there's lots of things when, okay, you just fork this repo, you take this, deploy it for free, it's all open source. Maybe there are some docs, maybe not, maybe the docs are 3 years old, and it's fine. Like, with enterprises, usually they want, again, the email, the phone number, or something to call if something goes wrong. It's like the same thing with, okay, Linux is free, but let's say Red Hat Enterprise Linux is very not free. But what you're getting is basically the number to call and to solve issues if you need to. And a lot of enterprises are using something like this. So it's the same with the L2 stacks right now as well. So, yeah.
I will answer it a little differently. I mean, if I look around the room and, maybe for the folks here that are from big enterprises, maybe some of you are here because you're skeptical about this whole Web3 thing, and this is a good opportunity to actually maybe be convinced otherwise, right? Or maybe just to walk back and say, yeah, actually I was right. But more likely you're here because you're already convinced this is the future, right? And this is the right technology and all of the advantages that we're talking about. But then there's someone in your organization who will say this, right? Crypto is useless. So we launched this campaign. And often this is what we've been seeing these last few years, right? There's great champions for these technologies in most organizations, but there's also people that have very very set views that this technology is not good, right, and it's not useful, and it's just used by drug dealers, right, and not the ones that are dealing in technology. But no, and that's a real problem, right? And I think I do think going into 2025, there's a big opportunity for that to change, and I think all of us here on stage are doing our part in trying to change that narrative. But I think this is really where I would also hope that as folks are talking between enterprises, right, as more enterprises are adopting the tech, that will go away. And I think that's oftentimes more than any sort of technical feature or economic fact, right? That's what's standing in the way still today, which is crazy.
Yeah, I love that answer, Rune. Very true. I think people are hit on so many good points already that I won't go through too many. I think it depends on the use case, but if I had to pick one thing, it's like reliability. And it's funny, like back in 2021, 2022, we get all these enterprises that would ask us to provide SLAs on Polygon POS, which we have no control over whatsoever. And obviously we did not, because we could not. And it runs fine without any problem because you can trust it. But when you start getting to more centralized technology, the risk does become higher. And that's why, as Igor kind of touched on, the support idea, but generally the kind of reliability, I think is going to be very important, to see these tech stacks mature more, and to be able to provide kind of more guarantees to these enterprises is going to be important.
So we're coming up on the end of our panel here. I want to give everybody a chance to close out with sort of one specific kind of thought, which is if we look forward to 2025 and then say 2027. So think about 1 year ahead and 3 years ahead. In 2025, tell us all what is the business use case, the application that's going to make the most headway in terms of growth of users and volume, and tell us what the one that we should expect after that in 2027 looks like.
Okay, this will be, I'll take the easy way out here. Somebody touched on it earlier, gaming, 2025, super easy, tons of massive gaming enterprises. That's just too easy of an answer. 2027, Gensler's going to be gone. It'll have been a few years. We will finally have some regulatory clarity. RWAs are going to come to crypto much bigger, including to L2s.
Yeah, I'll double down on the RWA, but specifically to currencies. So I think 2025, I think on Celo now we have 12 different stable coins, different kind of mapping to different kind of local currencies. And there's some pretty healthy spot markets that are forming on chain, which is pretty new. It hasn't been something that we've seen in the past few years. And so that allows for some interesting cross-border use cases and sort of enterprise payments use cases. But it's still a long shot, to the stuff that I used to do at the beginning of my career at Morgan Stanley, which is interest rate and FX, risk management, people doing foreign exchange derivatives, right, to do all kinds of interesting sort of treasury management solutions. And I think that's something that I'd love to see on chain. I'd love to see someone, a business that is operating in a bunch of different countries, has a bunch of different currency flows, be able to hash that risk on chain and do so in 5 seconds versus having to call their bankers at Morgan Stanley and Goldman and get quotes and go back and forth and then do all the paperwork, right? That's hopefully that in 2027 is not something that people will have to still do. And not just that, but the folks that today can call Morgan Stanley and Goldman are the very big ones, right? And if you're a small company that is operating internationally, your local bank is likely not going to offer those solutions, right? So democratizing access to that is also something that I've been pretty passionate about.
So I like all of these use cases actually, but so to say something different, take a little bit of a risk. I would say 2025, we could be surprised by like social on-chain, for example. This could be very cool. There's a bunch of things that are launching on ZKsync it's Lens, but there's others that are doing. There's been some indication of some product market fit earlier on, things like Farcaster and Fentech and other things. One thing is very exciting for me is the fact that today, if you want to add social feature in your infrastructure, you have to put a button that sends you to Twitter, and then you're subject to their go-to-market strategy, and potentially your user will never come back. But something like Lens, where there are already like half a dozen front end, there is one backend. The backend can be integrated anywhere, permissionlessly, and you can continue to have your user living in your environment while still having a very powerful social graph. So Pops before, it's a very powerful thing that will have a lot of nice ramification later on. 2027, I would say, for me, the very interesting thing will be asset management moving on chain in a big way. Because it's a huge industry that moves very significant capital, that have a lot of power with regulators, as we saw, and can change rules and move things forward. And we are seeing already some movement there, and of course, there are big entities that will take time.
Yeah, I also agree with a lot of cases, but to be different a little bit, let's say looking at poly markets in 2025 than prediction markets on chain, and maybe a bit more, I would say, compliance. And on 2027, let's put something like carbon credits or something like this, because it's coming, the carbon regulations are coming. We like, and I mean, probably maybe 2027 is even too early for that because it's moving very slowly, but I think it's a very good use case as well.
That's fantastic. I'll make my own predictions. 2025, I think, will be the year of stablecoins and payments. And I think by 2027, I really hope to see two things. Number one, I think DeFi will be several orders of magnitude bigger than it is today. It really is good that we're at the beginning of kind of really incredible DeFi summer. And then secondly, I think, and by the way, DeFi will require a lot of complex smart contracts. Like, we're going to shift a lot from just moving tokens to like executing very sophisticated contracts. And then secondly, supply chain management. I know I've been predicting this and hoping for this for a long time, but it really is something I care deeply about. I also think in 2027, people will sit back at the size of the industry and they'll say, do you remember back in 2024 when we could have the equivalents of the CEOs of like MasterCard, Visa, Swift, and JP Morgan Chase sitting on stage together? Like that is kind of the miracle of what we get to do here and the quality of the panel we have. People will look back on they're like, were you back in crypto and blockchain in 2023, 24? Were you there kind of at the beginning of the massive takeoff? And we can all say yes. Thank you guys for joining this really incredible panel.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we now really come to an incredibly important part of the agenda, which is lunch. We have, so let me just give you a quick preview of where we're going for the afternoon. So right now we're going to lunch. Lunch is going to be on the second or the third floor, and there's kind of ushers from the hotel staff who will see you down there. It's going to be really nice.
So if you can wrap up your conversations, we're going to get started.
Specifically you right there.
Yeah, the only person having a conversation.
Yeah, that one. I'm looking right at them.
It's just going to be a panel that's strong on heckling from and to the audience. We're here to talk about DAOs today. Really excited to talk about the evolution of the corporate form. And I've got a handful of great panelists with me to talk about that. Let's start off with a round of intros, starting with you, Dennison, and then we'll go this way.
Hello, everybody. My name is Dennison Bertram. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Tally. We are a DAO tooling provider, although these days we're kind of like a protocol operating system where teams like ZKsync or Wormhole or Arbitrum actually run and operate their protocol on top of our software. That's sort of like what we see as an evolution of DAOs, and I've been in the space we've been running Tally for like 4.5 years, so been a lot of ups and downs, but still here.
Welcome, Dennison.
Thank you.
All right, let's continue down the line.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Juliet. I'm a fund partner of New Tribe Capital. The way we are getting involved in the DAO regulation directly is that we are one of the most active and the oldest VCs based in MENA region in Dubai. And everyone knows that the UAE nowadays it's the most advanced regulatory framework. So recently, in RAGDAO, which is also the world's first Web3 free zone, we basically advised to launch the world first DAO regulations, onshore DAO regulations, and we were the ones who created the business architecture for that.
Hey folks, I'm Josh. I'm a co-founder of this nonprofit called MetaGov. We do a lot of research in self-governance in online communities. By some measures, we probably do the most research of any organization in the world on DAOs. Among other things, we also run something called DAOstar, which is the main standards body for DAOs.
Well, welcome, Joshua. And then last but not least, we have Stani. What's up, Stani? I think you, Joshua, if you wouldn't mind handing Stani a mic, and Stani, we're just doing intros. So welcome, and just give a quick intro of you, yourself, and what DAOs you're involved in.
Hey, I'm Stani. I'm founder and CEO of Aave Labs, and we built the Aave protocol that is covered now by the Aave DAO. So Aave DAO is covering a protocol that is deployed over 13 different networks and governing over 25 billion worth of net deposits as of today. Yeah, and that's pretty much the biggest DAO that I'm contributing to.
Great, thanks, Stani. Well, welcome to all of the panelists. Welcome to all of y'all. And to round out the intros, I'm Kevin Iwaki. I'm one of the founders of Gitcoin, which is a funding infrastructure DAO, and we run the quarterly Gitcoin grants round in the Ethereum community. And I'm also the co-author of a book called How to DAO that Punkar and I wrote, and is coming out in January. So really excited about DAOs and what they're going to evolve into in the coming market cycles. The title of our panel is DAOs, the Future of Corporate Organization. How do we feel about that title? Maybe we could compare and contrast DAOs with corporate organization. Do we think they're the future of corporate organization? And maybe Josh, will start with you on this.
Come on, this isn't fair. Okay.
Okay. Well, I can see that you have a take from your facial expression. So do you think DAOs are the future of corporate organization?
Is this being recorded? It is, isn't it? Okay. Actually, to be fair, I think several months ago, I actually commissioned a report on exactly the subject. It was actually with EEA. And let's put it this way. The generous version of this is that it is still TBD. The report is still being written. We're still doing research on it. I think it is still pretty early, though, to talk about like getting DAOs in use within traditional enterprise architectures, like having Microsoft use it, right? Or having, I don't know, like Boeing use it. I'm sure Boeing could use actually some DAOs. On the other side, of this is that I think there's actually lots of interesting questions around how DAOs are a kind of corporate governance, right? Most DAOs that we see are in effect run a little bit like corporations. I think we can disagree or agree on why and how that is. And I feel like there's plenty of opportunity for us to be like really looking closely and trying to understand, like I look at this from a kind of econ perspective, right? What are the transaction costs within an organization? Like the standard economic theory of this is that like a corporation exists to minimize transaction costs between the sort of members of that firm. And that's why it's so good at producing really good stuff relatively cheaply. Can DAOs compete on those transaction costs? Right now, I would say like on most things, it's actually a bit more expensive than DAOs. But I think there's a pretty reasonable path for us to lower those costs. And eventually, if those costs are actually lower, then we have a reasonable path to adoption across the enterprise.
Okay, resounding yes, almost, from Josh. Stani, you want to go next?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting to see like what some of these DAOs have been able to achieve, especially thinking of also this recent context of like DeFi renaissance and thinking about how some of these DAOs have been able to build or govern a protocol that is earning 100 million worth of revenue, and we have starting to see this coming now. It's quite interesting that it's possible, because by itself, like just I think DAOs in general, like they're not exactly obviously corporations, and running a business is by itself is really hard. Being able to run having a functional DAO and being able to capture this type of a revenue and constantly innovate is also like a big achievement. I think that's really understated how difficult DAO coordination is and the tooling around that. So I do think that in the current form, it doesn't apply necessarily to all types of, let's say, corporate activities, essentially, but could be really powerful as an example where you want to distribute the decision making in a way that you might have different opinions. And something I think that really fits well is something like a joint venture model where you want to contribute to, and you have other partners, and you want to have a very transparent process of governance. And DAO governance is really transparent because everything is end-to-end, openly available to everyone. So I do think that it doesn't fit necessarily in the current form to everything we could have in corporate world, but at the same time, the whole DAO space is very infant. Like there's one or few specific models that are being used, and I think there's just so much to innovate there. And I actually want to see more models which are kind of like reminds more of these more traditional corporate structures and more traditional business decision making as well. Hello?
We'll have to share next time. Yeah.
Hello?
We lost all our mics.
Oh, there we go.
Did I say something bad?
All our mics went out.
Should we just yell?
Do you feel comfortable going next? Just speak up since we don't have mics.
Okay. Is it okay? Everyone can hear me? Yeah. Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
So recently in Resahemo, what we launched is called DAO regulatory regime. So basically, it's a kind of advanced DAO wrapper, legal wrapper, and the way it works, and it's actually quite close to the proper corporate structure of DAOs, because it was classified. There are two types of DAOs, which basically the same as existing in the market. But there is a startup DAO that we all know, and there is an alpha DAO. They're basically like, it could be the kind of umbrella.
Hello?
Can we hear? No.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello. Hello, voice.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Who is there?
Whoever's there, it's like we're hearing each other. This is God. It's me, Margaret. No, I'm just kidding. All right, I can hear that. All right. Hello? Hello?
One.
Would love to get back to the panel. Thanks.
All right. Maybe we can just hear each other, and then it's going to be a total interactive session.
I'm confused. Can you hear us?
No, I think it's another room. They put it in another room.
Yeah.
Yes, it's another room, bro.
How's it going there?
How we can? How did they hear you?
Yeah, I think so. They can hear us too. So I guess we're just talking over them the entire time.
Let's just shout over everybody. All right? That's one of my superpowers. So, thank you everyone for coming. This is, yeah, they're laughing, so it's like, do I look like I care?
Who are you, voice in the sky?
I hope it doesn't have a presentation.
Are you the great Google we've all been waiting for?
AI superpower.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So we need to put the mics aside, right? Yes. So they won't hear us, right?
We should turn them off.
Okay, let's do it.
Absurd.
So
All right. Yeah. So let's just hit the reset button. It's a fun little diversion, but we'd love to hear the rest of your
Yeah,
point.
so I'm giving the
Sorry about
practical
that.
example. So basically, like, who said that LCC is the ultimate structure of the company, right? Why the one company couldn't have like a different, like, let's say, leaders? And the way the DAO was regulated, basically, it's there are two types of DAO. One is a startup DAO, and it limits to up to 1 million treasury and 100 DAO members, or probably like a token holders. And there is an alpha DAO which could contain, of course, like more than 1 million of treasury, and it could like be the umbrella for the different sub DAOs classified by different like business activities and the categories. So the same in the corporate structure, we might have different departments, right? So the same we could see if there is an umbrella on that, we can have different departments. And what's also interesting about that is like there was we used the Swiss association initial structure. So it's basically the same as its association, but the whole data, you can see it on chain. And so they're like a founding members of DAO, and they're like a council members. And the way to regulate it is that you don't need to regulate every DAO participant. You just need to regulate the very core, like kind of management structure that could be the DAO council. And so out of the DAO council, you can select the one, like a council that is basically proven by the registry. He's like, and there is like a certain standard for the DAO council to be the representative for the traditional business activities. So overall, what I want to say is that's...
We are trying to create this middleware in the identity space. Then, answering your question, I think that we have
put the mic down.
There was a huge adoption, no? In fact,
put the microphone down.
This is breakout for now.
Or Google identity.
Yeah. And it was mutually agreed on destruction.
We're safe.
All right, third time's a charm. I'm so sorry. Sorry about that.
So it's basically you have the on-chain data, you have the kind of, you know, like a board members, and then you are registering them, you just prove that they're you know, kind of, they can wrap it up, so that's it. So that's the way we advised to implement it as a legal structure, as a legal wrapper in the UAE in general. Closer to the traditional corporate structure.
All right, Dennison, you're up. And once again, the question is, are DAOs the future of corporate organization?
Yes, they definitely are. I mean, if you look at like what are corporations for, right? Corporations are this like legal entity around creating a more efficient vehicle for humans to organize capital and skills together in a way that's kind of safe, right? They use the government to enforce agreements that they have between one another, and of course, like humans pooling capital and resources is a form of being more efficient. It's more efficient to build a boat with a bunch of friends and go sail around the world and exploit people than it is to do it on your own, right? As we look towards the future, of course, the point is that we're always trying to reduce the costs of how expensive it is to organize together, right? The initial joint stock corporation, right? An expensive object to put together, right? Corporations are still relatively expensive once you look at all the sort of like costs that go into compliance and regulatory stuff. LLCs are very cheap, right? When you look at it, it's a few $100s. But if you think of the DAOs that exist today, and you think of their reach, some of these organizations have billions of dollars. They have tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people participating in it. They maybe spend hundreds of millions of dollars. And you look at what their costs are, and you realize that the costs of running these organizations are a fraction of what it would cost to operate a traditional corporation that operated in every country in the world, that had billions of dollars, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of members. And of course, some of these cost savings are because DAOs just aren't paying for the stuff that they should be paying for. That's part of it. But mostly because this is a more efficient form of organization. It might not seem so because you look into a DAO and it seems like everyone's just like fighting and it's just like cats going off on one another. But actually what we're promising here is that we can incorporate the software in a way that's not just universally transparent anywhere in the world, that functions the same regardless of the legal jurisdiction, but it's also natively compatible with machines, right? Like agents can participate in these ecosystems as first-class citizens, just the same as we can participate individually or we can participate in our own corporate entity. So there is an aspect to this where DAOs are the natural evolution of the corporate structure, right? Obviously, there's a lot of work to be done. There are limitations to it, but the reason why that you see DAOs so frequently in the blockchain space is because actually there are new kinds of companies being built, right? The infrastructure of the future, right? These decentralized platforms, DeFi, L2s, these are all new kinds of infrastructure that are entirely different from what we have before, right? They don't require votes, but they require an entirely new kind of technology that can only be safely governed and stewarded by these decentralized organizations. So that's why you see it growing here, but it will eventually make its way back into the wider corporate system. And you see that already with innovations, small baby step innovations in the corporate structure, like the B Corporation, right? Maybe some of you who are Americans, you love to bake, use things like King Arthur's flour. King Arthur's flour is owned by the employees. It's a B corporation. They collectively decide how they're going to be making flour, and it's a very large, well-known corporation in the United States. So these are all innovations that move towards what we are building, and it's just particularly early, but it's absolutely the future of the corporate entity.
Great. Last and final question. What is one trend in DAOs that makes you excited? Dennis, we'll start with you and work our way back.
Staking. In full transparency, we are building standardized staking tools for decentralized organizations, so we'll get conflicted here, obviously. But it's really important that we close the loop on the most important part, right? Miles Jennings said tokens are not equity. And I agree with him there, maybe not much farther than that. But what they are is also some sort of new kind of equity-like instrument that doesn't fall under what we traditionally think of as equity, right? We need to be able to compensate the participants in these decentralized organizations for their efforts. And what I mean by this is in a traditional corporate entity, let's say you have a mine, right? It's got shareholders, they put in capital, you have this mine, blah, blah, blah. All the shareholders die in a plane crash, it's really tragic, everyone in the town is very unhappy, they cry, it's awful. But the mine is still there, they can continue to pull gold out of the ground, they can sell it on the market and pay their employees. In a DAO, like Aave, for example, if all of the shareholders, all the token holders die in a tragic accident, right, God it, right, the protocol ceases to operate. Right? And this is a key difference between traditional corporate entities and DAOs. The shareholders, the token holders, are the operators of these entities. Right? And because of that, we need to find a way to properly compensate them for their work. Because traditionally, these organizations have been experimental organizations. And they created experimental value, which was captured via price appreciation, speculation on price. But what that has done is that the people who create these organizations, founders, core teams, for them to actualize their share of value that they have helped contribute, they must exit the organization by selling their tokens on something like, an exchange, right? That does not mean that these organizations are going to survive long term, right? For Steve Jobs to be able to buy his mega yacht before he passed away, for him to buy his mega yacht, requiring him to exit the organization, doesn't make sense. Right? And you want to make sure that all the operators, when people get things like grants, when people get things like ownership in the protocol, they have an opportunity to get paid for the value that they contribute without forcing them out of the organization.
Thanks, Tennyson. Let's continue to go down the line. So the prompt is, what is one trend that you see for DAOs that you think is exciting?
So I don't feel that the DAOs could replace LCC as a form of corporate structure, but I believe that they can, because initially if you run the business, you focus on the revenue, but those could successfully replace associations and foundations, where of course the organization which is focused on the capital allocation and the capital is not being extracted from this organization itself. So that's why the legal wrapper itself is quite important. There is I could highlight two trends, and the second trend, I believe the DAO is the very core for the proper RWA regulation, because basically DAO itself is a collective ownership. So it's the very core for tokenization. There is number one, and the way we looked at DAO, because what is the way to classify and to do the proper due diligence of the assets that you are getting on chain. So of course you need to have the proper council members, and you need to, you have these these council members should be qualified to make this audit and the due diligence of the assets that you're bringing on chain. So that's why that is the other way, I believe the other trend in transforming DAO the corporate structure.
Thanks. Stani?
Yeah, I think delegation is really interesting because especially in Aave, where the DAO is big and has one purpose, and you want to delegate a lot of functionality to different stakeholders and providers, or let's say service providers that can do certain scope much better than a larger organization, for example. And I think that's something. Are you sure? Sorry. So,
just this room?
Does it work? No.
It's on.
Okay.
No, it's not.
Well, anyways, I don't want to get into the more
delegation.
Yeah. So for delegations, I think that's a really interesting topic, and that's something we've been seeing in the Aave DAO quite often. Obviously, risk parameters are something that the Aave DAO has to frequently update, and doing that on a larger DAO basis is really tricky. The second thing I want to mention that is an interesting trend also is on governance. And what I mean by this is that not everything needs to be governed with a full DAO spectrum, but certain things could actually be also immutable. And I think it's just a question of use case and where actually we need governance and where you want to create more resiliency. And also, because governance can be an overhead as well.
Go ahead, Josh. Let's try it.
I think this one works, but I'm afraid to. This actually works. All right, let's. Hopefully, I'm not inciting.
Audio gods, yeah. Okay, so in many ways, my organization, we focus on how do we build additional features that all DAOs can enjoy, right? We write standards for these things, we have to figure it out. And
a couple of things I'm super excited by. I'll just kind of name them. 1, M&A. 2, compliance. And 3, small business. So let me just go through them like really quickly in order. So we're about to actually release, we didn't get in time for this, for DevCon, which is too bad. But DAOstar and Retta, which is a kind of investment bank in Web3, we're collaborating on a report on DAO M&A, along with Gillian Grinnan, who's an amazing kind of professor of finance at Emory. And the goal there is kind of like to observe that there's actually like a substantial amount of M&A activity within Web3, and there's more and more M&A activity actually involving DAOs. So we've seen some early examples. There was like Ferrari, which kind of was not quite a catastrophe as people sometimes think it is, but it was definitely interesting, right? A lot of flair. There's Gnosis XDAI, and there's actually, but if you actually look at the data set, and we've like analyzed like 17,000 proposals, and found like a pretty decent number of acquisitions, or self-described acquisitions, right? And it's really interesting because this is important not only sort of in the consolidation phase that we've been experiencing over the past 2 years, but also as we're entering hopefully into a growth phase, we're thinking like, okay, we need to make some strategic acquisitions. Like we have large companies or DAOs like Aave, like Arbitrum, who are trying to think about their strategic roadmap. And one of the limitations so far has been, hey, how do DAOs even do M&A? Like, does that work? Is there some sort of token swap going on? We're trying to basically make that much clearer. Like, this is how you do DAO M&A, so it becomes a more accessible option, not only for large DAOs making the acquisition, but for small DAOs thinking about their own exits, right? And we ultimately believe that M&A can be a superpower of DAOs. That is, we can do it way faster and cheaper than with traditional firms. So that's one feature I'm super excited by. Second thing is actually compliance. We were talking about compliance a little bit earlier. One of the other standards we've literally been working on for 1.5 years freaking now. We've talked to like, it feels like every regulator under the sun, like New Hampshire, Wyoming. We just testified to the Japanese parliament around how exactly, DAOs, it's not exactly like, we're not trying to set laws. I'm definitely not a lawyer. It's more like, how do we interoperate the way that nation states and jurisdictions handle registration, which is like, you send things to a form, you go through a lawyer, and the way that we sort of publish data on-chain and sometimes off-chain. So it's like interoperating that data. Ultimately, the idea is that we are going to be able to make it much, much easier, and this is like a 5 years sort of roadmap, right? It's not something that's going to happen in the next 6 months. But eventually, the DAOs would actually be better at compliance than traditional corporations, because the data is all out there. We can do tax and accounting, like Arbitrum literally gave us a grant to start doing that, so that these things just become like automatic features of the technology. It's part of the public good sort of equity of a DAO, and you just don't have to worry about it, which would be amazing, I think, an amazing asset and feature for this tech stack. Last thing is small business. I know this is kind of enterprise, and we're all about, I guess, like at the build. I don't know when enterprise begins and sort of SMBs end. But I'll just say, I think there's actually, DAOs are not traditionally known as a place where, it's very friendly to SMBs. But one of the projects that I've been leading, and actually involving, some of the folks on the stage, is this idea that maybe we should have like a small business bank for DAOs, like a community bank that will support more small business development. I think this is so important for improving the, welcoming all sorts of entities into the space, not just startup DAOs, which are, shooting for the moon, but like mom and pop DAOs. Like, how can we solve some of their needs, bring some, diversity into this ecosystem in terms of like, economic diversity, so that we can, I think, what's the right way of saying this? I think that's ultimately going to be way healthier for the entire ecosystem. Let's just say that.
Thanks, Josh. So as we're winding down the panel, we have 5 minutes for questions from the audience. So any questions from the audience? Okay. You want to just shout it out? I'll repeat it. So what entity and jurisdiction would you recommend, in understanding that none of us are lawyers or offering legal advice on the panel? Any thoughts on that? Right.
So see, it depends. Like I know there are like a few offshore jurisdictions that can provide you the legal wrapper for DAO, but basically, like as I mentioned, the UAE is the very first onshore. So it depends. Like if you are running the startup DAO, it's for you. Of course, it's better to select one of the offshore jurisdiction because it's quite cheap to regulate your DAO. But if you want to have the advanced structure that I mentioned, right? For example, you have the multiple, let's say, projects a part of your ecosystem, of course, I believe UAE is the very first one, which provides you the certain framework and opportunity, like, just to be flexible within it. And of course, there is like, it's basically what you need is to provide the memorandum of understanding, and then there is also the constitution, which basically regulates the whole DAO activities, and then you can, suggest some amendments to the constitution of DAO from your DAO members. So that's, I believe, like that's the only one.
Thanks. Any other comments from other panelists? And if not, we can move on to another question.
Entityless.
Ooh. Doesn't that just make you an unincorporated?
Don't pay attention to Miles.
Okay. We got time for one more question. Go ahead.
How do you guys see, so one of the issues in general with a stereotypical issue with government is that it's inefficient. DAOs oftentimes resemble government entities with different types of decision-making power. How do you see DAOs being able to get more efficient in the future with their decision-making?
Yeah. How do we get DAOs more efficient?
So first of all, I think DAOs are terribly inefficient, or so it seems. I think that primarily there's a little bit of a bias here, right? Because DAOs are transparent and open. You see people arguing all the time, so it feels very, very, inefficient. Obviously, companies are much more efficient. However, most of them are a fucking mess, right? Most of them don't make it. Most of them fail. So it's very difficult to actually argue that the inefficiency is maybe not a feature versus a bug, right? Like as you think, most of these governments or most of these states, they're still here, right? Despite how horribly inefficient they are, right? So there's maybe a trade-off, and I think this is probably something unexplored, underexplored, and probably maybe like DAOstar would be like the right ones to sort of reach into this. Is there a relationship between the efficiency and success, right? Because you can argue in centralized entities, they're much more efficient, so they can like just run off a cliff a lot easier. Maybe DAOs make it more difficult to make the decision to run, but they protect the, from the downside. So I think that there's maybe an aspect of that where, of course, like better tooling, better knowledge, better regulatory frameworks, stuff like that would help a lot. But I would actually question if DAOs are actually as inefficient as folks might expect, because at the end of the day, we have these multi-billion-dollar organizations run by a very small group of people who aren't even necessarily experts in their field whatsoever, and yet they exist and they prosper. And then you look at very large corporations that are theoretically more efficient, and they fail left and right, right? So, is it a bad thing?
I would actually just really want +1 to this. I think DAOs have a bad rap because we can look at that forum, there's so much drama here. How could this possibly be efficient? But I think it's just the fact that we don't see into the drama inside a corporation. And you dig into these 50-year-old records of what the hell was happening with ExxonMobil 50 years ago. It's this was not efficient, by any stretch of the imagination. It's you constantly go back and forth between one management class to another. And it's just, yeah, we don't have the data necessary to be to have a super direct comparison, but I think we're actually really not that far off than you think in terms of efficiency.
I also think that delegation. The delegation really helps there because I do think that DAOs are bad negotiators. They overpay, and it's the process isn't really there's no structure there. But with delegation, you can actually you can hire a negotiator, like a service provider who goes to whatever the DAO is trying to procure. So I think that's a big part of it. So you don't always need that like a full level of governance, but you can make it more efficient by just, trying to compete service providers, trying to compete all the services that are acquired, for example. And it can be done in very transparent ways. So let's say if there's a public process and there's a competition going on, it's easy to join it with the transparency. So that can be really helpful.
So I believe the efficiency is linked directly with people actively participating in the governance itself. And the way to make it is to have some supervision on the other end and to have the proper goal of the DAO. Because when people incentivize initially and they understand why are they participating in this DAO, they want to be active by default.
All right, well, that's all the time we have. Can I get a hand for our panelists? All right, I just want to say an extra thank you for your grace through the audio issues that we worked through. That was new to me as a moderator. And that's it. We'll see you at the next panel, which starts in 15 minutes or so. So thanks everyone for coming.
Thank you.
See that there is one delegate that is getting a lot.
Here. I like it. I like it actually. Where did you get it? Yeah, it was like when you said it, yeah, because I'm a big fan of like pink, as you can see.
if everybody could please take their seats. Hi, if you're having a conversation that's not related to this breakout, if you could take it outside. Thank you. All right, so thank you very much. So we are now in the second round of breakouts, and this one here is one that I personally have been looking forward to, which is around business models for L2 networks. The reason I asked this incredibly distinguished panel to come here and join us is because L2 networks, there are now 60 of them. And there's quite a few, and I think one of the biggest challenges is going to be to figure out how do these L2 networks differentiate themselves from each other, how do they operate in a highly competitive business market, and over time, how will they end up serving lots of different companies with sustainable business models. So to kind of talk about these different business models and to help us move past like this points and pay-to-play kind of model, which has become very widespread, we've got a really incredible group of speakers. We're going to start with Nina Rong, from the head of partnerships from the Arbitrum Foundation. Welcome, Nina. Thank you for joining us. And then we have Sandy Pang, who is the co-founder of Scroll. Where is Sandy? She might be stuck in traffic. But we have Isha Varshney from the Celo Foundation. Thanks for joining us. We have Teddy Pornprinya from the Plume Network. He's the chief business officer there. I think you're also the co-founder, right?
That's right.
Excellent. And then we have Nanda Joshi, who is the founder and CEO of Settlement. So welcome, thank you all. And who is acting as the moderator for this panel? You are, excellent, sir. So I'm going to give you the microphone and let you go. Thank you. And I'm going to herd a few more people in here. Yeah. Oh, here, there's. There we go. I knew there were.
Hello.
So I just need to correct something. I'm not a founder of Settlement. It's our CEO, Matthew. He's a Dutch Canadian. He missed his flight, so I'm representing him. So I'm Nanda Joshi. I'm a principal solution architect based out of Tokyo, working for Settlement Japan office. Just a small correction before we start. Yeah. So welcome all of you. The topic for today's session is business model beyond points for L2 networks. It's a very interesting topic because Settlement is a blockchain platform company, and we've been dealing with the enterprise clients from Europe and all until to Japan. So there are many business model issues that we have seen working with the clients. So this could be a very interesting discussion for all of us. So basically, all of you know that layer 2 solutions have become like a crucial in addressing blockchain scalability challenges, especially for Ethereum ecosystem. And today morning, I checked the L2bit.com. So like with over $40 billion of value locked in Ethereum L2 systems. These networks are no longer just technical innovations. You have to think it more like, you have to think from the perspective of how you can create a sustainable business model about it. So all of you, most of you have a founding experience. So you know what is a business model. Business model is about creating, delivering, and capturing value, right? So in this case, today we will explore how L2 companies are moving beyond simple transaction fee models to create, deliver, and capture value in blockchain space. And we'll discuss also some current strategies and examine how those models might evolve as L2 networks, which are increasingly maturing and also getting decentralized over time. So since we started a bit late, let's start with a small round of introduction. So I would request all the panelists to introduce themselves and provide us some initial thoughts on your L2 business model.
Hey guys, my name is Teddy. I'm the co-founder and CBO of Plume Network. At Plume, we're building an EVM permissionless chain that's fully dedicated towards RWAs. And what that means is, we really focus on three things. One is tooling, two is distribution, and three is composability. Basically, enabling and unlocking new trading opportunities for real-world assets. So I'm happy to be here and talk about, RWAs and how our L2 kind of fits into the scene today. Thank you.
Amazing, thank you for that. Hi everyone, I'm Isha. I head ecosystem at Celo Foundation.
For those that are not aware, Celo is a L1 chain. We're currently in the process of transitioning to the L2. We just announced L2 dates today. We've picked OP Stack, and Celo, the chain, is focused on, it's very mission-oriented. Our mission is prosperity for all. It's focused for essentially real-world use cases, such as RWAs, but also just broader scope for everyday users, mostly retail focused in emerging markets. I'm excited to be here to talk to you a little bit about this.
Cool. Nina here from Arbitrum Foundation, head of partnerships. Arbitrum is the largest DeFi layer 2 as of today. We serve many enterprise clients like Robinhood, Franklin Templeton, BlackRock. I also have the most pleasure of working with amazing founders like Plume,
Thank you.
also part of our Orbit ecosystem projects. Yeah, happy to be here and meet with everyone.
Great. Welcome all of you again. So basically, I'm structuring this panel discussion into 4 different type of topics. One is like enterprise adoption. Second would be more we'll slightly touch also technical considerations. Third point will be about business model and value creation, and fourth will be about compliance and regulatory considerations. Okay, so let's start with the enterprise adoption, right? So, I mean, last week I was in Taiwan. So Taiwan is like a kind of catching up in enterprise space when it comes to blockchain. What we have seen that they don't need just like a solution, technical solution. They want a strategic, solution, like how it fits into their entire strategy. So with specific strategies, have you implemented any kind of specific strategies which in your network, which drives those kind of enterprise adoption?
Yeah, I guess I can go first.
Sure.
Yes, like I mentioned earlier, we're building a permissionless chain for real-world assets, but that doesn't mean that we don't take into consideration all the compliance needs that more institutional type folks might need to deploy any asset on chain. And it's interesting that you said that you're in Taiwan. We're actually working with one of the larger Taiwan wallets out there that's part of like a cellular network. And look, like they're bringing on a bunch of KYC users on chain, right? And so what we're building really at Plume is a chain that has all of the DeFi and RWA protocols built on like the retail side. But on the other end, we have an opt-in modular compliance architecture where, if you need KYC, if you need AML, if you need ZK proofs for like certain transactions, we can provide all of that. And we think that by having an ecosystem where there's an opt-in nature for the more permission aspects, but you still have the permissionless nature of like a normal chain, then you can really build a true ecosystem that has retail and institutions, and enterprises both living on a single network and benefiting from one another. So that's kind of our focus, and that's what we've been seeing. I'm happy to dive into some more examples later on, but we're working with a lot of more enterprise and institutional folks like the Paxos of the world and the Wisdom Trees. So it's a lot of exciting things that we've been seeing that the institutions and enterprises are more kind of attuned to because we have the permissionless aspect as like our main feature.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just add to that. Similarly at Celo, it's very permissionless. We have, I think, as networks, we focus on like infrastructure that kind of enables enterprise adoption. A really good example of this in my ecosystem is Opera, which is, I don't know if you're familiar, it's like a big wallet, NASDAQ listed, over $1 billion market cap, and we've kind of partnered with them to embed a stablecoin wallet in their browser product. And I think this was really easy for them to kind of accept because we helped with personal information is something that they were super worried about. We have something in the ecosystem as infrastructure called Social Connect, which kind of helps retract personal information by jumbling it and putting it on chain in a ZK format. So just having infrastructure on chain in the network that helps enterprise kind of adopt Web3, I think is a really clear focus for us.
Cool. Obviously, I completely agree with what Teddy said. We are here to provide the tech solution to ensure projects like Plume are able to succeed in the enterprise world. We give them the flexibility of adopting different aspects of the tech, having KYC side of things, having the permissionless side of things. They can use their own token if they want to. It's really a lot of flexibility in the Arbitrum Orbit tech stack. Another thing that could be of the interest of the enterprise is we recently launched a stylus, which allows developers to build with C, C++, and Rust. As you all know, that these are languages are way more adopted than Solidity. Obviously, love Solidity, but you have to admit that the world doesn't run on Solidity; it runs on C and C++. So this is also our initiative onboarding more enterprise-level developers into our ecosystem, providing with them the tools that they are most familiar with.
Yeah, our sounds great. I have a lot of good things to say later on, but yeah.
Yeah, sure. So, like, my next question was about like some of the. So my next question is about like some of the success stories. Yet maybe you can elaborate, like in a couple of sentences, and tell us like what were the challenges, and what and did you also demonstrate during those use cases? Because POC is nice to celebrate, nice PR, but many times nothing comes out after, right? So were there some your success stories where you can say that the L2 networks brought some value to the enterprises?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I can start. So just recently, we ran a test net for 2 months, for 8 weeks. We had around 280 million transactions, 18 million wallets. 4 of them were unique. And I think by kind of positioning RWAs from a network level, I think the on-chain audience was more able to understand what we were building. Because right now, the issue with RWAs, it's always been more TradFi folks building TradFi products on crypto rails. But the on-chain audience today is more crypto than TradFi. So what we wanted to do was basically position our types of assets. And we're tokenizing everything from collectibles to treasuries, alternative assets, everything you can think of, we're basically bringing on-chain. And basically, by having a network and chain that's surrounding these assets, we were able to create these different use cases like borrow lending your RWAs, trading your RWAs, earning off of very unique assets. And I think this community that we've built on chain now has been very impressive to some of the enterprise and insto folks that we're working with. We're almost at that inflection point now where they're knocking on our doors to basically help them with distribution. So one example I can share with you today is we're building a yield-bearing stablecoin on Plume that is basically, we're not building it from scratch, but under the hood, we'll have 4 or 5 different issuers that we're working with that are more enterprisey. So think of like PayPal, Paxos, or some insto folks like WisdomTree. What we're doing is helping them with distribution because right now, a lot of institutions are going from permission chains to public chains, and they don't really understand how to navigate through the different ecosystems, especially on the DeFi side. So since our team is more crypto native, but a lot of us also came from TradFi, we have the best balance of both worlds. And I think, it's something that is really starting to stand out now. Like I know like a lot of like the institutions like JP Morgan Onyx and Paxos, like they built more permission chains for payment rails. Paxos had their BUSD that was wound down, but the point is like now they're looking to create new products on permissionless ecosystems, and we're basically their distribution channel for all those products.
Perfect. Would you like to add something?
Yeah, it's similar to what Teddy said around distribution channel. I think a lot of like institutions, some of which whom he mentioned, some of whom are still in beta testing and are not public yet, are looking for distribution channels on chain. This, like I mentioned, the MiniPay product, we've onboarded close to 3.54 million net new users to crypto in the last 1 year through this, and it's an excellent distribution channel only in Africa. We've just launched a standalone wallet for this. And so in terms of distribution, and because it's a stablecoin only wallet, a lot of these institutional and enterprise clients are really excited about like using this distribution channel to kind of target retail in markets that they're typically not able to. So when I say markets, I mean think of like in Nigeria being able to have like a PayPal USD stablecoin being used, or maybe a BlackRock stablecoin. But yeah, so working with enterprises in that ways, and then also Opera itself is a massive enterprise in and of itself. And then it's been really interesting working with them. I was expecting them to be really slow moving. That's traditionally been my experience with enterprise. And this team is like just killer. Like they out execute any team, most of the teams that I've seen in Web3 from like just building product perspective. So like it's an interesting mix where I sit, because it's like an enterprise that's building a crypto product which has incredible distribution, which then attracts other enterprise. And because like this distribution channel is built by a traditional player, we're seeing like it's actually a lot more trust that's inherent to this distribution channel as opposed to like something that's more crypto native. Having said that, I don't think crypto native solutions aren't great. It's just, this is an interesting example.
Yeah, for us, I think the challenges are very much similar to what the other panelists mentioned. I think there are two things that enterprise really have difficulty with. The first one is really painting a narrative that crypto community understands. We see a lot of times like they make an announcement, they launch like whatever NFTs or stablecoins, and then they leave it there, but nobody is really using it because they couldn't tell a story of why people should be excited about this. And I think the reason is two parts. The first one is they simply don't understand the crypto community well enough. And second one is because of regulatory concerns, like we all spend a lot of time with lawyers, and lawyers like, you cannot do this, you cannot do that. You wanna say something cool on Twitter, but they're like, you cannot say this. So hopefully with the new presidency of United States, things will change from here on. But that's definitely a challenge. With us, one of the example that I think really worked well is our partnership with Robinhood. Robinhood has millions of retail users that they are ready to onboard onto DeFi. Arbitrum has a really vibrant DeFi ecosystem. So we really can show them the world of DeFi Lego. We have different strengths with our own uniqueness, and we really complement each other in the partnership.
Perfect. Very good. Very good. So now we'll touch a little bit about technical consideration, right? So I've seen that most of the blockchain use cases in enterprises, they constitute sometimes less than 20%. It's an affidavit from one of our customers. So I've seen, they said the complexity lies in how to bring their other existing systems. I wouldn't call it legacy systems because it's always up to date most of the time, but how to integrate those systems with the L2 networks. So do you provide some kind of tools or expertise or some kind of assistance to these enterprises which help them circumvent those kind of challenges?
Yeah, so I guess this goes back to kind of what I was saying earlier about how great Arbitrum's tech is. So shout out to Nina. So basically, when we started building our chain a year ago, we were looking at different infrastructure stacks, and what drew us to Arbitrum was the ability to be modular in nature and basically create these different, or be able to create these different chain level modifications that we needed for real world assets specifically. So whether it's like on-chain KYC, AML at the node level, having basically like cheaper gas costs, like we're scaling our gas our throughput pretty aggressively right now. So being able to make all these changes, I think, has been really helpful for us. And I think by being able to have this sort of architecture where, if for some reason someone is tokenizing a separate asset in a new jurisdiction, we can go out there and integrate with those KYC providers, those tokenization engines. We can help them spin up their SPVs. This was really enabled through the initial infrastructure stack that we chose with Arbitrum, and I think this is pretty important because right now what we're seeing is assets are being tokenized all over the world, and there's different legal concerns and regulatory concerns based on where these assets are originating from. So just being able to be flexible and nimble while on the tokenization scene has been super important for us.
Great, great. Do you have Isha, something to
Yeah,
add?
I think some things that are super critical to the infrastructure on Celo, has been available on Celo from day zero, is we kind of recognize that cost on gas costs on chain are really high in specific networks. And so from day zero, Celo has subs and gas fee to ensure that my first conversation with any enterprise solution provider is well, if our users use your network or if our users use Web3, actually each transaction cost is so high, it kind of adds additional cost for any of our users, which we're not able to kind of justify to the end user. And so Celo as a chain anyways has things such as 4-second settlement and subs and gas fees, which are super important in conversations when you talk to enterprise solution providers. For instance, we were talking to a credit card solution provider who said, well, Isha, I kind of need 2-second settlement, right? So even though we have 4-second settlement, he's I need 2-second settlement, otherwise MasterCard and Visa don't kind of accept it, right? And so with the L2 transition, we're going from 4 to 1-second settlement on the chain, and then secondary settlement on Ethereum. But yeah, some of these features are inherent to the chain from day zero to kind of take into account, well, if we want real world adoption, through whether that's through enterprise or not enterprise, we kind of need to make sure that the infrastructure is in a way able to make this transaction as seamless and efficient as you would do it on a non-Web3 platform.
Yeah. For Arbitrum, I think the answer is two parts. Because we'll have multiple products in the ecosystem. First one is obviously Arbitrum One, our flagship DeFi chain, majority DeFi chain, but also tap into gaming and social file, obviously. But we also have our Orbit tech stack. So launching Arbitrum One is relatively easy. It's has a lot of liquidity. It's EVM compatible. It shouldn't be any issue to launch on Arbitrum One. With Orbit chain, it's a bit different because, especially with enterprise, if they want the flexibility of customizing the chain into the way they want it, there's a lot to go into running a chain itself, right? You need node providers, you need oracles, you need all kinds of different infrastructures, and we are at Arbitrum Foundation, we ensure that we're able to connect them with the right partner for them to launch the chain. And for example, one of the example is EtherScan, LogScout, right? Those are typically necessity for any chains. We're able to have support for any chains launching on Arbitrum Orbit ecosystem to have the first-hand support with the best service providers in the industry.
Great. So now let's touch about the main topic, right? Business model here, right? So, I'm with Selmin, I'm personally involved with the Sony Bank stablecoin, right? So, but Sony Bank stablecoin Sony Bank is a part of a big ecosystem. So, like Sony Corporation, where they have multiple ways of creating revenue. So, in this case, but I've seen that many enterprises are still struggling to find the use of blockchain or L2 networks where they can justify their management. What is actually business model? I mean, behind it, what revenue they can generate. So those kind of issues are there. But at the same time, whatever you're offering, I'm just being provocative in this case. It's just you're creating a value, but how do you plan to? I mean, you're delivering it also well, what I understood. How do you plan to capture it? Not only when the customers makes money out of it, you will be able to capture it. So do you have any ideas or strategies that you are internally thinking of, for example?
Yeah. So for us, success is basically growth in our ecosystem. Right now, we have a little bit over 180 protocols. We're tokenizing a few $1 billion worth of assets. And we have a bunch of capital partnerships lined up for day one of our mainnet. But I would say, as a chain, the way we make money is basically taking sequencer fees, which is kind of I guess, equivalent of taking gas fees, like when you're on Ethereum and whatnot. But that being said, we have thought of other ways to basically monetize the chain and create more value for token holders. And one idea that we haven't really turned the switch on yet because we're still we're launching mainnet in around a month or so, so we're still pre-mainnet, but our main product is basically a no-code tokenization engine. So basically, if asset issuers understand the benefits of tokenization but don't know actually how to weave the different pieces together to actually tokenize an asset, we take care of that part for them. And there is a world where I can see us, maybe 6 to 9 months down the line, where once we're launched on mainnet, basically, for the assets that we tokenize and bring on chain, maybe there is a few bips that we would take off the top, not for the foundation itself really, but to pass back to the community. So if you stake Plume or stake any specific asset on Plume, we can drive real yield back to those holders, not just governance tokens of a crypto project, but USDC and USDT yield. So we've been thinking about this in a few different ways, but yeah, that's what I'd like to share today.
Good. Thank you. Nina, Isha?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna speak of this from a different perspective. I mean, we're layer 1 transitioning to the layer 2. How we make money is generally gas fee, but we want to make sure that the enterprise also makes money, right? And why would an enterprise deploy on a specific chain? There has to be economic incentive alignment, right? For that to happen, again, I go back to the Opera example. There's clear value in them. Well, they have a distribution network through their browser, but there's clear economic value being available to them if they get into this wallet or this specific business line, where they're able to not only become a store of value, but also then capture some of the B2B movement of value, cross-border, especially remittance use cases. And then I know we've not touched upon this, but getting enterprise to adopt Web3 is really hard, and it's very long-tailed, right? And like, it's easy sometimes, but in my experience, it takes sometimes years, right? The way we kind of look at this is like, well, to expose enterprise to kind of adopting Web3, we also like have some of these enterprise partners as validators on the network, folks like Google, folks like telecom networks like Deutsche Telekom, et cetera, are validators on the Celo ecosystem, just so that there is economic alignment for them in the short term, so that they can see like what this feels like, what Web3 feels like, and how easy it is to kind of be in the ecosystem, so that in the long terms, they kind of adopt some of this as part of their business models.
Perfect. Thank you. Nina?
For us, I want to, again, shout out to our recent product launch of Time Boost. Recently, Arbitrum DAO approved the upgrade to Time Boost to include in the Arbitrum tech stack. For those who haven't read about it, basically this is a upgrade that allows people to bid into the order of the transactions in the sequencer. So everybody knows that sequencer is the thing that orders the transaction inbounds. It does not have the ability to exclude any transactions, but it does have the ability to reorder the transaction. So Arbitrum is launching Time Boost that allowed people to bid over who has control over the next minute on transaction ordering. And the ones that wins can get up to 250 milliseconds of advantage compared to others. So that's also another revenue stream for the Arbitrum ecosystem, where we can actually make profit out of the MEV. You can capture that value. And it also helps to avoid the situation where people wants to be the first one, but then so what happens is they keep spamming the sequencer, and that's actually a value lost in the ecosystem in general. And Time Boost is also available for any Arbitrum Orbit chains that plans to adopt this technology. For example, Plume or any other Orbit chain, if they want to capture this, they can also include Time Boost in their ecosystem. So that's one of the ways. Another thing is that Arbitrum DAO did have a proposal, I believe it's 14 million USD to put into different real-world assets. This is really a sign of us supporting real-world assets launching in the ecosystem. We believe in their future. We want to give them the ability to continue building what they are building. And at the same time, Arbitrum DAO also make profit from the yield of this real-world asset. Not saying we're here to make profit, but we do receive profit from the vibrant ecosystem that decide to build on our tech stack.
Great, nice to hear that. I mean, sometimes I see the analogy with the telecom companies in early 20th century, for example, how they build their business, not just with the calling. I mean, they replaced Western Union at that time. They built also various value-added services on top of that, something that can be also be done. Yeah. So just for the sake of time, I'll try to move to the another topic, is the regulation and compliance and governance. Okay, it's very important in this case. In case of Sony Bank, it's using Privado ID, which is publicly announced that they're using for the KYC AML process. So every transaction between two users is validated using that. So we work closely at that time with the Polygon. So, but it's, I mean, I know that like one of the Ushida-san from Japanese Financial Securities Authority, he's a part of the your participant today. I haven't seen him yet, but he raised another issue, is about the privacy of transaction itself. Because when it goes from the public chain, everything is visible. Normally, when a user from one bank transferred to the user of another bank, only banks know about those transactions and the user, but not the entire chain. So do you have some kind of, like, you know, Privado ID was one exploratory thing that we did, but do you have any kind of solution, or are you thinking of any type of solution to take care of this privacy issue in those for all those transactions which are on chain, where enterprise own customers are involved, for example?
Yeah, I guess I'll go first. So the short answer is yes. We have been thinking about this a lot now that we're working with more enterprise and institutional type folks. And I think the way we see it is we'll probably be implementing, I mean, actually, we already are implementing different zero knowledge technology to basically mask the data behind these transactions. This basically came from our interactions with a bunch of these different folks. And we kind of like what you touched upon, when they're on permission chains, it's really like, I mean, even though, actions are shown on the blockchain, it's closed off. It's a black box in nature. But the reason why a lot of these institutions and enterprise folks want to come to public chains is because they want the liquidity from the rest of the crypto ecosystem. They want that distribution network. But that being said, they need to still have specific compliance measures in place. So we are creating privacy measures for that. We're also creating different on-chain KYC modules where, if you KYC once into Plume, you'll receive an SBT, a soulbound token, and then you'll know who else is KYC'd or KYB'd. And like I touched upon earlier, we also have other initiatives around AML. But yeah, I guess the idea is we are built using very modular technology, so we can always adapt as needed. But yeah, privacy has definitely been a big point of concern.
Yeah, very similar to what Teddy said. Teddy, I feel like I say this through every question. But yeah, very similar to what Teddy said. I think we're a public blockchain, permissionless, so that's table stake. But when it comes to privacy, we have infrastructure in place that's inherent to the chain. It's called Social Connect. Social Connect kind of helps extract personal information, kind of put it in a modular way with ZK proofs. We're also exploring with Social Connect adding ZK passports and other ZK technology to ensure that you are able to kind of authenticate proof of personhood, proof of sometimes even gender, proof of nationality, but in a way that does not expose your private data. Again, because a lot of the focus for my ecosystem specifically is emerging market. It is interesting because some of these solutions kind of help extract away the complexity that are inherent to their lives. Like a lot of folks in some of these markets don't even have a passport or a national ID where they can do a KYC, KYB for some of these more institutional products that are coming on chain or are already on chain. With this solution, we're hoping that they are able to do a KYC, KYB that is slightly lighter in nature, but also it allows them access to some of the RWAs that are coming on chain that they currently don't have access to, not because they don't want to KYC, KYB, but because they just don't have existing documentation around it.
Great. Nina?
I don't have much to add for this one. I think they covered it very well.
Great. Actually, I mean, we just talked about KYC and AML perspective, but there's also compliance issue, right? The document management, who does that, and role access control, role-based access control, or individual access control, the custody. So there are some challenges still, but it's very interesting to know that you're already working towards that. So it's very, it's a right progress, I would say. Now the last question is about decentralization versus centralization. These are enterprises, and they would like to have a certain amount of control. So some they do go with, for example, creating their own private network, connecting to their public chain by a chain protocol or something else, or some simple API services I have seen also. Some of the banks are doing it. So basically, in this case, how do you support the enterprises? Because do you support something like that you can have your own chain between certain consortia which actually relays those transactions across different in your ecosystem, for example? Is something that you have faced or have you thought of it, for example? Yeah. Maybe, Nina, you can start.
Sorry, the question is?
About what type of centralization mechanism do you provide to enterprises so that they still are under control of certain things, like they can create their own separate chain based on your own stack and connect to your other chain network, for example? Is something that you're thinking of?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So Arbitrum Orbit provides two solutions. One is layer 2, that's on top of Ethereum layer 1. Another one is Orbit layer 3, that's on top of Arbitrum 1. So a very straightforward one is, I imagine the Orbit ecosystem are a a group of orbit chains that's centering around the Arbitrum-1 network, which has the most liquidity. A lot of them, for example, a lot of projects choose to launch their own chain for transaction, bring the transaction on chain, but they still decide to launch their token on Arbitrum-1, where the majority of the liquidity is, where the DeFi Lego is happening. So that's one of the things that's definitely doable. Another thing is with Arbitrum Orbit tech stack is you can have your own governance. So for some of the layer 2 products in the market, that you have to follow their governance structure, whereas Arbitrum Orbit stack lets the project to set their own governance structure. They can decide within their ecosystem like how they want to take a project forward, what if they want to upgrade a certain tech stack, right? So we really give the flexibility to the Orbit chain owners and their entity instead of following everything Arbitrum has to do in our mind.
Great. Do you have anything to add, Isha, or?
I mean, we're layer 1 transitioning to a layer 2. We haven't really thought about layer 3s on top of us at the moment. I think once we become the layer 2, we can have this call.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like one thing I'd like to know is like, I think decentralization is very important, especially, for the industry in general, for all the obvious benefits. But there are times, especially in the RWA space, where centralization is, important to a certain, counterparties. Like, I remember I was speaking with some financial institutions, and although they understand the benefits of like deploying a permissionless chain, there are just like some, actions and some data and some processes that they would still like to own, which is, around like data privacy, around KYC in particular. So I think, kind of like what Nino was saying, like you definitely need to have the right tools for people to build whatever walled gardens they want, even if it's on a permissionless chain. But I guess being able to have that optionality and that modularity is very important. And at times when we're dealing with these folks that are still, Web 2.5, full decentralization can be kind of scary at times. So I think it's like finding the right balance between the two. And I think, the projects up here have definitely been doing a good job at that.
I don't want to add on to this. I think I'm seeing like, the regulatory landscape to slowly changing to accommodate the decentralized side of things. And also, I think we all agree that DAOs or decentralization management system still have areas of improvement. Like as crypto as a community, we're all still like, trying to brainstorming what's the best way to deal with the DAOs, decentralization, decision making. So I think it's more like we're at the two ends of the spectrum and we're trying to meet in the middle, and both parties are moving towards that middle ground.
Perfect. So now we just have like, I saw that already. Yeah. So we started a little bit late. So let me give you like a couple of minutes each to give your final thoughts. You started with initial thought, and let's see how your thought change or you have something new inside.
Yeah. So again, very happy to be here. Arbitrum is going to be here to support our enterprise client, to support our ecosystem. Very excited to be part of the panel.
Similarly, I'm glad we got to chat. I think Celo is interesting because we're evolving. I think maybe when we're here next year, I have completely different answers. But yeah, it was great to chat with you guys, and thank you for listening.
Thanks for having us. I think, I think next year, there's a lot of exciting things happening in the RWA space, and especially with the way that we're approaching it from a more DeFi crypto native perspective. Like I was actually at the Bridge conference in New York last week talking with a bunch of institutions. I think I was on a panel with like Ondo, Superstate, some Aptos folks, some of like the more institutional folks. And, our messaging was very different, I would say, to be honest. We really value like the DeFi ecosystem and basically having those different primitives to unlock new trading opportunities, to unlock new liquidity. And I think, as the RWA space moves forward, I think people will start realizing that, RWAs is no longer just holding like a tokenized T-bill or like a private credit, token in your wallet. It's being able to take that asset, put it on chain, borrow against it, being able to loop it, being able to trade it on different perp dexes. And I think now we're really getting there. So it's a pretty exciting time, and excited to be here today, and looking forward to what happens in the next few quarters.
Yeah.
I also want to say just like really quickly, I know we talked about enterprise, but it's been really interesting, especially in the last couple of months, to see what's happening in fintech and fintech adoption. So I know the typical thought process around enterprise adoption of crypto is massive enterprises that are maybe like top 10, NASDAQ, whatever. But I think in the next few months, we'll see like enterprise, but from like maybe a fintech or tech perspective, adopting a lot more, especially with the bridge. Yeah, all of those deals, it's paving the way.
Definitely. I mean, I've seen that like 2 years ago, the people were talking just about Ethereum. For last 2 years, I've been hearing about L2 chains more rather than Ethereum itself. So it's a progress in the right direction, I guess. Thank you very much for being here and giving your insight to the public here. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming. Yeah. Hey, Teddy. Nice to see you.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, man. I forgot
Got your
socks.
t-shirts.
Oh, my God.
It's all right.
I'll give it to you in New York.
It's good to see you. Thank you for coming. So I'm going to briefly just give everybody a quick rundown of the next, so what's the rest of the day looks like. We have about a 10-minute break now. The next set of panels starts at 4 o'clock, and it is also a ridiculously good set of panels. Next door, track 1, interoperability and cross-chain integration with Nikhil Suri from Wormhole, Weijia Zhang from WanChain, Arjun Shen from Li-Fi, Brian Pellegrino from Layer Zero Labs, and Giorgio Vladkos from XLR. So that's a pretty good one. We have another one right here in this room, track number 2, investing in privacy for enterprise users. That's going to be myself, representing Ernst & Young. We're the creator of Privacy L2. Zach Williamson, the CEO of Aztec Labs, another kind of privacy platform. Anthony Zolchak from LF0, Alex Fowler from Nexus.xyz, and our moderators Karen Scarborough from Microsoft, which is a user of privacy tech. Track number 3, which is next door, is going to be another great one, Decentralized Compute, Infrastructure, and Intelligence with Michael Casey. He is the chairman of the Decentralized AI Society, but if you recognize that name, it's because he used to be the executive editor of CoinDesk. Jeremy Hazan, business operations from Hyperbolic. Marta Belcher, president and chairwoman of Filecoin, and Bucks, who is the CEO of Autonomy Labs. And then lastly, we have a panel on staking, which will be across the hall and to the right. That is led by Nixo, who is the executive director at ETHStaker, Ben Tallman, who is the senior protocol specialist at Figment, Angela Angelovska-Wilson, who is the founder of DLX Law. She's going to be the moderator. David Walsh, head of sales at Alluvial Finance, is going to be there. And Freddie Zenger from Block Demon. Then we're going to have a break. They're going to reconvene the big room, and we will have our closing with first Michael Casey, second Vitalik. You may have heard of him. And then thirdly, Ushida-san from the Japanese Financial Standards Regulator. So a pretty packed end of the day. And again, all of those panels are starting in 9 minutes. All right? Thank you. Let's see if we can. There we go. we have to start on time because we have to finish on time so that they can rearrange the rooms to make room for the plenary with Vitalik and Michael Casey and others. So that is why we are going to do this. This panel is going to be awesome. Privacy is super important. We'll actually have just people introduce themselves, and then we'll get going. Who does not have a microphone? Okay, so we have, you guys have to share one, and we'll pass down. I think we'll be good. And Karen is going to be our moderator.
Oh, I don't know. You do such a great job moderating, Paul. No, but I'm really excited to moderate this panel. Certainly being from Microsoft as a user, enterprise privacy is hugely important, and we have such an all-star team here with us to go through it today. So I'd love to give the chance to introduce each of yourselves and your projects that you're working on in the space, both for the team here and everybody watching online. So we'll kick it off from the end there. Alex, would you like to go ahead?
All right. Hi, everyone. Alex Fowler, Chief Strategy Officer with Nexus. We're a company working on zero-knowledge proofs. Yeah, I've been working in privacy for kind of most of my career, wearing lots of different hats. I've been a consumer advocate. I've been an auditor. I've been an entrepreneur. So a lot of different aspects to share on this topic. So glad to be here.
Hey everyone, I'm Zach. I am the CEO of Aztec. We are a privacy first decentralized layer 2 operating on top of Ethereum. The goal is to recreate the smart contract ecosystem of a network like Ethereum, but where you have private state as a first class primitive so that you can build decentralized applications with strong user data protections and meaningfully be able to link real-world identities with cryptocurrency accounts. Yeah, I've been doing this for 7 years. Started out as a software engineer, became a cryptographer, became an entrepreneur. Yeah, likewise, more many hats.
Hi, everyone. I'm Anthony. I'm a co-founder of LF0. And the project itself has been around for 6-7 years, depending on when you actually officially announce the starting date. And right now we're fully focused on client-side ZK and essentially building you can say, an omni-chain privacy layer so that the end users can use all the existing apps with a simple solution and go private as fast as possible and as secure way as possible. That's pretty much the main focus of the project at this point in time.
Excellent. I'm Paul Brody. I wear two hats today. I'm the chairman of the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance, but I'm also the global head of blockchain at Ernst & Young. And at EY, we serve enterprise clients. And in particular, my mission at EY has been to build enterprise-focused privacy technology. And specifically, we've built two particular things over the last 6 or 7 years. One of them is called Nightfall. It is a zero-knowledge rollup that allows you to transfer tokens under privacy between enterprises. And then secondly, we have built a tool called Starlight. Starlight allows you to convert Solidity smart contracts into zero-knowledge circuits so that you can run those under privacy on the mainnet. And over time, we will kind of merge these two together so that you'll have something. I think we're aiming for a very similar goal that Zach is, which is we want to basically enable you to run any kind of composable business logic process and business process under privacy on the public Ethereum ecosystem, either as an L2 or really as an L3 on top of one of the L2s.
Great. I think what I heard was thematic up here was I've been in privacy for 6 or 7 years, for a long time. Privacy's evolved a lot, and I'd be interested to hear from each of you. How have you seen blockchain privacy in particular evolve from, let's say, 2017 to now?
Well, I'll jump in. So we started in 2017, and we showed a prototype in 2018, and we were so thrilled. We were at DevCon in Prague, and we showed a prototype, and we were able to execute private transactions for $100 in gas per transaction. And I think our conclusion was, really cool demo, not in any way scalable. And so, you know, we've been on a path to do kind of two things over the last 7 years. Number one, just hammer on the cost, right? This is not adoptable until you get several orders of magnitude lower cost. And then secondly, on top of that payment process, add business logic. Those are the two things we've been trying to do. And I think we're closer than we've ever been before to really kind of scalable, bulletproof, industrialized privacy.
Yeah, I'll jump in. Basically, I can definitely see how you guys got there, because our first iteration of what we call Shielder, which is basically a basic primitive to just be able to shield your tokens, it wasn't as fast as we hoped for. That was around like a year and a half ago. And just recently we managed to get this client-side proof generation on consumer devices to as low as 0.3 seconds. So that's kind of how fast you go private, just to simplify it in the most possible way. And then the cost is also definitely not around like $100. It's way lower these days. So this can definitely be adopted, but then there are different compliance topics that we'll surely dive into today. But I would say that tech is, in some use cases, is definitely there already, and looking forward to what the next year brings in this regard, because privacy hasn't seen as much attention as it should thus far.
Yeah, it's been a long road, 7 years. So I have quite some particular perspectives, because I started out in this space as an engineer, and then I self-taught myself cryptography, became a researcher. And then transitioned into running my startup, and still doing research engineering a little bit on the side. But technically, in 2017, you know, it was the state-of-the-art kind of thing was the Zcash protocol, which took 2 minutes to make a proof of something which nowadays is considered extremely basic, and you needed to run a trusted setup for every single circuit you were creating, and it was hugely impractical. And I guess, like, for something more general purpose than a bespoke transaction network. And there was a lot of I guess you could say naive enthusiasm on my end. I remember basically my story in Web3 is looking at a very hard problem, saying, how hard can this be, hold my beer, and then getting kicked in the face by reality. Realizing, yeah, it's really hard. But we made some progress. Like the stuff we can do nowadays, it's unimaginable. If you told me, 5, 6 years ago, yeah, you could just take any random old RISC-V program and just make a proof of it, no big deal, I'd be like, what are you smoking? And yeah, like client-side proving is completely practical. You know, we have a programming language, Noir, which can produce client-side proofs. We're launching the testnet of the ASIC network imminently, where Noir will be its programming language. And all optimized for client-side proving. I mean, there's always, we could always use a couple more orders of magnitude of performance, but we're at the place where it's ready for prime time, almost, like pretty much. And that's a remarkable place to be, given how completely, basically unworkable the technology was in 2017.
Yeah, I feel like we're 7 years into a 2-year project. That's certainly how I feel. Everything has taken way longer than I thought it would.
Yeah, I guess, so for me, 2017, I was at a company called Blockstream, where I was a co-founder, and we developed a side chain that used implementation of cryptography that we called confidential transactions, right? In the enterprise context, the idea was, business users in an enterprise system we're going to struggle using a public chain where either the asset types or the values were public, and all kinds of things from front running to competitive issues to compliance were all kind of key requirements that we were thinking about as we were kind of building out this sidechain infrastructure. And so we used, we kind of collaborated with some cryptographers from Stanford and used a bulletproof, was the name of the protocol, And so the implementation was called confidential transactions. Essentially, only the parties engaged in a transaction would be able to see the details in the ledger, but everyone else could see the inputs and outputs on the chain were right and correct. And so it allowed for multiple non-trusting competing entities to rely on a common infrastructure without sort of the concerns about privacy. So that was something that we spent a lot of time on. It's still an active system today. It's called Liquid. And I think it's an interesting model. The difference there, the difference between a roll-up and a sidechain, right, as a sidechain has, it's not relying on the layer one for security. And in the case of that particular implementation, used a trustless peg so that you could move Bitcoin into the sidechain and then get access to the capabilities that the sidechain provided, do what you need to do there, and you always had the ability to peg back out to your original assets. So, I think it's kind of it's a model that it's not really so in vogue within the Ethereum community, where there's a lot of focus on that layer one as the security. But I think it's an interesting model for enterprise applications that I think is still something that people could explore.
Great. And so we've talked a bit about how many years of development have gone into privacy solutions thus far. And we saw in 2020, 2021, the rollout of these rollups, so to speak, and how ZK rollups very quickly paced into the ecosystem. Those are focused on scaling. So maybe the experts up here can help us understand how come the evolution of ZK for rollups and scaling seems to be outpacing what's happening in privacy at the moment?
Yeah. So, well, I think like the facetious answer is it's easier. But in all seriousness, what is the fundamental problem when it comes to constructing zero-knowledge proofs or turning program statements into zero-knowledge proofs? The problem is the computational resources that this effort requires. There was this wonderful video lecture from 1998 that was recorded by Hal Finney talking about zero-knowledge proofs. And an entire lecture about basically proving knowledge of a SHA-1 pre-image. And this was 6 years ago, real trailblazing stuff. And it took him 120 minutes to prove it, which is very slow. So it's the reason why scaling is easy is because you can parallelize your proof infrastructure. You can just because cryptographic proving algorithms are embarrassing parallel, so you can just have more hardware if performance is an issue. And obviously you can run into some cost bottlenecks there, but that's a relatively easier problem to solve. Then if you want to work with privacy, then you have your proving statements about information that you want to keep secret, hidden, which means it needs to be generally proved on some kind of client-side device or hardware that the user owns. And if you're targeting consumers, that means potato hardware, it means phones, it means ancient laptops. And you can't parallelize your way out of that. The only way you solve that is basically with math, algorithmic improvements to your core beam system, which is a hell of a lot harder than engineering an architecture that can scale up to multiple devices. Sorry, hogging my cake. One other thing is basically a bit of an elephant in the room, but privacy can be scary for certain certain groups, certain individuals, right? The public perception of what privacy tech means is very different to what it actually is in reality, and that scares people, and that puts a lot of people off, which is great for Aztec. Helps with our comparative advantage.
I want to take a slightly different perspective. I think that the reason, my observation, the reason that the difference might be because it's easier, but also it has to do with what is the problem to be solved, and the problem and the level of urgency associated with it. And 4 or 5 years ago, Ethereum was congested, gas fees were high, and scalability. Everybody talked about scalability. And by the way, if you're a consumer and you're trading a fungible token, you have kind of pseudo anonymity if you transact through there's mixers, there's exchanges. It's much harder to see the kind of the flow of revenue. You're trying to track water in a river, right? It's not easy. Whereas for enterprise users, it's much more difficult, right? And there are many more barriers to them. They are allergic to public chains. So this idea, when we would go to clients and be like, listen, forget this private blockchain nonsense. You need to be doing privacy-enabled transactions on a public network. They're like, that's crazy. And we would never do that. We'll never go on a public chain. By the way, like, they've all changed their tune, right? Every single one of them has changed their tune. Right, and now we're getting towards a path where we're saying, okay, we have no choice but to be on public, right? And now that we have no choice to be on public, we need to start taking the option of privacy much more seriously, right? And the other thing that's happening is the minute you shift from fungible tokens, right, which you can kind of hide in the stream of transactions, to non-fungible tokens, the analogy I always give there is now you're talking about a bright red Lego brick in a stream of water. That's a very different thing. That's much easier to keep track of. And anybody wants to do serious transactions with non-fungible items. And basically everything in the world of enterprise is non-fungible. Your car, your phone, you think they're all the same. They're not. They have serial numbers. The minute you buy it, it's yours. It is unique. It is fungible, or at the very least semi-fungible. These things start to look and become very different. And privacy suddenly matters a great deal in that space. And honestly, we just weren't there until very recently. And then bizarrely, and one of the most frustrating things is, it is terrifying to think this, but it's true, the number of companies and individuals who spun up private blockchains and then were like, wait, there's no privacy in our private blockchain? Like, did you not understand any of this? I mean, it's the greatest marketing job ever, right? There's no privacy in a private blockchain, but lots of people shockingly did not understand that.
There's no privacy in a private blockchain and no ZK and a ZK rollup. Totally agree with you that. Honestly, it's really heartening to see the uptick in interest in enterprise because, I'm happy to admit I was wrong about something. My assumption with Aztec in developing it has basically been ignore enterprise because they're slow. And we are dealing with a very emergent breakthrough technology where using it is still relatively hard. The user experience, developer experience of a network like Aztec is, I'm very proud of where it is today. But certainly compared to anything outside of Web3, it's tough, right? And so going to an enterprise firm and saying, use this completely space-age technology that you don't really understand. And by the way, you're going to have to in-house, have a small team of developers on this weird arcane language called Noir, deploying to network on Aztec, and just ignore the references to Plonk. It felt like it would be basically an impossible sell. They would be like, I'll get back to you, 3 p.m. after the heat death of the universe. Enterprise is starting to see now, the existential requirement and need for privacy. And it's taken them longer than, the exchange, which is raging on Twitter that they have $500 million of deal flow of meme coins and their throughput blocked on their network. The incentives were there to solve scaling first, for sure.
What we're seeing initially, what we've seen was that, hey, okay, let's just go to enterprises. And that was our original value proposition, which is privacy on a public chain. That was what we were trying to essentially market even before, back when we just had a white paper of the consensus even, and just try to gouge the interest, because we never really understood why are people launching permissioned chains and basically glorified databases. And with all due respect that with the progress that it did on the BD front, it doesn't solve the problem itself. So it's an experiment more than an actual solution. And then a couple of years forward, we've been lucky to have those relationships with a few corporates in the telco sector and one in the banking sector where we are making steady progress, but it does take a long time. And it's just from purely utilitarian startup perspective, it takes a hell of an effort to just maintain and grow those relationships. While at the same time serving the broader, or trying to serve the broader crypto market with privacy-enhanced products. So all that being said, we are at the stage where sort of enabling users to go private on any public chain. Essentially, what we're doing is right now strictly focused on EVM and being able to serve all the chains that are supported by Hyperlane and one more bridging provider that we're gonna happily announce next week. That is gonna allow the end users to just try how it can feel and work. And with enterprises, it's still more custom development. So there's no one size fits all when it comes to privacy development. And it's also something that's problematic in the long run because we don't even have like proper non-custodial tools for enterprises to use on-chain. There are custodial solutions, but there's nothing non-custodial with privacy just yet.
Yeah, I guess, one thing I would just point out, right, when you think about privacy in the enterprise context, right, there is kind of this broader opportunity, right? So there are about 80,000 certified privacy professionals that work in industry today. And there are, I think 170 privacy laws globally that companies have to comply with. Obviously GDPR in Europe, in California we have a similar kind of rule like GDPR, and so in that context, one of the challenges that I think this industry has is that we have very advanced cryptographic techniques and capabilities, but we have to go into an enterprise and convince them that in order to get access to that technology, they have to shift their infrastructure to some decentralized architecture. So it's a complicated sale in the sense that your stakeholders in the enterprise, they have a particular mental model as it relates to dealing with privacy, and in order to get there, they have to change out completely how their IT stack works. That's a pretty much impossible task, right? So, I think it's important to think about how we can actually connect with those individuals who are responsible in the organization to bring new types of privacy capabilities into the organization and leverage those stakeholders to explain to them how this technology is valuable. And as far as I'm aware, that kind of connection between our community and the community that's responsible for enterprise privacy hasn't really happened. And I would say that's kind of if there is a recommendation that I would make here, is that there are organizations that we can partner with who actually have a mandate to advance privacy enhancing technologies, and we should be partnering with them.
I can add something to that, if that's okay. Sorry, just one second.
Go for it.
Yeah, it's a tricky uphill problem. As you said, the mental model is completely different in these organizations. And how do you engage with that? I guess I have an alternative view on how you do that, which is maybe not alternative. No, I'm just being contrarian for the sake of it because it's fun. How do you incentivize somebody to take what they would consider to be risks or take chances or leap into the unknown? Fear of losing out, fear of being overtaken, fear of losing your competitive advantage, fear of losing your edge. If it requires 18 dozen email long chains and cancel meetings and like a month of basically navel gazing to get to the place where you're in a room with one of these people to even begin to convince them of what you're saying, why not just not bother and instead foster that uses technology to foster open and direct competition with these entities, as in smaller institutions and organizations that are willing to take those kinds of risks, that can leverage the comparative advantage that decentralization can provide to compete against these institutions. Even if they don't succeed, their mere existence will help spur along adoption. But I know it's kind of an asshole take, but I'm sorry.
As an enterprise point of view, working on the other side, a quantum professor once told me the perfect recipe for funding is fostering fear, ignorance, and greed. It seems to be very effective, but I don't know that that's the sustainable route. We'll see. Anthony, did you have something to add?
No, I would just call it aggressive sales, I guess,
No, it's all very interesting because there's a lot of challenges out there. I want to, before we get into some regulatory discussion, just give one more question on the tech side because we've talked a little bit, I think someone mentioned a moment up here for tech, and Satya from Microsoft has even said that we're looking for blockchain to have its, quote, chat GPT moment, that real unlocking of use cases and large scale problem solving of the tech. And I'm curious from this team of what engineering challenge or business challenge, if we could solve, do you think is going to unlock that chat GPT moment for privacy?
So I've been on a mission for like the last few years to make things as radically simple as possible. So one of the things, like when we first put out a version of Nightfall, we thought, hey, we just put out like this open source code and like people will use it. No, it turns out no. Zero knowledge, true this math level, it's too complicated, it's too difficult. Most enterprises don't want to have it, right? What they really want is really, really simplified, like API type of applications where you plug into something and it just works. And so over the last couple of years, the goal has been to take all the complexity and hide it. You want to make a token, you want to transfer it to somebody else under privacy, we have a portal with API documentation. You do not have to know anything about zero knowledge proofs or zero knowledge math in order to follow this along. And so that is kind of the goal. Now, the problem is it's still relatively complicated and the number of use cases that we can implement are relatively small. And I'll give you an example of something that's extremely difficult. Let's say you're doing supply chain management. And so we just finished a pilot. We have a client. We're basically building it's really a proof of concept, dirt to the data center. So like, well, not quite sand, but like raw materials, chips, boards, configurations, logistics, warehousing, out to the data center. Now, every one of those things, every single item in that supply chain is tokenized, it's transferred. But the way that large enterprises work is very different than like the way that blockchain ecosystems work. So in a blockchain ecosystem, in public, super easy to like find out where stuff was, where it went, that kind of thing. In private, insanely difficult, right? Under privacy, the only person who knows where a tokenized asset is the person in whose wallet that item is. Now, you think that's great, but if you're a large company, let's say you're, General Motors, and you're tracking transition parts from a bunch of your suppliers, you actually want to know, before it gets to your wallet, where is it, how is it doing, that kind of thing. Setting up, today, in a Web2 world, setting up these kind of different privacy models is actually really easy, like differential access, differential data sharing, super easy. In a Web3 model, it's extremely difficult. A lot of the things that are super easy without privacy become extraordinarily hard to implement with privacy. And to get enterprises on board, you don't just have to have this done, you have to have it figured out. And it has to be like idiot proof. And the problem is we're just not there yet. And until you get there, what you have to do is a lot of aggressive sales, to Anthony's point, and at the conclusion of all those aggressive sales, you have to find a few visionary clients who are willing to go the journey with you to get it done, because it will not be easy. Well, the first version, the first implementation will not be easy, it will not be simple, and it will not be fast.
So the question was like, where is Web3's ChatGPT moment? To be slightly contrarian, it already had it, in my opinion. Like there's when you think about like the question, what are the novel new technologies of the 21st century? It's AI and crypto. They're always used in the same kind of context. That's just like this new novel thing that everyone's talking about. That's being and why is that? It's because the product that found product market fit with crypto and Web3 was the US dollar. And I think Americans miss it because they have access to that product already, but in parts of the world where you don't, it is extremely valuable. Usage of stablecoins on cryptocurrency networks is astronomically high, and it's been profoundly transformational in a lot of economies. And that's That's why, like, I think it's had its ChatGPT moment. But in terms of privacy and like actually turning it into something which is really like what we all want it to be, like foundational infrastructure that powers the world's financial rails. Yeah, we're nowhere near that yet. I'm very biased when it comes to answering that question because it's kind of what the Aztec network that we've been building is trying to solve. And for me, it all comes down to composability. Right now, if you want to do anything with privacy involved in it, you need to be something of an expert. You need to be, if not a cryptographer, like aware of all the cryptographic stuff. Like the tools is hard to use, technology is hard to use. And if you manage to build some kind of product or service, great. But if you want to do something else that involves privacy, it's kind of start again. Why did Web3 become a big deal? It became a big deal because of this concept of composability. If I write some software, a smart contract library, an application, and put it on a blockchain, then anybody else can incorporate what I've written, what I've built into their own applications without asking me for permission. Every single node in that network strengthens the value of every other node in that network. And that's not the case for privacy technologies right now. If I write a cool, valuable little like ZK solution for one specific type of supply chain, if there is some kind of software, some vendor that also writes supply chain software in a slightly different vertical, they won't be able to use what I've written. This is the kind of thing that Aztec is trying to solve, where you can write your smart contracts like you can Solidity contracts, and you just have private state. And you can write functions within your smart contracts to query that private state and execute logical commands on it to solve some of those issues around, like difficulties around working with encrypted data. Where you can have private smart contracts. I can call other private smart contracts. I can call other private smart contracts, and they're all manipulating and querying and modifying their own little private state stores. And from the user's perspective, it's all a seamless, just atomic transaction where they just click send. And maybe wait a few seconds while the computer makes the proof, but we'll work on that. I think composable privacy is going to, if not be the new, like the breakthrough moment, will be a foundational requirement for the application that does break through.
Just to maybe quickly just add up on that, there's also no solutions when it comes to interchain privacy or like omni-chain privacy, however you would want to call it, because if we look at even privacy pools now, then they're deployed on a per chain basis, like the most relevant, Railgun, for instance, it's on Ethereum, it's on BNB, and these are separate privacy pools. However, revenue-wise and profit-wise, Railgun is making, as of last month, I believe, they're making more than Arbitrum and Polygon when it comes to just on-chain fees. Obviously, you cannot directly compare these two because they have completely different business models and they operate in a different way, but it's not like privacy is not used today. It's just a matter from like literally what we're solving on right now, which is somewhat different than what you folks are working on, is how do you solve that for the end user? How do you enable one person to use everything they want in a private way? And how do you make this sustainable from a business standpoint? And I think that the business standpoint sustainability has been proven by our predecessors, but the interchain and UX still need a ton of work. So I'm very excited because we're going to introduce product that hopefully solves it if the market sees it fit. It's just around the corner, and then we'll see how it works. And then what we work on also is, again, somewhat different than what you folks are doing, but also being able to have this, let's call it privacy SDK. It's working now. We have projects using this, but it's not self-service. It's like not a plug-and-play solution. There's a lot of cryptography work involved on the back end from our core team. So yeah, time is still definitely needed on the sort of this just plug me in and you go private if you're a developer. This is not as simple.
Yeah, I guess something I would point out, which I think is an interesting area of advancing kind of privacy ideas, is in the decentralized identity and verifiable credential sector. And I actually think that we're going to see some really interesting new models once we have personal AI agents that are acting on behalf of consumers. I think that will provide kind of a layer of experimentation around identity that kind of takes the human out of it and sort of allows for a lot of iteration, sort of less consequential identity in a way, because it's just machines essentially communicating with other machines on your behalf and having a number of different types of credentials as part of those engagements and communications and interactions. And I think that's a really rich area of innovation that isn't discussed a lot, I think, in this community, but I think it's an area that will see a lot of advancement on kind of consumer privacy issues, and one that I think we can leverage as a building block in this sector as well.
Good points up here. I want to transition a little bit into the regulatory side of privacy, and I'm interested to hear from our panelists, how do you see these privacy solutions coexisting with existing regulations?
Well, one of the examples I love is if you look at data breach laws, right, there's a concept that if the underlying data itself is encrypted and you have some kind of a security breach, you actually don't have a legal requirement to provide notice, right? Because the data itself, there's nothing that could be revealed because it was encrypted. And I think it's an interesting model as we look at other types of privacy regulation where things related to zero-knowledge cryptography and the application in kind of data privacy. It's, I think, likely that we may see similar kinds of carve-outs for data where there are applications around differential privacy, zero-knowledge proofs, et cetera, that will actually lower the risk of data processors and collectors, as well as improve risk management and compliance. So I think that's an interesting kind of aspect, and maybe it's another opportunity for us to kind of bridge into those professionals who have the compliance obligation for their companies.
Yeah, those are all very, very, really, very relevant points. Really, like it's. I think there's this kind of this conception in popular culture, right, where like privacy is somehow like associated with like difficulties with maintaining compliance. When I think what slightly frustrates me is that this technology can be used to create a much safer and more secure model for executing transactions, because with zero-knowledge cryptography, you can start to do some extraordinarily powerful things regarding basically preemptive compliance. You can have credentials, prove the existence of credentials without showing their underlying data, and so you can by architecting your transaction logic, you can basically require, using a blockchain protocol, by definition, a transaction can only occur if the entities involved have proven that they're compliant beforehand, not retroactively, which would be lovely, right? That would be, if we could get that working, it would be a much more efficient way of doing it than the current models. If I could have to prove, listen, here, I'm a UK citizen, I've been KYC by this third-party provider, here's my bank details that I got through an open banking API, so I've not spent more than $10,000 or something like that, so I don't have to hit extra additional checks. If this all had to happen almost like before the transaction could be executed, that'd be so powerful. I think where the space is going to evolve really depends on whether we can get the ears of regulators and whether we can get them to kind of like how willing are they to adopt new standards? Because I believe that with privacy technology, you can create transaction networks and a regulatory environment which is much stronger than what we have today in the traditional world. But it does require changes in the regulation, because if you try to regulate distributed transaction networks, where applications are non-custodial, and you try and regulate that in the same way as traditional financial services, then suddenly everybody becomes a broker exchange, right? Or everybody has to become an accredited investor, and none of it really works. So I'm convinced that those laws and those legislations will change, because the value capture on the table for the first nation that does it, the first reputable nation that does it, is off the charts. And sooner or later, somebody in the halls of power is going to realize this and grab that pot of gold that is just currently lying out in the open for anyone to take.
It wasn't the identity bill in the EU, didn't it actually reference zero knowledge as a potential implementation for that legal standard? I believe
it did. I did. So certainly, like people in these agencies are, certain individuals are absolutely clued up, but as with all things, like there's competing interests and factions, which makes the narrative very muddled. Because whilst that was happening in the EU, very positive, they're also passing these bills that are demanding basically backdoors into every single messaging app for law enforcement and effectively, de facto outlawing encryption, which would kind of make ZKsync transaction network somewhat difficult to create. Or when the Telegram co-founder got arrested in France, one of the reasons was because they did not send a form into the French government requesting permission to use cryptographic, like certain encryption primitives per application. Whilst Aztec will obviously comply with every single law, personally, spiritually, I would not be very happy asking the French government for permission to use cryptography that I invented.
How so?
How so? None of their damn business. Still, yeah. That being said, we'll do it if that's what they ask, but it's very anti-innovation, anti-growth. Imagine if you had to convince a bureaucratic organization of the legitimacy of what you're doing, and they don't even understand what you're doing. It's challenging.
It's it kind of, to a degree, it feels like 2018 all over again in this particular space. But at the same time, if we look at Web 2 adoption on the end user front, then Signal, last time I checked, they have 40 million users, I think. Proton has users, I don't know how much, but it's a company with almost 500 employees. So these are very healthy, sustainable businesses at this point. Well, Signal is non-profit, but still, they are doing really, really well. And with Web3, we touched upon this previously. Privacy was not treated as a priority in the past, right? If you have too high of gas fees, then why even bother with privacy? It's a luxury at that stage. Right now, the scalability has been largely solved. L2s are gonna get decentralized at some point, and then what we see on the regulatory front is, last year the US DOJ already said that they are not against privacy, when there was this entire Tornado Cash debacle. What they're against is just money laundering. So and obviously all the associated potential crimes. But this is with regards to verified credentials. We've been working on a project like this for over a year. It's called IDOS. It's essentially an effort to introduce. Let's just simplify it by saying ZK identities, right? So you can just prove that a statement is correct without revealing, you go to a shop, you prove that you're over 18, and you don't reveal your actual age. Obviously, this has to be tied into the regulations and so on, but it is an honest effort to try and solve sort of also the on-chain KYC to a degree, right? Because we all hate doing this. Philosophically, this is not really aligned with crypto's values. Compliance-wise, this is not really even effective because you can just go and buy various identities on black markets for pennies on the dollar. But still, we also have been working very hard to comply with regulations, and it's not, also, again, it's a bucket, right? So you cannot say that you're compliant. You have to be compliant with something in a certain jurisdiction, and it's just a very, very complex issue, and you typically go case by case. L2 is a foundation incorporated in Switzerland. Common, which is our suite of privacy DeFi products, it's an association in Switzerland. And in Switzerland, privacy is not non-compliant, essentially, right? And in no jurisdiction it is non-compliant. Right now, I think we're still as an industry, we're still in a phase where there's just no definition when it comes to on-chain tokenized products that use privacy. We did have some cases with, Tornado Cash that were definitely problematic, but it's not non-compliant per se as far as on-chain privacy.
So I'll be brief since we're almost out of time, but so we probably are at a bit of advantage at EY because we're a well-known accounting firm, and we probably get some benefit of the doubt from regulators when we talk to them. But one of the things that we've been at pains to do is to talk about the difference between privacy and anonymity. So our Ethereum L2 rollup, a privacy rollup called Nightfall, you can only use it if you have an enterprise ID And we're very clear that you're not able to use, it's not possible to use this system anonymously. So that when we talk to people about privacy, we talk about privacy of your transactions from your competition, not necessarily privacy from regulator. They have because they can identify you, they can know that you are transacting on the system, they can come to you and they can ask for this sort of proof of what you're doing. There's one other nuance that's really worth considering. In the world of like crypto and blockchain, a lot of people talk about KYC and like, oh, they are confusing identification of the customer with sort of full regulatory compliance and anti-money laundering laws. But what AML laws specifically say, and this is a really, really important nuance here, they say it's not enough just to know who your customer is. You as a bank or money transmitter are responsible for the ongoing monitoring of those transactions. And that's where this becomes very, very challenging for some banks who want to be in the business of things like stablecoin payments, is that stablecoin payments under a privacy model are very difficult to monitor. And once that sort of money token is out there, it's very difficult for them to be able to say how that money token is being used. So I think in general, I would agree. I think when it's explained to them, regulators are not opposed to privacy, but you have to reassure them that this is not something that is easily abused.
Well, one thing that I was at a couple of years ago, I was at an event that that FinCEN organized, and one of the primary regulators there was on a panel, and she said that the best suspicious activity reports that they receive from any industry sector comes from the crypto area, because it's not just what they can see on the ledger, but they actually get all the metadata of the connections that users make, so IP addresses, all the system-related information down to the kind of machine they're on, geolocated to whatever credentials they have to access it, time-stamped with every transaction, every bank account information. So when there is something that they identify as suspicious, right, it's a tremendous payload of identifiable information that they're able to analyze. And there are just no other financial institutions that have that level of granular data. That's... Oh, okay.
Thank you to all our panelists and all of us in the audience as well, and look forward to more of the event.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. This has been really awesome. Just so you know, so in 10 minutes, we're going to resume as a plenary. So it's kind of the big finish. We have 3 incredible kind of speakers lined up for the plenary at the closing here. Number 1, Michael Casey, chairman of the Decentralized AI Society. Number 2, some guy named Vitalik. And number 3, Ushida-san from the Japanese financial regulator. So 3 amazing closings starting in 10 minutes. Use the restroom, get the final cup of coffee, and come on back here. They're going to open up the doors. Thank you. this will be an excellent time for you to come in and sit down. Just so you know, this is going to be, we're going to be a slightly lopsided here. This is going to be the main stage. So if you want the direct view of me, which you probably don't, or Michael Casey, which you probably might, or with Vitalik, which you definitely do, you want to sit over here. All right? And I've got the text message. Vitalik's on his way. He's going to be here in a few minutes. We're going to start in about 3 or 4 minutes with Mr. Casey. And we're going to go ahead and get ready. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell jokes. Actually, my jokes are terrible. I'm going to force you to listen until everybody comes in and sits down. I'm going to force you to listen to a really tight set, a 10-minute set of my best jokes, which will probably only last about 2 minutes. All right, so I will tell you a joke. So, okay, a priest, a social worker, and an economist go golfing. All right, and they are sitting behind, they're golfing behind a group of people who are absolutely terrible golfers. They're whacking divots out of the grass. It's taken them forever. And after their very, very slow 18 holes of golf, they go to the manager of the golf course and say, "This is terrible. Like, why do you let these people golf? They're destroying the course. They're not considerate. They're really slow." And the manager of the golf course says, "Listen, I'm really sorry. They're firemen, and they were all terribly injured in a fire a few years ago, and they lost their sight. And so, but they love to golf, and so once a year we let them golf, no matter how bad they are, right? As an appreciation for their public service." And the priest is like, "Oh, how could I have been so inconsiderate and so thoughtless?" And the social worker asks himself, "Hey, what could I possibly do to be better to these people? How could I help them in their difficult situation?" And the economist says, "So if they're blind, why don't you let them golf at night?" That's it. That is like the only G-rated joke. Thank you. So, and you know, it's a really sad joke. I heard this joke because I would love to be able to. So I was an economics major as an undergrad, and my Econ 101 professor was a guy named Ben Bernanke, who went on to invent quantitative easing and is the most hated man in the world of Bitcoin. But over the years, I've heard lots of good economist jokes. I cannot remember very many, but that's one of the few ones. So we're going to go ahead and let's see. We have people coming in. Just so you know, this is going to be the main stage. So if you want to see what Vitalik has to say, this is a great place to do it over here. And we've got 3 remaining talks before the alcohol. All right. The first is, I see Megan looking for me. So the first is Michael Casey. He's going to talk about decentralized AI and the urgency of doing so. Megan, how are we doing? Do people know we're starting? Okay. People know we're starting. So the first talk we're going to have is with Michael Casey. He's one of our, he's really become the chairman of the Decentralized AI Society. Previously, he was the executive editor of CoinDesk, so I think he is probably one of the most knowledgeable people in the entire world of crypto. And I'm going to hand it over to Michael in a moment. He also, by the way, wrote a foreword to my book. And he's listed there, and he's written a whole bunch of books. And then after that, Vitalik Buterin and I will have a fireside chat, and then we'll close up with a second fireside chat with the regulator from Japan. So to get started at our conclusion, and just so you guys know over there, this is going to be the main stage, so that's probably overflow. If you want to be right in front of Vitalik and others, this is the spot to do it. All right. And with that, Mr. Casey, would you like to come up? Thank you. And we have a microphone and a clicker, forward, backwards.
All the great gadgets, yeah. Okay, hi everyone. Thanks for this. It's always nice to come on right before the big star. So I thank you, Paul, for placing me in this spot. You and I have worked together for quite a bit, so something I must have done to deserve this. But I don't know what it is. So look, we're all, like, I think a lot of people in this community, and rightfully so, are builders, developers, folks who are getting into the weeds, you know, making sure that the code is being written and that the machines are working. And I think we're all mostly driven by this higher mission that we need doing this for a better world. But it's easy to lose sight sometimes of just how important this is. And that's my job. I'm here to just try to draw those bridges. I see myself as a communicator, somebody, as Paul says. I've written a few books and been involved in media, and I like to think that I play something of a role in bridging the world between that sort of the normies, as we like to call them, the mainstream, and the crypto nerds, and sort of trying to translate it to the world. But sometimes it's useful to go back the other way and have the same conversation at our level, just to understand just how important this issue is and the challenges that we're up against, and how do we actually, I think, collectively, as a common community, rather than off in our own little silos, build things together to solve the problems. So, okay. Do I push the top one? Is that what it is? There we go. So we keep hearing this, right? The agentic age, the AI agentic age is coming. That, in fact, we're going to move into a world where, rather than this sort of very centralized LLM model, where, you know, we're all just piling questions into ChatGPT and it's coming back with this perfect answer, supposedly. It's never quite perfect, is it? But either way, it's a sort of like more concentrated model to one in which all of us are going to have agents operating on our behalf. And all of us means not just people, but it's also companies and businesses, and maybe we have a series of agents, right? In fact, people are talking about there being billions of these agents acting, buying things for us, making decisions, giving us health prescriptions, delivering us things, literally, because we're giving it the intent to do so, setting the parameters. And when you think about it, we obviously have to have that to be a trustworthy entity. The idea that you would give such power to someone else. So, but there's no guarantee that that world that's coming will actually be one that's built like that these will be entities that we can trust, these services. It could be Agent Smith, right? Like, who remembers The Matrix, right? I mean, he was an agent, and he got the multiples. There were actually ended up being thousands, and I don't know how many millions you could have had of Agent Smith. But, you know, there's a world in which the centralized forces that exist in this world end up driving this because they've got such a head start. And I don't want to, like, say that they're evil, because that's really not the point. It's not about being bad. It's just that Google did discover that giving its model "don't be evil" was in fact something they had to retract because they couldn't, in fact, prove that they were not evil. Nonetheless, the real factor here is just the basic forces of capitalism. Capitalism works pretty well most of the time. It's a mechanism for incentivizing innovation. The problem is that right now in this age, it's not a lack of innovation that's the problem. We all know how fast AI is moving. The question is whether the framework in which that is happening is actually the appropriate one for we as human beings. And I think it's impossible to talk about that. We spend a lot of time talking about the models, the structure, the privacy parameters, the efficiency or otherwise of decentralized compute and so forth. But one of the most important factors is just the amount of money that is concentrated here. $17 trillion is the total market cap of what we now call the Magnificent Seven. I wrote a column the other day and I was talking about the six, as I called them. Tesla's now jumped its way back up to the seven. It's always considered the Magnificent Seven by stock investors because they focus on the stock. But the real issue is the amount of power that they have by owning every piece of the stack. NVIDIA has obviously the compute, Apple is the devices, Microsoft through OpenAI owns the models, Alphabet, Google has all the data and has sort of operating systems as well. Amazon is the storage. Meta also has the data and it has its own open source model that it's built. And Tesla, you could argue, in addition to providing Starlink, which is, you know, the internet connectivity, is now a bit of a proxy for the government, right? Which is another piece of how all of this works in terms of the amount of power. They own the compute, they own the data, they own $17 trillion in what is actually a currency, right? That's how we know that the we know this from the Web 2 era when Facebook, now Meta, and Google would just acquire companies that they felt like they needed to integrate into their system, or just wanted to take outside to the woodshed and quietly kill because it was a threat to their system. That is the way it works because that's what capitalism does. So essentially, they've got all this power. But the good news is that, because you look at how on earth are we going to fight this? But the good news is that essentially information is going to win when it's open. We know this from the internet, right? It was a victory for AOL or Prodigy or CompuServe. It was a victory for TCP/IP, for SMTP, for these much more open platforms, because really you can't compete with the wisdom of the crowd. If all the knowledge is concentrated in one place, it is going to lose eventually. The problem is that we may not have time, and this structure is set up. As I said, they own the policymakers as well. There's this real risk that this becomes a model of regulatory capture. So I actually think really that the only way, and I realize we should have brought the chairs up here, Bucks, but we can just, we'll improvise. But basically, the only way forward to tackle that 17 trillion, because we're not going to raise that level of VC funding. I hate to say it. The community, crypto community is kind of divided. I know, Paul, that Ethereum won, but even the ETH ecosystem doesn't have the capacity to coordinate against that level of funding. The way to do this is to just flip the head on the model completely. And this is part of the crypto ethos, that in fact it's collective ownership that is going to resolve this. That we're all going to own this future as opposed to these people. And it comes through tokenization. But my concern is that our tokenizing models that we currently have has created tribalism and division, and that ultimately we need to unify around this. And I'll get to what Deus is doing in that regard. But I was sort of knocking this out today because I wasn't sure I was doing this keynote until earlier, and started thinking about a framework in which we could think about this for how we collectively use things like tokens and incentive structures to build a framework that can beat this. And I was going to get Bucks to help me out because she's a wonderful moderator, and we're going to do a little bit of a fireside chatty type thing to wind off the rest of it. So
he didn't really want me coming up. I was just not going to let him have a talk without getting pushed on some things. Okay.
It was like, yes, today was a busy day. So basically, you can ask away, and I'll try to make sense of what this is.
I have a critical question for you, actually. So Apple, you talked about Apple. How does it work if we've got all of these AIs? Do we even need applications? And if we don't, therefore, are we not going to blow the doors off because we've got AI rather than be strangled by it? Just as a question.
It's a very good question. I actually think that in this agentic world, the web as we know it goes away, and maybe also applications, right? Like, so when we think about, so it's a question for Apple, it's also a question for Google, certainly the existing model of Google. Why would an AI bother to read through a website, right? It's a kind of a pointless concept. It's going to extract the information however it gets it. It doesn't need this human-designed framework to go through its process. But the same, for the apps that get built and so forth. It may be a much more sort of homogenous thing. So Apple, yes, may, as an app platform, may go away. That doesn't mean that prior slide with those 7 people isn't the issue here, because they're all fighting to be the gatekeeper, to essentially be the entity that survives when this new world arises. And Apple will want to somehow position itself as a player, whether it's through the phone or some other device that it has. And we know there's...
Okay, so are we in trouble? Because not only do they have the data, but they've also got the distribution. And so what you're talking about, we've all been sort of focused on this today, and we're talking about these amazing technologies we've got. Ethereum's winning, or is the winner, the bit of tribalism here. But this community is tiny, absolutely microscopic still. So What's the implication to the bit above that? Are you saying that we need to build better experiences to get more people in? Are you saying we need to collaborate even more because we're being too tribal? What's the solution? Because at the minute, that experience layer is very much in Web 2, right? And so by default, they're going to get the everyday people. Therefore, they'll keep getting the data and they're going to keep winning. Right?
That's right. Like, I think that and that's the way I'm sort of trying to frame this.
I wasn't going to be nice to you when I stood up here. You knew that, right?
You did, actually. But, you know, I've sort of laid this a little bit to sort of think about, you know, where are the choke points, the actual areas in which centralized control takes part of our lives. We spend a lot of time thinking about the network layer, the actual nature of the software that's being built and how it's open source or otherwise. But at the social layer, we know this from the way that, you know, Facebook, for example, Twitter as well, but any of the social network players is they created stickiness because of the network effect, that nobody wants to go anywhere where there is not their community. So once you get the community, you're stuck. And that is, I think, the core problem. I mean, there's convenience as well, and all, you know, this is one of the reasons why Google was so good at just buying up everything to make sure that you could never have to leave that ecosystem, because you could get your navigation, you could get your Gmail, you could get your Google Docs and everything else in one place. So it is about trying to create an environment that is a better experience, is more convenient, and also keeps you in touch with your community, that you're not losing that connectivity. And if we do that, so it's one way in which we can fight back that control. So what might that look like? I actually think if we think hard about what an AI agentic structure can look like, it does give us the possibility to think about having your cake and eating it too. First of all, as I said, if you are going to have this agent out there going and, you know, buying your crypto for you, ordering your Chinese food, or, you know, figuring out what you should be doing in terms of your health and fitness regime, prescribing things for you, whatever, you really want to trust it. This feels to me like a thing where you're going to say, oh, this privacy stuff that I haven't worried about right now, I actually really do care about it in this case, because it's very risky. And as I said, this idea of an agent, the principal agent mindset that is built into our legal system, already comes with it, the idea that they have to have this fiduciary duty. So people are familiar with that, which I think is one piece. But then there's the actual convenience. I think that, you know, right now, the web as we know it is very inconvenient. As much as it's okay that we're all in the Apple ecosystem, we're all using Google Docs, when you have to go to Microsoft, when I have to spin up Microsoft Teams, and the EY types in this world continue to use it, and I've been using Zoom, like, it's a pain in the butt to do that. But you know what? It's not going to be a pain in the butt for an AI agent. AI doesn't give a damn about how many steps they have to take to open up one browser or to move assets from one chain to another. So the abstraction concept that the NEAR guys talk about a lot is I think, interesting from many levels here, because you resolve the interoperability challenge by giving it to AI to resolve. So we could actually create a much more convenient experience for users, literally by taking decentralized solutions in there.
Okay, so I've got two more questions.
Okay.
The first is, do you think, therefore, if this is about security and privacy, and we talked in the other room, didn't we, about how centralization is a bit of an oxymoron, because most people, discounting the people in this room, feel a little bit more safe when it's familiar in a big company, because, you know, rightly or wrongly, they trust it. And if something goes wrong, there's somebody to complain to, there's an email, there's a help desk and all that stuff. So how do we get a decentralized based system and an AI that's genuinely operating for you and not for a big corporation in front of the everyday individual? Because are they not going to be terrified that they've got an agent asking for all of this personal medical data or health data or food information, your passport number, whatever it is, saying we're going to help you? There's a huge amount of trust that's got to be built up, even though we're saying your data is safe with us. So how would you that's my first question. How do we, as a community, I guess, overcome that and say, hey, your data is important, and you do want it private, and you do need it decentralized, when actually the everyday person feels quite comfortable with their devices and their interoperability that they've got through single sign-on? How do we get over that?
So I think that, as I said, I feel like there may be an opportunity to not so much worry about they can start to see and understand the benefits of privacy precisely because they've got this agent that's doing these things with. So I feel like it's going to be easier to explain in that environment. But I think possibly the bigger challenge is like, how do you, like we can say it's provable. You know, if any of you like block explorers, right? We've got that. It's still a horrible experience for most people. Like they just see all of those hashes and wonder what the hell that gobbledygook is, right? This to me speaks to the problem of, the UX problem generally in this space. Like we really need to emphasize the UX builders. We need people who can understand what is going to be, on the one hand, reliable, provable information, and you can show and demonstrate to somebody that this is safe. And look, if you try this and try that, you know that this has not gone anywhere, that this data is locked up. And this is what it looks like. And somehow finding that to be an accessible, understandable thing for people. So it's all about the UX as far as I'm concerned, because at the end of the day, the products should be better, I would think, in a decentralized world.
Okay, so demonstrable experience, the experience feels great. This is because the technology has made it great. I'm going to embrace it. That's basically where you're coming from, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to go back to, you wrote a book a little while ago called My Biggest Fight, or Our Biggest Fight, right? And that was based on social platforms, what they're gathering from you and what they're taking away from you as a result of that. That was all around data privacy. Do you now think that this is the next nut to crack? So why you sort of got your head into AI? What makes that, would you say, your next frontier that you're going after, and what are you actually doing? So I know that you've got a collective and you're working with people in the industry, but what are you trying to achieve over the next 12 months, 24 months, and why is this now important to you?
So, look, I think at the end of the day, if you take the Web 2 model, now finally 20 years after the turn of the millennium, 24 years when we moved from the centralized, we moved from the decentralized internet into this social media driven Web 2 world. Now, 20 years later, it's not actually controversial to talk about the idea that these were built on algorithms that are manipulating our minds, that are doing harm to society. We know that. We've got all sorts of hearings on Capitol Hill about this. There are conversations about child suicide. That we talk about how these algorithms really are harmful. Why on earth would we take that model, which, by the way, it's algorithmic, social media. It's AI, right? We've now discovered generative AI, and we've got an LLM system, which is sort of blowing people's minds. But at the end of the day, we've come out of the first 20 years of an AI system with enormous harm. Why on earth would we put it on steroids and take that same level of power and control? And most importantly, incentive models to act that way. You've got the founders of Facebook talking about how they deliberately created a human hack because they knew that by throwing a like here and a like there, that they could get a dopamine release, because that was the attention economy. That's how you got attention. They're incentivized to do that. So why would we take that model into this model? It's crazy, right? So that's kind of, I think, where I'm at right now, is that we've got this understanding of what went wrong. It's almost like yesterday's fight, though, because the web itself is going away. Agents will remove it. There's no need to have the web anymore. But we certainly have to have control of our data. We certainly have to have trust in the models that are driving our world, more so than ever. So that's really the motive behind it. I just want to talk a little about some of these layers, so we get some. So like I think so. The incentive layer really is about the tokens, the payments, right? Like the current incentive layer is this: I'm a company. I've got quarterly reports I have to meet. I've got all these employees. They've got their bonus structure tied to that. And so as a result, you choose things like the dopamine manipulative, you are the product, not the customer model, because that's the way the fastest return is going to be. But and so as I said, I don't think that we have the capacity to raise $17 trillion that quickly and attack the moat that these 7 companies have got. So instead, we have to flip the model entirely. We need to collectively own this, right? whether it is the everyday folks who are sitting there on their phones and participating in this and earning tokens through that behavior, or it is the larger players who are building the heavy compute that needs to go into it. The computer network layer, of course, is all of these interesting new decentralized compute structures that are being built, the decentralized agents that are being built, the connectivity of all of that, the interoperability, the protocols that are going to actually allow the deep-in networks to be able to share the resources collectively across the network. That's a critical piece, and there is all sorts of engineering challenges to that. Machine learning, the guys in Silicon Valley keep telling us, is impossible in a decentralized way. Well, if somebody tells you something is impossible, you know there's a really big payoff when you actually prove that it's possible. And there are all sorts of interesting ways to think about that. But the thing is, like, we think again about where are the points in which there can be choke points, in which gatekeepers can come in and stop the process and make sure that someone else is control. The physics layer, which is really the energy, thank you, Karim, the minerals, the cobalt, the rare earth, the palladium, all the different pieces that need to go into both the green energy and the actual chip making process here. That's yet another area in which there can be control. So thinking about whether it's governments or large companies that control those supply chains, we have to think hard about how is the actual physical economy in which this is being built, how is that going to be decentralized? But at the end of the day, the base layer is governance. And in our world, we think about that as layer ones and then layer twos built on top of that as blockchains. They are this radical new consensus mechanism. That was me? Nope, that was me. We're good. And so that's that. But the historical method of governance is governments. And so thinking about how that interfaces, we need to find friendly governments. We need to find governments that are going to be innovative, like Bermuda. Told you I'd drop that. Like Bermuda, that are thinking hard about, how do you be proactive with laws that can construct a digital asset environment that is going to be bringing us into this safer world in which human beings are participating with autonomy in it, that actually is an intersection between traditional government, because like it or not, traditional government is not going away, and the consensus idea of government in which blockchains are bought. All right, on that note, Paul, how much time have I got?
2 minutes.
Good. So this answers your last question. If anybody wants to just learn more about it, there's a QR code. But DAOs is the Decentralized AI Society. We founded this early this year. I don't know if many of you know, but I was at CoinDesk before this. I was the Chief Content Officer at CoinDesk. And one thing that I've done throughout my career is tell stories, is to build narratives, but I've done a lot of convening consensus. The biggest, I would say, the most important event in the crypto space is an act that we used to say of bringing the tribes together. It's the gathering of the tribes, the big tent. It's the place in which all of the crazy innovation that was happening across the ecosystem could be brought together and we would figure out where we were going. We need to do that in the DEAI space. We need the various pieces of the stack from the guys at the layer, the traditional layer ones, but also of the builders at the decentralized compute layer, those who are building marketplaces in this, the developers of the agents, the variety right up to the application layer where people are building healthcare apps that are built on provably private data for your applications. All of that within this community to sort of battle what we see as the big four challenges. One is capital. We talked about that, $17 trillion in market cap. The other is engineering. How do we indeed, achieve machine learning for foundational models in a decentralized way? Another one in there is education, the sort of broad understanding. How do we actually get the average Joe to understand that this matters? That's a huge job that we should be taking on as a community and combining this so that the normies know what they're getting and why they should be in it. And the last, as I said, is policy. They have a head start, right? I think Sam Altman met with 100 different legislators last year, right? There's this real risk that becomes regulatory capture, that the standards that Congress or any government anywhere is going to set around how AI is regulated is going to be defined by the models that these guys own. That's going to be a huge barrier for this community to get over. So we need governments to understand that. DAOs is all about pulling us together, because united we stand, divided we fall. It's a bit of a cheesy, overused line, but ultimately, it is true here. Right? We can't afford to head off on our little tribes and sort of fragment this, this crypto economy as we confront this really, really important challenge. So if you're interested, look us up. Love to share more with you. And now, the main act.
Thank you very much. So I'm just going to put up the slide here. And we're going to put up a couple chairs, and we're going to have our little fireside chat without the fire, because, you know. Thank you, sir. I told you, we're running a low overhead model. And somebody grab me an extra microphone here. Got it. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
So it's really nice to see you again.
Mm-hmm.
In preparation for this, first of all, I just want to say it's 5:30. This talk was scheduled for 5:30. This is an on-time crypto conference. So in preparation for our little chat today, I did two things. First of all, I wanted to see if I could get a better shirt than you. And then secondly, I solicited the collective wisdom of the internet to find out what I should ask you. And so we have some excellent questions here. I'm just gonna. Can I dive right in?
Sure.
Excellent. So first of all, I would really like you to talk about your skincare routine.
I don't know. I like wash my hands. I put on sunscreen. I like do the shower thing. I don't know.
There you have it. Sunscreen, the next big skincare trend. Excellent. And secondly, do you ever skip a leg day?
What does that mean?
That is the correct answer. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Turning more to, this is the EEA. We're the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance. We are looking out upon a crowd of people who are here to talk about doing business on Ethereum, right? And it is great to have you here and appreciate that. We want to talk about this, especially with regard to the role of business in the ecosystem. There's sometimes a little bit of ambivalence about the role, especially of large companies. Talk to this audience about sort of what you think their place should be in this ecosystem.
And I think, in general, Ethereum is in this big transition moment where it's going from primarily an ecosystem that's still building out the basic technology and becoming something that's usable into something that really has reached that point, right? So this year, for example, L2 fees have dropped below 1 cent, and they've basically gone from being unviable for most financial things to even viable for lots of non-financial things. And at this point, the next task is to really go out and actually build things and actually make the world as a whole a more open and free and trustworthy place. And I think in order to do that, and I think businesses have a really huge role to play. I mean, both new ones that have grown up in this space, but also existing ones as well, right? The crypto space is probably not going to figure out its own hotel chains and get them accepted for everything from ground up. I mean, I don't know, maybe there's some kind of guerrilla, decentralized Airbnb thing that could be figured out. Come on, that's not gonna have conference venues like this, right? So it's, there's just lots of things that we all depend on that we're not going to replace from zero. And at the same time, they are going to need to and will benefit a lot from integrating all of the technology that we're building, right? And I think if we want to actually bring this space to a place where it actually really accomplishes all of the goals that we set out here to do, then actually first collaboratively working and actually getting all of those applications out there is something that is super valuable. But also I think engagement even at this early stage is valuable because it's a whole different set of users that can help refine and contribute to the core technology, right? Enterprise users are users, and any kind, like I think for all of these ecosystems, especially very idealistic ones like our own, we benefit heavily from having regular contact with reality, and there's I think like a lot of people with very daily contact with all kinds of reality here, which I think is really valuable. And I think even the technology that comes out of this, right? Like, I know you've been done a lot of work at Nightfall and with EY for quite a while, and there's plenty of other companies that have contributed various pieces to Ethereum technology. And I think as Ethereum grows and as the need to develop the technology and like the scale of the infrastructure increases, but then there's a need to grow beyond what just the Ethereum Foundation can do on its own. And so I think there's also just a lot of valuable talent to work with.
So I want to go to something that you and I have sort of talked a little bit about in the past, which is, why don't we have like a Web3 version of Airbnb or a Web3 version of Uber? Like, why have we talk a lot about this idea of like having a decentralized architecture that could be more value creating, but they don't seem to have emerged. And I'm wondering if you have some thoughts on what's holding it back.
I think I think there's like a couple of considerations, right? I mean, I think one is just like limits to the sharing economy as a concept, right? Which is basically that, like I think there's a lot of excitement in the early days around, the spare capacity arguments that like basically people have lots of space that's unused part of the time and it can get rented out. And so this is a big reason why it can be more efficient than hotels. But then like what we find is that at least in places where Airbnb is legal, like basically the great majority of it basically ends up being hotels. And like, there's still good that comes, like the market becomes more efficient in a lot of ways. You get a lot of things that just make much more sense for people than hotels do, right? But you do have to be pragmatic about that whole side of things, right? Like what sharing economy actually really makes sense for, and like what's the actual market structure you get at the end of one. The other part of this is like what actually is the value of the crypto piece, right? And like, I feel like one of the nice things the value that you get is just interoperability, right? Like if you think about what in Uber is, right? It's basically a payment system strapped to a search engine, strapped to a reputation system, right? And like you could easily see some kind of decentralized version where like instead of actually building all three components yourself, you're like actually aggregating together those things from a whole bunch of other different parts of the ecosystem, right? And like you actually create something better in that way, right? You don't need like one actor to optimize for all three. Though up until now, I think all of those benefits have basically been outweighed by like practically speaking, blockchains sucking. And I think as of 2024, blockchains no longer suck. I do think that there's a lot of these early experiments that just completely failed in the 2010s that are actually worth just coming right back to and revisiting, right? I think it reminds me of this trend in computing where often there are certain things where for them to take off, like the ideas are 30 years old, but they only take off when certain underlying technologies just like keep on following the linear like growth curve, and at some point just get to the point where they're finally good enough to support the thing, right? It's like virtual reality. The word metaverse came from Neil Stephenson's novel, like Still Crash, all the way back in the 1990s, and like everyone wanted VR, but then VR kept failing, and now like finally, like at least like VR, AR type things are actually good enough that like things we are starting to like see things that we would actually consider using, right? And I think a lot of things are pretty similar, and I think a lot of blockchain applications are the same way, right? It's like you can come up with a brilliant idea, but the exact same idea that's just a complete joke with transaction fees of $10 becomes a hobbyist toy with transaction fees of $1 and becomes a mass market product with transaction fees of 1 cent.
Yeah, I think I fully agree with you. I certainly remember reading a whole bunch of white papers and thinking, that is a really cool idea that will not at all work without privacy, but eventually it could work. And I think we're very slowly getting there. When you think about sort of some of the different things, I mean, you obviously go to all of these events, you talk to everybody in the industry. What are the business models you think have great potential and you'd be excited to see coming into the Ethereum ecosystem?
What do you mean by what business models?
So could be supply chain, could be travel, could be manufacturing. What do you sort of, when you think about like, hey, obviously we have a lot of finance. We have a lot of finance and no shade on finance, but there's more to the world than finance.
Okay, yeah, and I think, I mean, obviously like one category is just like every other kind of real world asset that's not finance, right? And I mean, I think that's like even useful for a lot of like DeFi protocols, right? Because it's like even if you have to depend on trust, it's better to depend on diversified trust. And it's much easier to depend on diversified trust when you're also diversifying across a lot of different asset classes, right? And obviously, like real estate is one of those asset classes that everyone loves. Obviously, company stocks is one of those. I mean, I think there's like this interesting intersection between that and the supply chain stuff when you start like basically turning like items in progress of various stages of like being created and distributed into being assets, and like you actually start financializing those, right? So I think there's like interesting stuff there that would be really interesting to see. Fractionalized real estate, I think, is like really cool. I think it's one of those things that we really need to see more of. I mean, like to me, the way that I think about the use case is basically like right now there's basically two kinds of exposure you can have to the place in which you live. One is buying a home, which for most people means a mortgage, which means you have like crazy high exposure, and the other is being a renter, which means you have negative exposure. And so like when the cool kids come in and suddenly like make your town into an interesting digital nomad hideout, like you end up being negatively exposed, and so that's like bad for you. And that's just like a really bad situation that's just because of broken economics. Then the other one is, and like basically, if you like actually do fractionalization, then you can like unlock the entire spectrum between those two, right? And you can create something that lets people like actually have like the exact level of exposure they want to the thing that they want. I mean, obviously there's like a lot of user experience engineering and like making that kind of product remotely intelligible for people, but like that's your guys' job. So yeah, real estate is like interesting. I think other like interesting chain use cases are, well, there's also like cryptography use cases, right? So like a lot of people talk about the like data privacy use cases and like training on private data, and then like at the same time, if you're training on private data, you have to like also prove that if you're providing data, you're providing like actual data, and you're not just like one of a million fake people putting in random numbers. Like that stuff, like people do get intense, right? Like I remember, as a World of Warcraft player back in the day, reading about people like basically grabbing up like 100 accounts and like creating these farms to train on that, right? It's like, no, if you do like pay for Strava, then people are literally going to create like a farm of 1,000 like phones and just like shake them all day long and like take all your money, right? So like actually, like doing the verification side of that, and so basically, any kind of private data conversation also simultaneously ends up being a ZK identity conversation. Also, just like combining all of these different pieces together, I think is always really valuable. Also, like various like bespoke forms of insurance, right? Like for a long time, it's like I think crop insurance was one of those examples in the white paper, and then I think Ether Risk just came along and they started like actually doing it in the developing world and like on Ethereum, and they got actual users, which is like really friggin' cool. Yeah. So and there's a lot of stuff to do.
There is. I mean, I ultimately think all agreements will come in this form. I want to turn the conversation towards L2s. So the Ethereum ecosystem has had like a truly spectacular couple of years in terms of like ramping up an immense growth. L2 ecosystem is incredibly strong. What does a sustainable L2 business model look like? Because right now, a lot of the L2s are not really, they're doing cool stuff, but and their tokens are worth a lot, but they're not generating enough revenue to be sustainable. And so I'd love your thoughts about what does a sustainable ecosystem look like?
Right. I mean, I think, for layer 2 is like, transaction fees is obviously one, and MEV fees is like one of those challenging ones because like it can be worth quite a bit, but then at the same time, like you don't want to actually exploit your users, right? It's like, you want to collect what will inevitably be collected, but you don't want to like collect any more at people's expense. And then I think beyond that, the other side of this, of course, is that if like fees of some kind are not enough to like keep up all of these L2 teams, then like it is possible that like we will actually need L2s to consolidate at some point, right? Like not everything is capable of supporting a $100 billion industry, right? It's like like even people talk about decentralizing NASDAQ, but then like NASDAQ itself, which like runs such a big part of the world economy, market cap is only like 35 bill, right? Either NASDAQ or NYSE, one of those two is 35 bill. So it's so I basically also think that the possibility that L2s in particular are something that will like naturally become this like fairly like lean thing, and there will be a few strong players that actually have some really interesting applications. And who knows, possibly some of them might even like end up investing in those applications and making more money off of that than they do off of fees, who knows. And then a lot of the rest will basically just end up being like this application-specific infrastructure. And then for application-specific layer 2 is like obviously the application is the model.
So, okay, so that's actually, that brings me to sort of the follow-on, which is the stock exchange analogy is a good one, right? If around the world we have a bunch of stock exchanges, like the NICE, the NASDAQ, the LSE, they're kind of similar, right? They have some geographic differences. Is that the future of L2s, like a bunch of universal chains, perhaps with geographic differences? Or do you think it's going to be some geographic chains, some enterprise chains, some real-world asset chains? Like, how much genuine differentiation can we really get without creating such a level of fragmentation that a token that runs on one L2 can't run to another?
Right. So I think so there's general purpose chains and app specific chains, right? So within the space of general purpose chains, like the divides that I think deserve to exist are like one is like the more fully decentralized like based rollup type of model, and then the other is like basically saying we're a centralized sequencer and we're proud of it, and like we use L1 to do the decentralization, and we even have some governance mechanism running on L1 to possibly kick out the sequencer if it becomes abusive, but otherwise we're a sequencer. And then like you might have some models that are in the middle. So like that's a trade-off that just inevitably will exist. I mean, there's obviously like extensions to L1. There's trade-offs in terms of like scale and security. There is like Arbitrum doing like Arbitrum stylus. Though if you get too far, then like you do need something like the EVM as a common language to at least all be able to hold tokens. Then you get to like more interesting constructions, like the ones that go very far away from the EVM to, like, in particular, to do zero knowledge proof things, right? So IntMax is one example, which is doing like privacy and scalability. Aztec is another one that's doing privacy plus programmability. And then of course the rest of the L2s are doing like programmability plus scalability. So it's, so that's like another niche that's valuable. And like the interesting thing about any of these privacy constructions is like, I don't think there's like one winner take all, because I think there's different privacy types that have fundamentally different properties. And then beyond that, you actually get into application specific rollups that are basically optimized around just being one application and doing a really good job of that. And I think there's a lot of value in those too. And I think especially once we standardize some cross L2 messaging formats, like even the interoperability with those is going to start looking pretty impressive.
So you kind of answered already a bit of a follow-up, which I had, which was, is there a role for centralized L2s? I think you kind of said, you don't mind, right? It's that you can be centralized and proud of it and very, public about it. Do you think, do you foresee a world where there's going to be dozens, hundreds, thousands? And we've had this conversation earlier today. There's definitely people who believe we could have thousands or millions of L2s if every company has their own. And I'm wondering kind of what your thoughts are about something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think one natural type of L2 that we could easily see thousands of are basically, imagine you're an enterprise today, you have your application, it runs on a server, you can keep your server, you also run a sidecar, and the sidecar basically runs the exact same logic as a server, but it zero knowledge proves it. And then it takes the database, it Merkleizes it, and it proves that like all of the updates to the database are done according to the rules, and then it just publishes a roots on chain. Right, so this literally is a Validium, right? Actually, yeah, and one interesting thing, right, is that like I've been also trying to like encourage exchanges to adopt proof of solvency protocols, right? This is like one of those themes that keeps coming up of like how an exchange can prove that it actually has the money, and like there is recurring interest every time you have one of these situations where like a big exchange blows up and like people lose $1 billion, right? And like if you think about what is the best way to do proof of solvency, it actually ends up in exactly the same place as like these kinds of application-specific Validiums, right? And so if we make a software package that can like, I mean, you could even like make it as an add-on on top of Docker, right? It's like you build it once for Docker and then it works for everything, right? You like basically take your Docker container and then you're just automatically Merkleizing it. You're Merkleizing all of its internal state, like poke into the file system, like Merkleize along file system lines to make it easier to use. And then that's something where there is value in like potentially any enterprise that has some application and just like switching to this, right? It's like you don't have to change any of your workflow. It's purely additive. And once there is actual value that you can get out of that, then I expect a lot of people will, right? And then the result of that is like potentially like hundreds of thousands of, what we call application-specific L2s.
Right, but they're really just Validiums. They're exposing some company data or some company process into the public ecosystem.
Exactly.
So let's turn a little bit to privacy, identity, and kind of regulatory compliance. For an industry that's built on cryptography, adoption of privacy has been actually relatively slow. Lots of talk, not that much action. But let's imagine for a moment that privacy does get widely adopted. Let's imagine that the future of blockchain isn't this big public chain with lots of data. It is almost this like network of black boxes, and suddenly all the things that were visible become invisible. How does that change the ecosystem? What happens? What could we imagine that would be like?
Yeah, and so I've been thinking about this question of like how the existing Ethereum ecosystem could transform into something more private. And to me, like the approach that's less realistic is sort of the boil the ocean approach of like, let's figure out a way to encrypt the whole chain at the same time. Right? It's like, even if you could, that would have like a 10 million X overhead or like even crazier. The approach that seems realistic is, one is we start moving to much wider adoption of application-specific wallets, right? So like your state in MakerDAO would be in one wallet, your state in Polymarket would be another wallet. Actually, Polymarket does that already. Your state in some game would be a third wallet. Like your like Poap, so would be or whatever, like stamps would be in another wallet, if then you would have like a delegation mechanism by which all of those wallets can be like ultimately controlled by one thing that can recover them. And then you make those links privacy preserving. You can do that with ZK. And you also make the transfers between those accounts privacy preserving, just the transfers. And that's something that's like quite backwards compatible with people's existing workflows. And then at least you've stopped you've stopped linking the entire set of a person's on-chain activity like all to each other, right? And then from that point forward, you actually start thinking about like, well, how do you actually add like privacy to some specific applications, right? And so then that's like an adoption roadmap. And then the question is, what does the regulatory story of that look like, right? And I mean, the way that I think about this, if I like try to put a regulator hat on, right, is basically like imagine, you are North Korea, right? And, you hack a DeFi protocol, you get your $25 million, you do stuff to it, and then eventually, like, that $25 million turns into, like, raw parts that you use for your missiles, right? And then the question is, like, I think I definitely don't want, North Korea to, like, actually, keep, like, blowing up parts of Ukraine. Like, I definitely don't want, the nuclear program to threaten the world and all of that, right? And so, like, I do feel sympathetic to those goals. And the question is, well, what is a part of that pipeline that realistically can be interrupted? And one of those answers, of course, is, like, you basically interrupt the like any attempts to, like, while crypto is marginal, right? The story is basically that you can interrupt it at the cash out point, and then at the cash out point, you also don't have any privacy protocols, and so when the cashing out happens, it's, like, exactly known that those coins came out of a DeFi protocol, right? And so that's, like, status quo, but that's, I think, a very unsustainable status quo in multiple ways, right? And so the question is, what is the other thing that you can interrupt, right? So if privacy protocols exist, then obviously there's the, like, privacy pool style approaches, and, like, to me there's, like, a very big family of approaches, right, where coins can be moved around, and then basically the person who gets the coin ideally would have some kind of proof of the provenance of the coin, what kind of source it has, and then, like, potentially just the exchange that they cash out to, and potentially some regulator would see some portion of that information or some proof of it, like, basically, some, like, thing that is sufficient to satisfy the claim that, they are not the DeFi hacker, right? And do that at the same time as, like, not breaking the composability of the entire financial system, right? So that's, like, one piece, and then but then the question is, well, what if we, like, crypto actually dominates the world, and, like, you actually don't need to worry about cash out, right? Or at least if crypto dominates enough of the world that you actually get to, it becomes viable to cash out into stuff directly, right? And at that point, you start thinking about, well, like, realistically, like, large-scale transactions probably do need to require some kind of, like, ZK proof of source of funds as well, right? And, like, that's actually, like, milder than what happens right now, right? Like, right now, cash transactions over, like, some, like, medium amounts or even, like, I think way too small amounts are often banned in a lot of places, right? And I think we can do better, right? And I think you can actually get to a world where, like, any ability to actually turn access to funds into ability to do things with those funds can be interrupted, either at the level of, like, actually cashing them out into something, or potentially even like, before at the level of, like, even trying to fully obfuscate it. So and I think like, there are lots of these possibilities, right? I think in terms of, like, how this will play out in practice, right? Like, my hope is basically that like, ultimately, all of these actors will need to ultimately cash out somewhere. Today, crypto doesn't dominate the world, and so we do actually see exchanges and other types of actors basically accepting some things, not accepting some things, and like, it's basically it's the responsibility of a privacy protocol to not let the DeFi hackers in, and as soon as they do, then, or, like, if they do, then, like, basically all of the exchanges start blacklisting them, and then, like, at least you have some alignment of incentives, and, like, that, like, encourages everyone to work towards something sane, right? So, like, this is my hope.
So I think that's a great hope, but one of my hopes is that, in fact, Ethereum does effectively end up eating the entire financial system.
Right.
And when that happens, you won't ever need to really cash out.
Right.
So let's look forward to that in the future. How much responsibility is in the hands of the Ethereum infrastructure versus the individual applications? Like, at what point should the Ethereum Foundation be thinking about regulatory compliance versus, say, Uniswap?
Right. So I think the hope is to try to keep the blockchains as being as neutral a platform as possible. And I think the way that you do that is basically that, like, for any single application, like, there are ways to, like, actually track responsibility and, like, even track, like, basically what things are downstream or could be downstream of any particular event, right? And like, basically the way that you think about it, right, is if you just think about Ethereum as being like a place to put data, right? Then ultimately, yeah, you have applications that provide ways of interpreting the data. And there has to be some kind of actor somewhere that gives that data meaning and like makes some pattern of data exchangeable for something else, right? And so I think like to me, my current feeling is that any thing, like any of those needs can be addressed at that level. Now, of course, like what that actually looks like and like especially what that looks like in terms of both composability and regulatory compliance. I mean, I think, I'm sure you guys are going to have a lot of discussions around tokens, right? And like what is the version of ERC20 that makes sense for like regulated assets, for example, right? I think that stuff is important. I mean, like to me, the big challenge, right, is that Ethereum is like a global network, but at the same time, regulation is very heterogeneous across countries, right? And so if Ethereum ends up doing like having to do the work of doing things that should be country by country, then like that potentially, like that's a big risk to the entire system, right? Because it basically means the system can't function as like this international layer anymore, right? And like I personally think that that's socially valuable, right? And so I think like for those reasons, right, like what I, again, like wants to see happen is a lot more of this work in figuring out how to address those problems at an application by application layer. And like, I think at this point, like we have to be sustainable and like the target should be actually addressing the problem and not just like coming up with a narrative to keep people away for 2 years, right? Like that's the thing that was possible for 10 years ago. I don't think it's possible now, right?
Yeah, I don't think so either, especially the last week, the world has changed, and I think the world has accelerated in this respect a great deal.
Yeah, and I also think that like us, like we, from the perspective of us crypto people and from the perspective of our own values, right? Again, like if you are a decentralization person and self-sovereignty person, then like you do not want like North Korea to be imposing its sovereignty on Ukraine, right? And so these are like things that I think we all value ourselves, and so I think there is value in like really being earnest and trying to like keep building solutions to all these problems.
Very good. I've got two kind of closing questions for you. The first is, over the last few months, you published an excellent set of really nice blog posts about the future of Ethereum. Yeah. They're relatively a bit more technical. They dive into the roadmap. Maybe would you mind giving like 2 or 3 minutes on in sort of, for a more business audience, what do you think that means, particularly with regard to the mainnet and its role in the future?
Yeah, and so I think one of the things that's really solidifying, right, is like the relationship between L1 and L2, right? L1 is this very secure and decentralized core. It's meant to be this anchor. It's meant to hold everything together and keep everything safe. And L2 is meant to provide the speed and the scale. And what L2 means can be different for different applications, right? So it can be different for like enterprise applications. It could be different for like direct-to-consumer on-chain games. It'll be different for like exchanges between one type of asset and then another type of asset. It's like that's different, and that's like also I think explicitly a zone for experimentation, right? So I think that like that layer 1 and layer 2 split is something that obviously will continue to evolve, and there's also ways for it to evolve in the future, right? But that's one of those things that's like really valuable to keep in the frame, right? And that's something that did not exist 5 years ago, right? 5 years ago, we were talking about like basically private chains and consortium chains, and I think in general, like we've seen that see relatively little enthusiasm. And like my explanation why is basically because I think consortium chains ended up combining the disadvantages of centralization with the disadvantages of decentralization. And I think the right kind of approach based on like ZKs and a secure L1 and other technologies will actually combine the advantages of both, right? And that's one of those things that I would really love to see build standardized, adopted. And I think aside from that, like basically the roadmap is just about continuing to improve L1 and make it into a place where it can better serve like applications, both running on the L1 directly and all of the L2s that are depending on it, and continue to do so in a way that's robust and secure and able to be this neutral, open, global, decentralized thing.
Yes, I agree. I think every single private blockchain pretty much died last Tuesday night. With that, one final question for you. What is the ticker?
The ticker is ETH.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. I'm really happy to see the Enterprise Alliance is coming back to life in such a good way.
That is wonderful. Thanks for that positive support. That's an incredibly information-dense talk. Now, we have one more talk today, one more fireside chat, and that is a chat with a regulator. I know this is a tough conversation to follow up, but it is time to do that right now. So, Ushida-san, where are you? You are here, and Danielle, there you are. So we've got two people for the closing chat, and then we're going to have drinks and mingling. So please come on up. Thank you. Whichever you like. And I'm going to put your picture up there in a second. Thank you so much. And here's the microphone for you. It's all set.
All right, we can start, Paul? Yes, we can. Okay, it's very big responsibility step in here right after Vitalik, but his closing remarks, I think, are opening remarks for our panel. So just a few words about myself. If people are wondering what is W Source, we're a venture builder, so we're basically taking technology to market and also investing, and now we're raising a separate fund. And I'm here with Ryosuke, who is the regulator from Japan. We have a lot of questions. I would like to start by introducing Ryosuke from a different standpoint. Basically, we all know regulators in US and Europe, a bit everywhere, right? So Ryosuke, he's a bit different from the regulators we know. First of all, because he has a formal blockchain education, and he will tell us everything about it. And he is running his own nodes. So we would like to hear more about that. Right, loud applause.
Thank you, Daniel, and then thank you everyone for having regulators like myself. So I feel a bit awkward after, Vitalik and Michael's excellent speech, but I do my best. So I'm Ryosuke Yoshida, a Chief FinTech Officer of Japan Financial Services Agency, which is the financial regulators like United States SEC or UK FCA or Bank of Thailand. And then I spent 2 years as a blockchain researcher at Georgetown University in Washington, D.C. because I joined the FSA back in 2010. I was doing a very traditional regulator's job, but my boss suddenly asked me to go to Georgetown University to study blockchain, and I said, I didn't know anything about blockchain, but it sounds interesting, so I decided to go there, and then I spent a lot of time talking with Bitcoin developers, Ethereum developers, and some others who had totally different mindset from regulators, and so I really learned a lot about, we are very different, but, we have something in common. So I love blockchain technologies. What is fascinating to me is transparency and the verifiability of blockchain. So existing financial system is pretty much black box. So, we don't know what's going on within the banking system, so we have authority. We can ask banks to submit some information to regulators, but ultimately we have to trust that they are providing accurate data. So of course there is a penalty, a legal fine, but still we have so many fraudulent accounting cases and so many bad things are happening in the past. So something like blockchain could be good even for regulators to make our both regulators' job and the industry job much easier. So that's why we are doing blockchain. We are taking a look at blockchain development very seriously. But at the same time, we have to face a reality. Like North Korean hackers are storing tons of crypto assets from DeFi and the bridge protocols. So what matters is how to strike a balance between innovation and then protecting investors and then ensuring financial stability and then preventing financial crimes.
Thank you. And you do run your own nodes, please. Confirm.
Yeah.
Suspense.
Yeah, I'm not an engineer, but when I was a computer science department at Georgetown University, my PhD colleagues told me how to run node, and it's Actually, yeah, it's a very first time experience it's for me, but I managed to do that. So, but it's kind of my dream that, regulators will run node by ourselves. So if so, we can get verifiable data on blockchain anytime we want. So we don't need to ask banks anymore to submit the data, so which is very good for us. So that's something we are looking for.
Amazing. So regulation is this elephant in the room. As we just heard Vitalik, the crypto community feels that there's too much regulation. Some enterprises here present in the room feel that there's not enough regulation. There's no clarity. And also, we also all notice that there is a regulational arbitration all over the world. The regulation is different, right? In Europe, in the United States, and of course in Asia, here every country is different. The biggest economy, or I mean, the biggest tech power in the world, still United States, has built Silicon Valley on having a main policy of innovation over regulation. And as we have noticed in the crypto community in the recent years, this has shifted. So I would like to hear your opinion on innovation over regulation, Rusok.
Sure. So regulation is not enemy to innovation. And in other words, good regulation could be a foundational layers for the healthy growth of blockchain ecosystem. So that's our view, FS's view. So that's why we have a kind of accommodative regulation for crypto industry. So I don't say our regulation is weak. So we have a lot of tough regulatory requirement for crypto asset service providers, and then potentially some of the DeFi, which is actually not decentralized. So and that's our requirement. And then I'm a co-chairing Financial Action Task Force virtual asset contact group. So if you know KYC or travel rule and then some others, it's my responsibility. So I'm sure some of you don't like that kind of MCCFT requirement, but there is a minimum standard that we have to kind of agree to prevent financial crimes. And then to be honest, so KYC and then travel rule is something we developed let's say decades ago. So, it's just a means to achieve our goals. So potentially we could have alternative ways using some emerging technologies such as the knowledge proof or DID-BC. So that's we are welcome to hear alternative proposal to achieve our goals. But there's a minimum standard in place, and it's some other international organization like Financial Stability Board or IOSCO, and then some others are also setting some standards. So that's a kind of start of discussion point. And then on top of that, each country are implementing different regulations, and then that's okay because we have a different priorities, different problems facing. But in any case, we need a global collaboration because blockchain is global by nature.
Understood. Just to clarify, maybe for the builders in the audience, this you mentioned for applications that are not fully decentralized. What happens to the ones that are potentially fully decentralized or will be fully decentralized, like Vitalik is aiming to?
So, for example, Bitcoin network is a good example of highly decentralized network. So we kind of give up regulating Bitcoin developers and the Bitcoin node operators. And then same thing goes to the Ethereum network itself. And when it comes to the DeFi arrangement, whether my first academic paper is about the DeFi and then DAO and its centralized aspect. So if there are someone who are playing critical roles and who have the control over the arrangement or who has a significant influence over the arrangement, potentially that could be someone that comply with some regulatory requirements. So it's different by arrangement, I think. So we have to have a good discussion with DeFi community, but potentially those kind of entity need to take some action because if something bad happens, someone will take responsibility. So that's an ongoing discussion, but we are happy to hear any views on that.
Understood. Well, I'm thinking about the fact that we here all now in Asia, and it's well known that Asian customers are fast adopters of all the new technologies. So we're thinking about new technologies such anything that has to do with gambling, anything that has to do with gaming, derivatives, and all this technologies and financial products that are considered more risky. Do you also see DeFi in this category? I know it's a tricky question.
So basically, we are agnostic to technology, so we don't care without not it's a blockchain or AI, whatever. So what matters is the business implication and the economic implications. So when it comes to DeFi, there is a variety of types of DeFi. So it's a exchange, lending, or insurance, on the derivatives, and some others. And if kind of economic implication is similar to traditional financial product, I believe same regulation, similar types of regulation should apply to that arrangement. And if it is kind of out of existing regulation, like many NFT tokenized trading cards, for example, that should be out of the scope of regulatory discussion. So that's basically our principle is same business, same risks, same regulatory outcomes. So that principle doesn't change. But what is difficult is we don't know the risks. It's actually same as that of traditional finance because underlying technology is different. So tokenization is great, but some regulators are kind of skeptical because they could bring some risks like mismatch of liquidity and the maturity and the smart contract vulnerabilities and then some others. So, but that could fix existing problems. So we have to think about both opportunity and then risks, and then we should decide what is the appropriate regulatory framework.
Ultimately, what is guiding you in these decisions is to protect the retail customer.
Yeah, it's one of them, but it's not only for retail customers. For example, financial stability is quite important. So if we tokenize some real-world asset which is illiquid in the past, so now what is
such
great,
as real estate that Vitalik has just suggested.
It's great, we have a good liquidity, so that's very good for the market making. But if something like Lehman shock happens again, so token itself is very liquid, but underlying asset is illiquid. So we might face some challenges for redemption, for example. So that is just one example of financial stability risks. So we have to think about both retail and market itself.
Understood. And going back a little bit to retail, we all have been witnesses to the drama of FTX. And as we all know, an exchange which was formerly called Liquid in Japan was acquired by FTX, and you have handled it in much a better way. Could you share a little bit?
Thank you very much for the kind word. So we had an exchange named Mt. Gox in Tokyo more than 10 years ago. So at that time, more than 80% of Bitcoin was trading in exchange in Tokyo. And suddenly it's gone, and then nearly $500 million equivalent of Bitcoin was lost. And still, the court case is ongoing in Japan. So it's a huge incident for us. So we realized that we need some regulation for crypto industry. So that's why Japan is one of the first countries to implement crypto regulation back in 2017. And then we have implemented some regulation to ask crypto exchange to reserve asset in the cold wallet. It's offline environment, but we effectively ask more than 90% of reserve assets should be put in cold wallet. But the industry didn't like that because they said it's ridiculous because they need a liquidity management. So it's nonsense that they put most of their crypto asset into the cold wallet. But when something like FTX happened, actually thanks to that regulation, most of Japanese investors are protected, and they already got their fund back. And then some other countries like Hong Kong and Singapore are implementing similar regulation. So that's one example that our kind of strict regulation worked in the past. But I don't mean, we should keep that regulation like forever because technology is changing. So we could have some new technology like MPC wallet. So even it's in a hot wallet environment, potentially that custody could be safer than just cold wallet environment. So we are very open to the future discussion.
it's a bit ironic that liquid was saved by being not liquid. So I would like to discuss with you other upcoming technologies within this segment. So IoT is a very old technology that many of us are familiar with, Internet of Things, right? It exists probably, what, 30 years, maybe more. So now IoT within the crypto context is called DePIN and is a very popular application right now. There are a lot of projects are working in our space and also outside in enterprise space. So machine-to-machine communication is something that we're familiar with. We know the risk, there's a cyber risk and other things, right? What about machine-to-machine payment? Because this is basically the premise of DePIN. Where do you stand on that?
That's a very interesting question. So basically our regulation assume someone is taking care of specific financial transactions. So we cannot enforce machine if some machine do insider trading, let's say, because we have no regulation to kind of enforce those entities. But it's obvious that machine-to-machine transaction will exponentially grow in the future, and then regulators are traditionally monitoring the market basically by hands. But then it's almost impossible for regulators to rely on human beings as a regulators to monitor markets. So we probably have no choice but using technologies by regulators itself to monitor market development. So we have to think about who should take responsibility if something wrong happens about machine-to-machine transactions. So it could be a kind of secondary liability discussion, or it could be others, but it's very open question, but definitely we have to think about that, especially we think about the rapid development of AI these days.
Yes, my next question was pivoting into AI agents, because we all know about OpenAI and other competitors, and the crypto community is very much working on decentralized AI and decentralized AI agents. Where do you stand on that? I'm asking you difficult questions, I know.
So I'm in charge of AI at the same time. So we are now developing an AI discussion paper to be published by March next year. And then that could be one of the discussion topic. But like IoT, AI agent has no, we cannot regulate AI agent probably, but potentially we can outreach the developers of AI agents. So that's if let's say financial institutions providing AI agent services to their client, potentially financial institution could be responsible for that. But there are some varieties, I believe. So it could be done in kind of decentralized arrangement. So in that case, we have to think about what we can do. So what matters for us is not, finding someone to regulate, but to mitigate the risks. So probably we should call for the solution from industry and experts like you about how we can achieve our goals. So definitely we need a multi-stakeholder collaboration and discussion.
So that was an open call. If anybody has ideas, you know what to do. Another subject that was touched by Vitalik and Paul before us was privacy. Privacy is a big thing, right? Most of us understand that privacy is not a subject that regulators like. But privacy has many aspects. So basically, what do you think, how do you define privacy? Is it a right, individual right, or is it a risky frivolence?
So privacy is a fundamental right of human beings. So even regulators like me want privacy. And then, interbank transactions should be private. Otherwise, that could have huge financial stability risks. And then privacy and anonymity is different. So anonymity is a kind of important component of privacy, but excessive anonymity for financial transactions could bring some risks. And then maybe quintessential example is money laundering and then financial terrorism. So that's why Financial Action Task Force is working very hard to prevent those illicit activities. And as I mentioned earlier, so the current tools, it's something like KYC and then ongoing due diligence and then travel rule. It's information sharing between beneficiary and the originator exchanges, and then we will ask some other requirement for custodian and exchanges. And then we will ask exchange to use the blockchain analytics tools to identify suspicious transactions and then report it back to regulators. So that's an existing regulatory arrangement, but potentially we could do much better in the future if we apply some innovative technologies like zero knowledge proofs. So that's, again, it's an open question and then call for proposal for how we can effectively achieve that without, damaging privacy too much.
Right. I'm looking at the audience. I asked some privacy protocols to come in, but I don't see them. Is Anish here? No, I don't see. Paul, go ahead. You want to ask something, or are you telling me that I have 5 minutes? Oh, wow. All right, so I was going to ask you, because we have noticed that some of the privacy protocols have been enabling an option to opt in for an auditable privacy. So when you start transactions, before you get into the chain, you can decide that your transactions can be auditable. If that is something that would be satisfactory for the regulator, or not enough?
I have to say it depends. So if it depends on the use case. So it's like low risk trading, like let's say NFT collection, for example. Probably it works, but it's kind of high value transfer done by big player, financial institutions, and then some others. Maybe we might have to ask more, because our approach is risk-based approach. So what is important is to identify risks, to identify the amount of risks as the first step, and then we have to think about the measure to mitigate the risks, and then regulators will monitor that conduct, and if that we believe that it's insufficient, we will ask them to improve their doing. So it's it's not yes and no answers. So it's a kind of ongoing discussion, and then what matters is continuous dialogues on what's going on about technological development and what's going on about regulatory development and how we can align each interest in the future. So that's a good step. I think that just ongoing discussion is important.
Understood. Indeed, the dialogue is very important. I think this is why we're doing the panel today, to bridge the gap. So I have basically finished my questions, and then we opened on social media yesterday. We asked the audience to ask questions. No one dared to ask open questions, but we got some inbox, and most of the people were asking about stablecoins. So about stablecoins. So today we saw one of the opening panels was the panel with Rune, and that was about stablecoins, and also a very interesting development here in Thailand for this month. Siam Bank, together with Fireblocks and a few others, have enabled a very special wallet which supports a temporally stable coin, right? Could you elaborate a little bit on that? What's the premise, and where do you stand on this?
Sure. So stablecoin can be a bridge between TradFi and then DeFi. And in Japan, so stablecoin regulation are already in place since last year, but no stablecoin is issued as of now. So we will accept both international globally circulated stablecoin as well as local stablecoins, and then we assume 3 types of issuers, which are banks or payment service providers or trust company, and then they can use private or public blockchain, and then the use case is explored by many large banks in Japan as well as many fintech and crypto players. So we very much welcome their effort, and we try to give a clear guidance as much as possible, and we hope that JPY denominated stablecoin will be used for the tangible use case in the future. And for global context, again, stablecoins has a huge opportunities, which means which also has a financial stability implication. So there are risks, and then we are now discussing how we can potentially develop a regulatory framework for stablecoin issuers and the intermediaries. So that's our current status, but we very much welcome that innovation because that could solve many problems, like cross-border transaction is quite expensive and it takes time these days, potentially that could be fixed. So personally, I very much expect stablecoin mass adoption in the future.
Wow. Impressive, thank you. So I think all in all, we can summarize that in Japan, you have a regulator who's open to discuss all the projects that you have to offer. Thank you so much, Ryusuke. Paul, do you want us to open for questions, or we can
I think we're pretty much at time, so
right.
I will get to say thank you. Thank you, Ushida-san. Thank you, Danielle, for coming. This has really been amazing. We've had a truly extraordinary day. Today was the first ever EEA Industry Day. I hope it be something that becomes a tradition in the future. Thank you, all of you, for coming and spending so much time today. Thank you very much. That's your notes. Excellent, thank you. Drinks are just out the door.